One particularly boring day, a message with an invitation appeared before the eyes of 26-year-old Murdoch. He chose the highest difficulty, hell, and very soon he regretted it. At the other end of the narrow corridor, something glints, and a moment later something pierces through the boy's leg, leaving a huge wound. He falls down and looks at his crippled leg, which is bent at a strange angle and bleeding. Murdoch tries to get back up to the lobby but falls. The system reports that he has reached the first level of the pain threshold. The boy decides that he is not going to die such a miserable death in such a place. He tries to remember when everything went wrong, and remembers the same window that appeared before his eyes with the choice of difficulty level. Two notifications from the system with achievements appear in front of him, but everything is floating in front of his eyes. 2 years ago, Murdoch left pro gaming and founded a mini-market with his savings, which he later handed over to an employee. During his time as a pro gamer, he was considered the best, but the competition was so fierce that he was soon pushed off the pedestal. The guy left the competition without thinking, but now he faced the worst enemy, boredom. Suddenly, the hero hears a report about unknown sinkholes in the ground all over the world that appeared simultaneously, but he is distracted by the message right in front of his face. It says that he has been invited to another dimension, learning. Murdoch decides to agree, and the next message prompts him to choose a difficulty level. Because of arrogance, he decides to choose the most difficult level. A second later, someone is standing over him as he wakes up, telling him to come to his senses. The boy looks around and asks the men in front of him who they are and where he is. The older man replies that this is the lobby of the first level of the game, and they all ended up here by replying to those messages. Murdoch is surprised that even a girl was invited to participate. The man asks that they all do not understand what happened and asks them to tell at least something. The guy talks about holes all over the world. The boy with fair hair does not understand what holes the hero is talking about and asks if they are all here because of them. Murdoch replies that this is just a guess. The man turns around and asks everyone to calm down. The guy says that just a moment ago he was drunk, but now he is completely sober. The man reports that the body automatically regenerates in this place. A message about choosing a weapon appears in front of the hero. The man says that now is the time to choose her. A moment later, Murdoch finds himself in a room filled with a variety of weapons. He remembers that this happens at the start of every game and usually has a big impact on the future development of the character. The guy decides to choose a weapon that suits his physical abilities. He decides that magic and heavy weapons are not for him and thinks about a bow. But if they are forced to fight each other, something short range is most suitable for melee combat. He decides to choose a sword and shield, because this type of weapon covers most of the needs in combat. Two prompts pop up saying that both items are of the lowest defense and attack. He checks the halberd and the bow, but they also turn out to be of the lowest level and more like junk. He decides to choose sword and shield, although he never had a choice. After a moment, Murdoch reappears in the forehead of the first level, but already with a weapon in his hands. The man greets him and offers to teach the hero how to use the game menu. The guy is furious because he is being made to wait and offers to just leave him to figure it out on his own. The man tries to prevent a conflict and reminds that the four of them are the only ones at this level of complexity, and they better not fight. Murdoch asks how they know there are only four of them. To this, the man shows how to call up the menu window. He offers the hero to imagine that his weapon is moving into the inventory, and it begins to disappear right from his hands. Murdoch is then shown his character stats, such as strength, stamina, speed, and magic. The guy understands that it is wrong to use a weapon. Next, he is shown a tab with other players. There, everything is divided by difficulty level, and you can see the number of people in the game. Murdoch understands that there are only 4 players on Hell difficulty, and they are all in this lobby. And the last function of the menu is the clock. To see it, you need to swipe. It turns out that the tutorial is less than 3 days away. The hero puts together such pieces of the puzzle as the choice of weapons, the menu, the ability to communicate with other players, and realizes that he is in a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. Murdoch offers them to get to know each other better. The man's name is John, and he is 47 years old. He works in an office, but is not afraid of physical work. The guy's name is Newt, and he doesn't know why they should be friends with each other. Murdoch introduces himself and states that his hobby and main activity is always gaming. He also shares that he's a pro gamer in the past. This information intrigues Newt, and he asks if Murdoch has played Magic online. They get a little closer as they discuss her. Suddenly, a girl whom everyone seems to have forgotten about attracts general attention. Her name is Piper, and she likes animations. The boys are a bit confused about her speech. Murdoch thanks everyone for the story and shares his thoughts on how, when all the clues are put together, this game has to be Mborg. He notes that team play is very important in a role-playing game. Therefore, he suggests that everyone show what weapons and roles they have chosen for themselves. Newt and John retrieve a trident and a halberd, and Murdoch notes that the three of them have melee weapons. He hopes Piper has a thrown weapon or a bow, but the girl takes out a long Japanese sword from the inventory. The whole party immediately understands how unbalanced their team is in terms of strength. John asks what a tutorial is. Murdoch and Newt explain that it's a phase of the game where they explain how to play. The hero suggests that everyone take their time and use the 3 days before the start of the tutorial to choose roles and train. Murdoch also says that the chosen difficulty affects all levels. In addition, the main game usually starts immediately after the tutorial, so you need to be ready. In addition, their entire team is melee fighters, and if the enemy has long-range weapons, they will definitely be defeated. Murdoch can block enemy attacks and land hits with his sword and shield, so it's best to be in the front line. But Newt's halberd can do a lot more damage than him, so he'll be responsible for the frontline attack along with Murdoch. John with the trident can attack the enemy from the greatest distance, so he will cover the rear of their team. When Piper asks how she can help, Murdoch offers her the role of backup player in the back. The girl does not like it very much. Murdoch says she'll be safest in the back of the team, but Piper asks him to treat her like the rest of the team. The hero doesn't know how to safely explain to her that her katana blade is too long and sharp all the way along, and that she's holding it wrong. John intervenes in the discussion and suggests that the girl at least listen to Murdoch first, as a former pro player. They don't know what's going to happen in the tutorial because they've chosen hellish difficulty, and their safety may be at risk from the very beginning. The girl agrees with him and offers to start training. She attacks John awkwardly and calls out the names of her punches. Newt asks her not to, because making up names for the attacks will only embarrass them. Piper calmly replies that names are always shouted in anime. She continues to attack John with the katana, calling her next strike Moonshine Wave. Murdoch observes the training and notices that not only their health is being restored, but so are their weapons. They don't want to eat or sleep. Usually in games, players are resurrected in cities or last save locations. But in this game, losing can mean real death, and it confuses the hero. When John offers to switch opponents, Newt immediately jumps in, ready to fight for the title of squad leader. Piper is confused by this leadership struggle, but Murdoch reassures her. He tells how the personal qualities of a leader can affect the abilities of a squad. The girl says that from the very beginning she considered him the leader, which surprises the hero. She responds to his surprise that he is quite collected for his age, but energetic enough to lead the way. Murdoch says he hasn't changed much since university, which he entered only to be recognized by his father as a pro gamer. In training, almost all the time passes, and 10 seconds before the start of the tutorial, the whole team watches the countdown with weapons at the ready. Suddenly portals appear in front of each of them, a separate one for each. Murdoch understands that they are waiting for a single level. The team members in despair ask if their team training was in vain. As the portals begin to activate, and the team members begin to be sucked in, Murdoch shouts that he always preferred solo games. But those 3 days of training with them were the best of his entire gaming experience. He promises to meet them later. John, Piper, and Newt smile and promise to meet later alive and unharmed. Murdoch appears on the other side of the portal in a narrow corridor. The system announces that he too has 24 hours to complete this stage. The boy looks forward eagerly and takes out a shield. He does not yet know that the crossbow rig at the other end of the corridor is already loaded with an arrow and ready to fire it at any moment. The atmosphere of the place sends goosebumps down Murdoch's back. He turns around and is surprised that the portal still hasn't closed behind him. A message from the system appears in front of him and offers to return to the waiting room. He agrees, and a moment later finds himself among the white columns of the waiting room. He opens the menu, and it says that there is a little less than a day left until the end of the test. He can go back whenever he wants. The regeneration in the room still works, which he verified by cutting his own hand with his sword. If he finds himself on the verge of death in the game, he will survive if he turns back at the critical moment. Suddenly, another portal opens from which Piper appears, who falls directly on Murdoch. She blushes and apologizes. The hero says that they are allowed to return at any moment and their health will be restored. They decide to wait for the other two, but after 20 minutes, they decide that they are unlikely to return now. Murdoch checks the player count and is relieved to learn that there are still 4 players on the Hell level. Due to the fact that they have a time limit, they decide to go back to the passage. Piper stops and says she has a request for the hero. She asks that when they get back to the real world, he teaches her how to play games. She also says that she will be glad to get to know him better when they pass the first level. She says goodbye and disappears into the portal. Murdoch goes after her. He understands how much he needs to learn on his own. But if it is enough for him to go back to the waiting room and avoid instant death, he is ready to conquer this level. In his questionnaire, the race is indicated, and therefore there are other intelligent creatures that usually exist in such games. He goes forward half an hour, but nothing changes. No one has attacked him, and he is already wondering if there is a bug in his session. He decides not to panic, because his concentration as a pro gamer is much higher than others. The system reports that he has gained the first level of concentration and willpower. He understands that when he fulfills special conditions, he pumps skills. There are active and passive skills in games, and he is wondering what kinds exist in this world. He goes on, but suddenly the atmosphere in the tunnel changes. He looks forward with fear, sensing the approaching danger. In the darkness of the passage, something shines and approaches very quickly with an unusual whistle. Suddenly, something hits Murdoch's leg. He does not have time to jump back to avoid the attack. He falls to the ground, unable to get to his feet. When the hero decides to go back to the portal, another attack occurs near him. He notices with surprise that it's an arrow, but he doesn't have time to think about it, because another one lands on the other side of him. Arrows continue to rain down around him, while the system announces that Murdoch has gained a 2nd level of pain tolerance and a level 1 of bleeding tolerance. The world around begins to fade. With the last of his strength, Murdoch reaches forward with his hand towards the portal. Unexpectedly, an arrow hits him in the back, bringing him back to consciousness. He concentrates and realizes that he can't continue to just lie here because the system won't return him to the waiting room by itself. A crazy thought occurs in his head. He can just wait for death and then start all over again. The system reports that the hero has learned resistance to unconsciousness. He decides to reject the crazy idea of self-sacrifice. He remembers the members of his team who need him and who need him. Murdoch decides that he cannot give up. He decides to fight for his life. With a jerk, he takes out an arrow from his back. The system again notifies him of increased pain and bleeding resistance levels. With the last of his strength, he rushes forward and promises himself to complete this game. The portal to the waiting room is already waiting for him. Arrows land around him, further threatening Murdoch. Gritting his teeth, the hero jumps and manages to press the appropriate button before the arrows catch up with him. He is thrown into the waiting room. He breathes heavily as he regains consciousness, and his wounds heal instantly. He decides to check on the rest of the team, only to find himself alone on the Hell level. Murdoch realizes that everyone in his team is dead, but he can't find the strength to believe it. He realizes that Newt and John didn't even know they could come back, and Piper with her knowledge would never be able to pass this level. After a while, he collects his thoughts and calls up the menu. Murdoch sees that he has gained resistance to pain, unconsciousness, bleeding, and the ability to clear his mind as needed, but all skills are passive. There are a little more than 19 hours left until the end of the level. The hero decides that at least he needs to survive, so that at least someone remembers his friends. He promises himself and the team that he will definitely play this game to the end. He finds himself again in a long corridor after passing through a portal. The hero retreats from the portal, and the first arrow should appear at any moment. He also notices that there are no traces of his presence last time. As he predicted, a whistle is heard, and the first arrow is already flying in his direction. Just like last time, the first arrow tried to hit his leg, but Murdoch picked it up in time. He guesses that the pattern of attacks does not change, and the arrows will hit the same places. The next arrow goes for his torso, but he shields it, so Murdoch deflects it. He tries to remember where the arrows hit, but almost misses an arrow flying into his head. Fortunately, the boy manages to duck, and the arrow flies past him. The next one flies after it, and the hero thinks that he can fight it off with his shield. Unfortunately, he does not take into account the state of his weapon, and from a repeated hit on the shield, it simply crumbles into pieces. Murdoch has no time to recover from the destruction of his shield when the next arrow hits him in the thigh. He turns to go back to the portal as the next arrow hits him in the shoulder. Next, another arrow pierces his ribcage. He starts to fall back, but a miracle happens. His level increases and his passive skills increase as well. Murdoch stops his fall with a hand and a knee. He gradually regains consciousness, limping from his wounds. He repels the next arrow with the blade of his sword and rises from the ground. He notices that the arrows that hit him are gone and his shield is restored to his arm. The attacks stop, and Murdoch decides to quickly check the indicators in the menu. It turns out that he was at 0 level before promotion. The hero guesses that with the increase in level, everything is restored, as in the waiting room. It can regenerate in the waiting room and by leveling up. Levels require you to block arrows or get under them. As long as he avoids instant death and returns to the waiting room, his level and health will be updated, but the experience gained will not disappear. Murdoch decides to stick with the strategy of getting shot and then going to the waiting room to gradually level up. He is ready to move on and ignores the message from the system that says that the god of adventure is interested in him. Over time, the guy acquires the 4th level of pain resistance, but he doesn't even think about giving up because putting himself under the arrows is the fastest way to get pumped. He returns from the waiting room again, and this time he has already learned how and where the arrows will hit, so he runs the distance easily. During the relentless pumping, he discovered some active skills such as sprinting and heightened senses. Murdoch runs to the end of the corridor and enters the room. He already knows that 2 crossbows are waiting for him at the entrance, and he easily avoids their attack. Next, hidden crossbows await him in the darkness. A boy repels arrows with a sword. 28 days have passed since the first attempt, and Murdoch has gained many skills and several levels. But it is still a mystery to him who this god of adventure is and why he is interested in the hero. Some time ago, players became aware that each attempt to pass the level is limited to 30 days, and it is not known what punishment awaits those who do not succeed in time. Although Murdoch has not explored the area beyond this room, he is confident in his skills and weapons. There is complete darkness around him, but he can feel the arrows flying towards him. The hero reacts in time, blocks a ball of arrows and repels others with a sword. Unfortunately, he does not have time to avoid one arrow and it hits him in the thigh. But this is not a problem for the boy, because with his level 8 pain resistance, he hardly feels this arrow. There is a light ahead and a transition to the next location. Murdoch runs forward, covering his head from the arrows that overtake him. Several arrows hit him, but the boy manages to run to the pool, which glows blue in the middle of the columns. With his last strength, he reaches the reservoir, but loses consciousness. After some time, Murdoch wakes up in the water and feels that his wounds have healed. He guesses that this is the healing well that other players in the game were talking about. Players also share information about other challenges that await players. Players also talked about the final room of the level, the boss room. Before the door, the system asks if the hero is ready to try. Murdoch agrees, looking boldly ahead as the door opens in front of him. In front of his eyes is a pit filled with lava and fragments of columns and stone. The boy notices the crossbow rig at the other end of the room, just in time for the first arrow to go straight for his head. He guesses that he needs to cross this lava floor unscathed and destroy the crossbow at the other end. Confident in his abilities, Murdoch deftly jumps from wreckage to wreckage, approaching the target. Arrows start raining down from the ceiling, and only thanks to his heightened senses he avoids being hit. But when the hero tried to keep his balance, his sweater caught fire. Even with pain and burn resistance, pain is still pain. Distracted by the flames, Murdoch almost missed the next arrow, but managed to block it with his shield, which shattered into pieces on impact. With no back covered, several arrows hit him, and Murdoch begins to fall forward. Standing on his knees, the hero begins to lose hope. But soon, he feels the weight of his promise to his fallen friends. Murdoch played all his life not out of boredom, but out of his love for it. It was his pride and honor, but he lost everything. He got bored playing, but now everything has changed. He's sore, he's tired, but he doesn't hate the process. His heart rejoices in every skill. In the past, Murdoch threw everything away because he stopped being the best, but now he won't make the same mistake again. The boy tears off his sweater engulfed in flames and runs to the crossbow. He deftly jumps from stone to stone, regardless of the severity of the test and injuries. The boy finds himself right in front of the installation and chops the arrow that has just been fired. With the next move, he chops the rig and growls that he has finally passed the first level of the game. The system congratulates him on completing the first level on the infernal difficulty. Murdoch mentions Piper, Newt, and John, and apologizes that he's the only one who passed this level, but he dedicates this victory to them. One by one, tablets appear in front of the boy, describing the rewards he has received, including experience points and wind spirit blessings. A portal appears next to Murdoch, encouraging him to continue playing. The hero worries that the portal can lead directly to the third level and to the waiting room, but still decides to leave. He finds himself in a strange place that doesn't look like a waiting room. He suspects it may be a level 2 test. Not far from him, he sees a person who can be a player, but as he gets closer, he notices rabbit ears. The man turns and greets Murdoch. The girl with the ears is called Kirikiri. She asks his name. The boy is stunned by this because he is still not sure if she is an enemy or a player or an in-game character, but he calls her his name. Kirikiri says she'll take care of him because she's a hellish difficulty mentor. The girl says that in each difficulty, her mentor and Murdoch will meet with her after completing each level. She informs him that he can now use the shop and auction windows as rewards for clearing the level, but use the auction only in waiting rooms and residences. Unlike the shop, he can open even here. Murdoch peruses the store's assortment with interest, but isn't sure what he needs right now. The teacher offers to help him. After changing clothes, the boy asks what happens to the players who did not manage to clear the level within 30 days. Kirikiri replies that they are just being sent to the waiting room. But if you stay in the room for the rest of the day, you get kicked out of the game, but it can't tell what happens after that. The girl says she helps those who reach her, but there is a limit to the situations she can talk about. She answers big, important questions only to the worthy, and she will answer anyone about things like a store. Kirikiri advises the hero to buy potions as much as possible. Murdoch guesses that these potions will help him in the next level. The boy asks what happens to those who die. The teacher just presses her ears to her head and does not answer anything. Murdoch understands the answer without words. He thanks her for her help and says it's time for him to go. A portal appears in front of the hero, which will take him to the waiting room. Kirikiri shouts after him, lest he die before their next meeting. He exits the portal and is greeted by a system message. There are 43 hours left until the end of the first attempt to pass the second level. Murdoch looks around, hoping that this room will have the same conditions as the previous one. He examines the conditions and assumes that there is an additional reward waiting for him if he passes the second level before the time of the first attempt expires. But after thinking it over, he decides to be careful not to lose his life. Looking around, he notices the bed and decides to rest a bit before the first attempt. Murdoch wakes up 12 hours later. He understands that this rest was necessary for him because he has been fighting non-stop since the moment he got here. The boy remembers the past, which now seems very distant. He is happy to spend time here because the game has brought back his interest in life. In the past, he fought to win, but now he truly enjoys the game, even if his own life is on the line. But he does not have time for long reflection. He calls up the game menu and sees that he has received an active skill, Combat Concentration. This skill was initially passive, but after level 1 became active and does not require mana. The skill will increase his concentration during combat and overcome the limits of his innate concentration if his mental strength allows it. He decides to test the skill right now and begins training with a sword. 5 minutes later, he lies on the floor and tries to breathe. His mental strength allows him to maintain concentration for a short time. He may pass out if he uses it too often. He decides to check the auction window. In general, the auction sells items of poor quality and with starting indicators, but there are also strange items that were given as gifts. Murdoch is happy that he received the Wind Spirit's blessing as a gift. 72 hours remain until the start of the second attempt. That is, 33 days will be allocated for the completion of each level. The boy decides that he must devote the next 3 days to training to resist various effects. He decides to ask the players for advice, but his eye is caught by the number of players on the infernal level. Suddenly, this number increased to 6. The hero takes pity on the newcomers and decides to help them with advice. He asks players on hellish difficulty to write in the chat so that he can share important information with them. No one answers, so he decides to just write hints in the general chat. While the boy is waiting for an answer, he decides to test his theory on himself. But his resistance skill does not increase in the waiting room. Also, the players do not trust him at all, and he loses all hope of helping them because they do not want his help. He decides to start the second level. Murdoch, with his shield at the ready, jumps out of the portal and once again finds himself in the already familiar architecture. He looks around and mentions that in many games the level design is often repetitive. The next moment, 2 arrows fly at him. With one prepared swing of his sword, he cuts through them. He moves quickly forward through the tunnel, but soon a strange sound bounces off the walls. Something flies right at him. He covers himself with a shield, but the force of the blow blows him to pieces. Something hits his leg. He notices that it is not an ordinary arrow, but a needle. After a moment, he begins to feel dizzy, and then he realizes that there was poison on the needle. The boy immediately gets the antidote, thanking Kirikiri himself for the tip. But something stops him. He wonders if he should use the antidote now. During a month at the first level, enduring excruciating pain, he acquired skills. One of the skills is to feel how close the guy came to death. His intuition tells him how close he came to dying from his wounds. After checking his well-being, he decides to leave the potion for later. The boy takes a rope from his inventory and ties his leg to stop the poison from spreading through his body. The system reports that he has learned to counter poison level 1. Murdoch also notices needles next to him and decides to take them away. But suddenly his health starts to deteriorate. He guesses that the effect of the poison increases after a certain stage of propagation and decides to return to the waiting room. Breathing heavily and holding onto the wall, he reaches the portal and decides not to waste any more time. Murdoch successfully returned. The system informs him that he has acquired a level 1 resistance to paralysis. The guy understands that he needs to deliberately harm his body, but managed to leave the level in time before he is completely paralyzed. Getting wounded in the dungeon and regenerating health in the waiting room is the only way to level up skills. Returning to the tunnel, he realizes how reckless it is. Usually in games you have to defeat monsters to gain a level, but here the levels are just boring. The boy jumps back to the portal and pulls the needle from his shield. Murdoch pricks his arm so that the poison takes effect and increases his skills. He decides to wait until he begins to die, and only then restore his health to increase resistance. The next needle scratches his face, but he manages to deflect. The order of attacks remains the same, but the poison on the needles is more deadly. If the needles hit him in a row, he will lose consciousness. It will be very difficult for him to increase his resistance in this way. However, Murdoch can use an antidote, so he decides to keep it ready. He easily repels the next needles with his sword because he knows the sequence of the attack. The boy clutches the bottle of antidote, now fully convinced of what he should do. After some time, he successfully reaches the next room, but already at the threshold, he feels a breath of hot air. To resist the heat at least a little, he pours water on his head. That's why the traps before this were so simple. Now he must avoid needles with poison under pressure of very high temperature. The system reports that he has learned level 1 heat resistance. The portal to the waiting room is very far away, so the hero decides to keep going forward. Murdoch takes out a frosting potion from his inventory and pours it on himself in an attempt to at least slightly reduce the effect of the heat around him. But the temperature around is so high that the boy barely felt the difference. The next moment, another wave of hot air engulfed him. He decides to take a potion of resistance so as not to be roasted alive. He goes a little further, but poisonous needles hit him from all sides. He will die if he succumbs to the poison now. Everything blurs before his eyes. The guy is breathing hard and starts to lose consciousness. But the next moment, the system informs him about the level increase. All his wounds were healed in an instant. Murdoch jumps forward and runs with all his might. With health restored and increased speed, he will run the rest of the second level very quickly. The guy activates combat concentration to avoid the next attacks in time. He also activates the wind spirit blessing and runs forward even faster. Finally, he has every chance to pass the second level. It's a pity that he has not yet fully learned to control active skills, and not being able to maneuver, crashes into the wall. In the end, he uses the last healing potion. He will be very ashamed if his own clumsiness is the cause of his death. The system reports that the god of adventure feels sorry for the hero. Murdoch is ashamed that someone saw his shame. He also gains the first level of natural regeneration. Mom and Dad would be very proud of him. Walking further, Murdoch feels the cold coming from the next room. He decides to go back to the waiting room and get ready. As in real life, players with dark intentions far outnumber good ones, and many spread false information. Here, something catches the boy's eye. Another player writes that they will be allowed to return to reality after the 100th level. Even if it is fiction, it will give hope to the players. Until now, the essence of the game has not been revealed to them. In any case, players have the opportunity to check it themselves. But Murdoch now needs to complete the second level, so he returns to the dungeon. After the start of the second attempt, he cannot buy additional inventory from the store, so he had to create his own armor. As he leveled up, the boy gained an expanded field of vision and thickened skin, which would help him a lot in this freezing room. His temperature drops with every step he takes, his lungs aching from the cold air. It causes combat concentration, and quite in time, because the next moment a needle with poison almost hits him. Murdoch is tired of the second level and runs with all his might to the next room. He ends up back at the well in front of the level boss room. The hero sips renewable water just in case and prepares to overcome the last stage of the level. He removes the protective wrappings and opens the door. Murdoch finds himself in a high tower and looks around, keeping his weapon at the ready. The system prompts him to return to the waiting room right now, much to the boy's surprise. In order to complete the second level, he needs to spend at least 3 hours in this room. Murdoch has saved many items and recovered his health, so there is no point in him going back to the waiting room. The test of the past begins. The system tells Murdoch to prepare for the most painful experience he's ever had. The next moment, the ceiling and walls around the hero disappear, leaving him in an endless void. He finds himself in his memories of completing the first level. His resistance to pain doesn't work, and he recognizes the very first weapon he chose. He feels the real pain and taste of his own blood. He will have to live with such illusions for 3 hours. The next moment he is thrown into the 8th grade, when he confessed his feelings to a classmate. Murdoch screams at his most embarrassing moment in his life. He also cannot check how much time is left until the end of this torture. The next moment, he is thrown back to the times when he was displaced from the first place among pro gamers. Murdoch grits his teeth from emotional tension. In the next flashback, he loses with a bang, giving way to a young player. He cheekily smiles and offers Murdoch to end his career so as not to embarrass himself, the team and pro gaming. The hero is breathing heavily, kneeling in the tower. Not even an hour has passed since the start of the test. Murdoch won't die from it, but constantly reliving the worst moments of his life reminds him of hellish torture. In the next flashback, his sister is standing next to him and says that it is his fault that his father died. Murdoch clutches his ribcage as he experiences a panic attack. He regains consciousness through self-inflicted pain. He can only hope that it will end as soon as possible. After a moment, he's thrown back into the memories. This time, he sees his father in a hospital bed. He asks him to stop playing games and find a normal job. Murdoch asks him to stop pressuring him. The guy lashes out at the patient and shouts that he never recognized his achievements and victories. He leaves the ward, reminding himself that he pays for medical services himself, and leaving his father, who begins to gasp for air, alone. Murdoch regains consciousness on the floor of the tower. It becomes difficult for him to endure this test. In the next memory, he is already standing over the coffin, burying his own father. The sister says that their father died because of his intemperance. Murdoch is sure that his father died because of him, because he did not try to understand his father's feelings at that moment. He begins to sink deeper and deeper, but the next moment, Murdoch wounds himself with his own sword, coming to his senses. It is too early for him to give up, but the ghosts of the past refuse to let him go. His father and sister look at him with condemnation. The guy cuts his hand even deeper. It is easier for him to tolerate physical pain, and even if he gets into the depths of the subconscious, he will come back thanks to him. To his surprise, the system congratulates him on passing the test of the past. He becomes the first to completely conquer the last gate of the second level. The next moment, a whole bunch of gods express interest in Murdoch's actions and future. The god of slowness offers some of his powers in exchange for an additional reward. The god of slowness bestows the sign of the maximum level instant on Murdoch as his would-be apostle. The god of adventure, in turn, is disappointed in the boy. Murdoch decides to ask Kirikiri about it, but she nearly knocks him off his feet with her hug. The guy thanks her for helping her pass the second level and gives her a dessert. While the mentor is tasting the cake, Murdoch decides to question her about the third level. He asks for advice for its passage. She says that his skills are already very high, and her advice will not be of any use to him. Kirikiri also reminds her that she can only answer a limited number of questions, so he better think carefully about the next one. Murdoch asks to tell him about the sign of the moment. She says that the powers of the gods are only given to those players who show themselves to be the best in the level. Also, the gods only have one chance to give their powers, so the god of slowness must have liked Murdoch very much. The boy can find out more about the gift in the waiting room. Murdoch tries to imagine how strong a hell-level mentor must be. Once the player attacked his mentor, but soon almost died. Kirikiri must be very strong despite her appearance. The boy asks the teacher who the gods are and what their purpose is. The girl replies that he will be able to figure it out on his own. Murdoch completed 2 levels out of 100. He hopes that with each level, more secrets of this game will be revealed to him. The boy decides to also ask about the last gate of the second level. Kirikiri only replies that it's a design flaw and she can't go into details. Murdoch continues to ask about the mentors, about the 100th level and about her rabbit ears. But the girl refuses to answer anything. But the teacher finally gives him a robe to hide his hideous tracksuit. Murdoch thanks her and promises to bring her cake next time. He finds himself in the waiting room of the 3rd level and learns that the sign of the moment is the ability to move 5 times faster. He activates the ability and instantly jumps forward an incredible distance. If players knew about such an ability, which is practically teleportation, they would demand that it be removed to balance the game. Murdoch decides to try 5 jumps at the same time, but on the 3rd, he crashes into the column. It is still important to control the ability. 72 hours remain until the start of the 3rd level. The guy buys potions and food and also upgrades weapons. He decides to use the remaining time to practice the sign of the moment. But at this second, he receives a message, a letter. Murdoch speculates that it might be from another hell-level player. This letter turns out to be an invitation to the Confederation of Representatives. An unknown named Larry praises the hero for his incredible achievements and waits for a response to tell the details. Murdoch decides not to answer the letter and concentrate on completing the level. A giant chessboard spread out before him. He decides to jump forward to see what danger awaits him. As soon as he lands on a black square, he is attacked. The boy decides to run only on white squares and he remains safe. But having reached almost the end of the board, he realizes that everything cannot be so simple. The guy decides to use his abilities to pass the level for sure. He uses the wash sign to quickly move around the field on the white squares. But having reached almost the end, he steps on a white square and this activates a trap. Arrows fly at him. Murdoch reactivates the sign of the moment and avoids the attack. But the force of the teleportation throws him too far and he miraculously manages to catch the edge of the platform with his sword. The guy admits that it was very imprudent and he could become a porcupine. Murdoch was made to believe it was safe to advance on the whites, only to be trapped. He reaches the well in front of the boss room. It was very easy, and maybe this level is compensation for past suffering. A clearing appears in front of him, which is covered with thick fog and grass and tall stones. The task of the boss room is to reach the end. You have to move on tiles, suspended in the air, which fall after some time. And this is without taking into account the traps that are located all along the way. This makes this challenge worthy of the title of Hellish Difficulty. Murdoch summons a shield and just in time, because just at that moment a volley flies at him. These conditions leave him no time to rest. He lingers on the tile for a split second, but it and some others begin to fall. But the boy activates the blessing of the wind spirit and finds himself on a stable tile. All tiles are programmed to fall sooner or later, and players will end up at the bottom, and even then they must avoid countless traps to reach the end. The level was designed to be impossible to pass on the tiles, but Murdoch got so strong in the early levels that he was able to break the level. He used divine gifts to be able to move through them, even in a tornado. And even when all the tiles started falling together, he didn't give up. The hero uses a last-ditch sign attempt before rolling back to grab onto the cliff in front of him. thus breaking the conditions of the level. Murdoch pulls up on the last platform and is immediately greeted by the system with the completion of the third level. It's time for the reward, and the God of Adventure offers Murdoch a gift instead of the standard reward. After a constant ghostly presence and watching his actions, the god is ready to give the boy his power. The gift from the God of Slowness helps Murdoch a lot, so he sees no point in refusing. The God of Adventure grants him the maximum level Talaria wings, but the system informs him that this skill is still under development. Kirikiri happily welcomes him to his home and immediately demands a cake. Murdoch agrees to buy her sweets, but suddenly begins to lose consciousness. After some time, he wakes up. The guy was probably very tired and didn't notice it before. He hears Kirikiri snoring as she decides to use him as a pillow. For the sake of the experiment, the guy decides to touch her ear, but she wakes up in an instant. The girl shouts that it was too loud. While they are eating, he decides to ask why the third level was so strange. The difficulty towards the end increased to impossible. Kirikiri says he passed this level by accident. The game was designed so that players would fall and walk further along the ground. The hero decides to distract himself from problems that have already been solved and open the menu. Most players on easy and normal difficulty and players on hell difficulty still do not communicate. Murdoch notices in the discussion a mention of the unusual letter that most players received from the guild representatives. The boy begins to think about their purpose. He doesn't think it's organized just for team spirit and socialization. At each level, the player is given food and water, but outside of it, this food disappears and must be bought for points. Also, after a day, the game forcefully throws you into a challenge. It's amazing that the guild representatives are able to stay in the waiting room all the time. Murdoch decides to ask the teacher what items he will need for the fourth level. Kirikiri says he will need rope, fishing hooks, and a spyglass. The guy is surprised that these are very specific items for the level. He asks her about Talaria's wings. It turns out that the wings grant a long-lasting magical ability to glide through the air. Although these wings only allow you to glide and not fly, they have a lot of potential to help you progress through levels. Kirikiri decides to do him a favor. She summons a portal and says that soon there will be a big gathering, and that's when he will understand why this game was created. Until then, she orders him to stay alive no matter what and pushes him into the portal. Murdoch finds himself in the fourth level waiting room. He ponders her words. Somewhere on another level, a bunch of contestants are standing in a waiting room. A guy was tied to a column and a target was painted on him. He asks to forgive him. The person he is looking at threatens to throw a knife into the air. Without responding to the boy's cry, the person throws a knife into his shoulder. He starts screaming in pain. The representative guild leader, Larry, just laughs at him. He says that there is no point in screaming because the boy's wounds will always heal in this room, and his suffering will not end. Meanwhile, the hero concentrated on training his wings and the sign of the moment so that he could use them more skillfully when needed. And after quite a lot of time, he is ready to tackle the conquest of the fourth level. Murdoch notices that this time the dungeon is quite large. He hears the ground shaking and holds his shield at the ready. Finally, what awaits him is not a trap, but a monster. A huge troll approaches the boy and growls. The monster strikes with his axe, but misses as Murdoch quickly jumps to the side. The boy does not understand how he should fight against such a strong opponent. Kirikiri didn't advise him to change his weapon, which means he can defeat the troll. The hero uses combat concentration. The monster strikes again with an axe, but this time Murdoch is faster and avoids the blow. The boy runs up to the troll and swings his sword. But the monster noticed his movement. He hits the hero in the stomach and throws him against the wall from the force of the blow. He turned out to be faster than the boy thought. The goblin approaches Murdoch and swings an axe. The hero puts a shield in front of him to protect himself from it. But the monster made a deceptive maneuver and attacked with his shoulder. The shield crumbles to pieces. Murdoch is unable to block the next attack from this position and doesn't know what to do. But unexpectedly, the hero jumps forward and strikes the face of the monster. He did not expect that Murdoch was capable of such a thing. The guy admits that it was the first time he used the wash sign in this way. Previously, the boy only used it to dodge damage, but this skill works well for attacks as well. The enraged monster attacks again with an axe. Murdoch uses his skill again with the intention of ending it all. The hero activates the blessing of the wind spirit and nimbly finds himself behind the enemy, his sword at the ready. The monster does not have time to understand what has happened when Murdoch attacks him with a sword. The troll's head flies into the air, and the body begins to fall back. Murdoch looks back at him with a victorious smile. The boy defeats the next troll by cutting him on the shoulder with his sword. In this way, he already defeated 26 opponents at the beginning of the tunnel. He wonders if he can beat the next one with his bare hands. His divine skills had grown greatly, and his basic weapon skills had grown to level 3. Murdoch returns to the waiting room. The third set is about to start, which means new players will join the game. He notices that no one chose Hell difficulty this time. Newcomers start writing in a joint chat and asking what is happening here. The other players congratulate them. Murdoch writes to calm everyone down and tells them that they have found themselves in another world and will not be able to return anytime soon. One of the newcomers says that his leg was eaten by a monster, and the other thinks that he died and went to hell. Murdoch does not understand what kind of monster it is and decides to ask about it. Newbies ask if the players have heard about the latest news. At that moment, everyone found out that their real home had turned into hell. It turns out that all over the world, monsters were coming out of portals right in the middle of the streets and had almost reached residential areas. The army intervened, but to little avail. Monsters are destroying city after city, killing tons of people right now. Small countries without reliable military support were wiped out overnight. Others barely resist. The current number of victims is more than 90 million. Murdoch mentions his mother and sister. In the chat, messages appear at an incredible speed. No one can believe what is happening. Murdoch grabs his head because his family may be in danger. Maybe these monsters come out of the game world. Maybe some regions survived, but maybe he will be able to save them. By the end of the 100th level, he will be much stronger than now. He ended up here for a reason. They weren't told the reason or the methods, so it's obvious that they're all in the game to save the world. More than a month has passed since the portals began to appear, and it was today that Murdoch understood why this world was called training. Some players immediately rushed to complete the game as soon as possible after this news. Participants began to help each other more, and Murdoch, meanwhile, continues to pump his skills at the 4th level. 2 goblins are already lying on the ground, and the third one appeared behind him and was ready for a fight. He runs to the hero. Murdoch deftly draws his weapon and turns, ready to fight back. With a confident move, he blocks the blow with his shield, catching the monster off guard. With the other hand, he hits the goblin with a sword in the hand, and then, hitting him with a shield, knocks him off balance. After defeating the monster, Murdoch goes into the shared chat. Players do their best to share useful information with each other. He goes further and notices a strange construction in front of him. It looks like trenches in which goblins sit. Murdoch presses himself against the wall and realizes that there are a lot of goblins ahead. The hero uses Talaria's wings to sneak across trenches and sneak behind enemy lines. From there, he begins clearing the strange structure, chopping down the goblins one by one. Aggressive creatures attack back. In their hands are primitive weapons such as spears and bows. The boy uses his wings to sweep them away. The monsters have no chance of victory. Players are the only ones who can save the world before it turns into hell, and that is why they need to reach the 100th level as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the 2nd level in the waiting room, the boys beg to spare them and leave them at least some food. But the representative guild leader, Larry, only steps on his head, pinning him to the ground. They have conquered the 1st level of simple difficulty, and the 2nd level will be under their control very soon as well. He orders his henchmen to deal with others who tried to level with the guy he's beating. Larry has a premonition that soon his kingdom will be established over the entire game world. It had been 4 days since Murdoch began to hunt them in earnest. It turned out that goblins are masters at creating protective structures. They found not only ordinary weapons, but also shamans and crossbows. Thanks to Talaria's wings, the boy is not afraid of arrows and magic, so he usually approaches goblins with wings around him. Although the hero avoided direct harm and relied on the gifts of the gods, he was able to acquire many different skills after days of struggle. Before, all he did was dodge and take damage, but lately his god skills have grown significantly. He wonders if a basic skill can block leveling up, but his thoughts are interrupted by the roar of a goblin behind him. A giant goblin beats fist to fist in a menacing gesture. He has no weapons, but his energy seems more powerful than the previous ones. A high-level goblin charges in while Murdoch pulls out his sword and shield. His behavior reminds Murdoch very much of the goblin mentor he defeated earlier. The goblin's iron gauntlet turns red. The monster strikes the boy in the stomach in a flash, the force of which throws him into the air. As Murdoch tries to figure out how his fist was able to strike so quickly, the goblin leaps to attack him. Fist at the ready. The hero activates combat concentration and sees how the monster's fist seems to split as it strikes. Unfortunately, Murdoch is unable to dodge, but he quickly dodges and in flight from the blow, teleports back to the goblin and hits him on the pizza. The goblin is quick and jumps back when Murdoch tries to knock him off his feet. The monster tries to attack, but the boy activates Talaria's wings, causing the enemy to jump back. The goblin somehow manages to read his attacks. His fists glow red when he attacks. No matter how you look at it, it's a skill. It's amazing how a goblin constantly uses his skill without limits. The monster, meanwhile, attacks the hero with new power. Murdoch throws his sword at him, but it just bounces off the goblin's armor. Murdoch expected this to happen and takes out the dagger. He runs towards the opponent. With a polished movement, he throws the dagger at the monster, but it deflects, avoiding the blade. The monster clenches its iron gauntlets together, defending itself against Murdoch's attack. The boy realizes that his attack will not be able to do anything to the monster's gloves, so he quickly runs around him. Murdoch punches the goblin in the stomach, sending it flying backwards. Then, thanks to teleportation, the boy knocks him down. Just when Murdoch thinks he's going to finish off the monster with a blow to the pike, he activates his iron gauntlet and strikes back. The goblin falls on his back, and the boy lands on his feet and breaks with his hand. All thanks to the resistance to pain. Murdoch approaches the unconscious monster and hits it on the head with a shield. A stone appears from the goblin's body, which was given to him by a shaman of the Red Eye tribe, and the level of the hero increases as the system tells him. Murdoch reaches the recovery well and wonders what to do next. Goblin mentors appeared from the very beginning of the level and became stronger as the level progressed. At first, the hero only wanted to finish the game as soon as possible, but now he understands that speed without proper skill training will only delay him. Even if some passed level 4, they were on easy difficulty, so Murdoch is by no means a slow leveler. He decides that he must work harder, not faster, and not get distracted by worrying about things beyond his control. The boy studies his skills and realizes that he is developing not only combat skills, but also resilience and armor. After recovering in the waiting room, he decides to go back to the dungeon. Since the beginning of the 4th level, he had cleaned it twice a day. It became easy for him, but the boss's room is a completely different matter. He opens the huge door, ready to face the challenge. Suddenly, the hero finds himself in the middle of trees under a dark sky. The system tells him the final task of the level is to defeat the Goblin King. Looking around, the boy realizes that he is halfway to the top of the mountain. He decides to go upstairs. After a while, he reached the top. Seeing something interesting ahead, he decides to get a spyglass. With its help, he is able to assess the scale of the fortress and the level of protection. Thanks to his ability to hide, he will definitely not be caught. The hero does not see any entrance to the fortress, but with Talaria's wings, this will not be an obstacle. This makes him wonder how those who do not have gifts from the gods will pass this level. Murdoch decides not to waste any more time thinking and starts running towards the fortress. Thanks to the sign of the wash, he overcomes the wall of the fortress without obstacles and finds himself on top. He lands silently behind the sentinel goblin. Having crept up to a convenient distance, he kills him with a dagger. Only after getting rid of the guards can the siege really begin. Murdoch recalls how exciting it was to play hide-and-seek games, and it is at this moment that another goblin raises the alarm after seeing him. The boy realizes that hiding was optional and spreads Talaria's wings. It's time for a real battle. Having defeated all the goblins in the fortress, Murdoch enjoys the dawn. Some time ago, he thought that this world was just like any other game. But over time, he begins to think that this world really exists somewhere in the universe. He thinks it would be nice to live in a world like this. He completely cleared this fortress. There were 32 goblins in it, all ordinary rank and file, none particularly strong. The boy stands on the wall of the fortress and looks at the city nearby. The Goblin King must be there. A large city surrounded by mountains on all sides. The king must live in a castle in the middle of buildings. The technological progress of creatures amazes the boy. It doesn't look like a tribe, more like an ordinary city. It would take him a whole day to reach the city. And besides, the city is surrounded by 4 forts on the tops of each of the mountains. Murdoch has no chance of winning if he is cornered. In this case, it is better for him to either fight in this fortress or alternately destroy others that surround the city. Suddenly, he hears strange screams. Looking through the spyglass, he sees a cavalry of goblins advancing towards him. The guy counts up to 30 horsemen, and they are approaching him very quickly. This leaves him with no choice. It will be difficult for the cavalry to penetrate the fortress. Therefore, if he starts to lose, he can escape to the mountains and attack another fortress. He will be able to gradually reduce the number of soldiers, and when there is no one left in the fortresses, he will be able to penetrate the main city without problems. And once he's there, he'll wreak havoc, staying in the shadows and continuing to destroy the enemy until he reaches the king. After some time, the defeated goblin cavalry turns out to be completely defeated. Some monsters still shout some incomprehensible words. Murdoch saw the monsters communicating with each other throughout the battle. As the goblin in front shouted something, the others began to move away from the army and head towards the edges of the fortress. The warlord kept the boys' attention on him the whole time, thereby allowing some goblins to escape into the city and warn about Murdoch. Although the goblins are considered enemies, the boy is impressed by this brilliant tactic. He spreads his wings and goes after the fugitives. Quite quickly, he reaches the 3 horsemen who have ridden not far from the fortress. As an avenging angel with a righteous sword, he brings death to the first rider. Every day they send more and more soldiers. At first there were a little less than 30, and then there were already 50. When there were more than 100 of them, Murdoch left the first fortress and flew to another in the opposite direction. Thanks to his wings, he can move between fortresses in a few hours, unlike armies that take all day to do so. Goblins will never match Murdoch's speed. With these thoughts, he kills the last goblins who tried to escape. Over time, the boy destroyed all the goblin soldiers in all the fortresses. They tried to outnumber him, so they didn't bring any weapons with them. Currently, Murdoch can easily fight against the walls of the fortress against 200 goblins, thanks to his skill level, which has been increased more than once. In just 1 week, he has gained a lot of experience fighting goblins and conquering fortresses, and now he is ready to conquer the goblin capital. Meanwhile, the old goblin king sits wearily on his throne, waiting for Murdoch. The boy stops and looks through the spyglass. He watches an army of 800 goblins march towards him. The boy had been regularly defeating the goblins all week, and noticed that their overall strength and numbers had greatly decreased. It looks like the goblins are recruiting untrained simpletons into their infantry army. For 5 soldiers, only 1 is familiar with the battle. Murdoch decides it's time to go to the king's castle and wreak havoc among the empty houses. The system reports that the dueling god is upset by the hero's dishonest decisions. Murdoch does not understand this message, but then the god of chaos approves of the hero's actions. The boy isn't sure if he's doing the right thing, but decides to think about it later when he completes the level's challenges. With sunset, he imperceptibly enters the city. He can openly attack residents and escape if there are many guards. Arson is also an option, and it is even better if it is a warehouse with gunpowder. Goblins do not respawn, so the army they sent is almost all the warriors they have left. Murdoch decides that he will kill the king before the army returns, but unexpectedly the hero notices 2 goblins calmly walking down the street. It turns out to be a mother and a child. Looking closely, he notices ordinary citizens, children, men and women living their normal, peaceful lives. This cannot be a simple illusion created by the game. Murdoch feels anxiety in his heart. If this world exists in the universe, then the real monster is a guy who just came here and started killing goblins. None of the goblins he met gave up without a fight. The goblins looked at Murdoch with hatred and rushed at him with incredible anger. The goblins hugged their fallen comrades and wept over their bodies. This is not similar to the behavior of the game characters, enemy dolls. Murdoch had killed an infinite number of goblins, but it wasn't so hard for him as long as he saw reality as a game. The goblins must be an illusion, aka will respawn when the level is restarted. He tries to believe that the system created them, and they will respawn and behave the same if you restart the game. The hero decides not to sow chaos in the city. He still has time before the army returns, so for now, He will just kill the Goblin King before they return. Murdoch approaches the castle on the wings. He tries to figure out how to find the king and where such a respectable person could be. Having flown around the castle, the boy notices a broken window. He decides to break right there. His assumption turns out to be correct. His defenders stand before the king. They look strong, but Murdoch will defeat them easily. The boy uses the sign of the moment and with its power pushes the king's defenders aside. Murdoch finds himself right in front of the Goblin King without encountering resistance. He draws his sword and charges at the king. When the sword almost touches the king's throat, he stops the boy with his tongue, holding out his hand in front of him. The king calmly says something that Murdoch takes to be a refusal to be deterred. The guy says he can't understand him. The old goblin looks him straight in the eye. In response to this, the boy promises him a death without suffering. With one movement of the sword, he interrupts the life of the king and he falls to the ground. Murdoch looks around and notices two small goblins hiding behind the pillar. He tells them to run because he doesn't want them dead. The hero receives rewards for completing the level and fulfilling all the conditions. Many gods are willing to grant him abilities in exchange for experience points. He accepts the reward and gains a skill called Knowledge of Babylonian Times of level 5. At the same moment, the cries of the little goblins became clear to him. They shout that he is a monster and the gods will punish him. Murdoch thinks how to explain to them that killing them all was his mission from the game. The goblins hate and curse him for the suffering he has caused them. He kept telling himself that it wasn't real, but now he believed more and more that it could be reality. The system reports that the god of adventure is ignoring what happened, and the god of slowness is completely pissed off. The game suddenly throws the guy out of the level. He ends up in a clearing where Kiri is usually. The teacher jumps back at the sight of Murdoch. He asks why she is avoiding him. She apologizes to him for her reaction, but he assures her that anyone would not want to approach a person covered in blood. She asks him not to be mad at her, and he tells her to stop making a fuss about small things. He has something more important on his mind: why the game forcefully kicked him out of the level after he read the message. The gods are angry with him and may be interfering with Murdoch's origins. He asks the mentor to answer a few of his questions and says that he has the opportunity to ask anything. He asks her to tell him about the gods in as much detail as possible. She says that the gods are interested in Murdoch because they want to make sure that he is worthy to be their apostle. In order to interest the god, you need to fulfill secret conditions. Moreover, to become an apostle, one must really like God. The hero has become an unheard-of case, having interested too, so one day he will have to decide. Kiri explains more about the god of slowness, who follows the endless flow of time for eternity and has never made a mistake. Murdoch had already guessed that the god of slowness was not only responsible for speed. He asks about the god of adventure, but the mentor says that the question limit has been reached. She tells him not to worry about the knowledge and the situations that happen during the levels. Murdoch just yawns as he remembers the little goblin's eyes that were filled with tears. He decides to leave the subject, and Kiri helps the boy choose a new weapon. He buys 2 new swords and even a gun. It turns out that the gun will be needed for the 5th level, and that's why Murdoch bought it. But because of that, he got the old shield. The boy thanks the teacher and promises to bring her sweets next time. He finally reached the 5th level out of 100. What scares him is that he cannot remember the names and faces of the people he met on the 1st level. Murdoch decides to collect his thoughts before passing. It is dangerous to fight the enemy when your thoughts are far from the battle. It didn't matter if the goblins were real or not, they weren't like soulless shells. They had society and families, morals and emotions. If they weren't illusions created by the game world, then Murdoch's actions were simply different. He killed them according to his own judgment, but the boy did not understand what was the reason for this. They certainly weren't the first to attack him. The goblins just defended themselves all the time and tried to fight back. They fought only to defeat the invader. Remembering the past, Murdoch realized that the goblins in his path were only protecting and guarding. He was the one who started the battle. They hindered him on the way to the goal, and that is why they were killed even before they attacked. Even now, countless people die because of monsters in the real world. That's why the guy needs to get stronger. He fights for his own family and will pursue his goal as long as he can, regardless of enemies. Only the winner gets what he wants. The only obstacle is that the losers here will simply die. This is a game for life. He must not hesitate during the battle, even if these thoughts persist, and the boy continues to have them. One should not expect such a moral question to be so easily resolved. Even Kirikiri was worried about Murdoch's well-being. He decides to remember this from time to ask himself without undue pressure, so that the weight of these questions does not eat him from the inside. Meanwhile, on another level, in the representative guild, the players rest on the floor. Two girls are hiding behind a column. One of them asks Ayla not to do what she has planned, because she is afraid that they will be caught. Tar looks around, but still opens the game menu. One of Larry's henchmen passes by them. The girl is obviously afraid of him. Ayla carefully takes the dried meat out of the inventory. If the guild leadership saw this, they would beat them both. She orders him to be hidden in her clothes and eats little by little while the others do not see. Scavengers take all the food they find. All those who resisted were brutally beaten. The leadership gained strength by clearing the level of the game, and that is why they do not allow others to pass it. The girl regrets that she gave away her weapons so easily. They saw portals to other worlds, weapons, status windows, as if they were in some fictional world, but they are left in the shadows without information. They don't know how to deal with players who threaten them. Suddenly, one of the henchmen of the guild leader notices Ayla using the game menu and is very unhappy about it. Larry smiles like a cat that has caught a mouse. There are always dishonest people who, moreover, do not know their place. He decides to use Ayla to show what will happen to anyone who goes against him. During the first passage of the first level, Larry was barely breathing when he reached the end of the tunnel. He reached the well and the boss's room. Looking doomed at the door, he was afraid to go any further. But suddenly the system informed him that the time for passing was exhausted, and he failed the task. He grips his sword with fear and begins to disappear from the dungeon. And that's just to end up in the waiting room before the level. He was not the only one who failed the first level. Larry yawns in relief as he surveys the other players. Then, the second set began, and then more and more new players appeared in the waiting room. They were no different from him, the same lost views. Larry decided to become a king to rule this world. The representative guild extended its power from the first level waiting rooms to the second. The guild controlled food supplies, blocked the abilities of those who wanted to play the game themselves. They made an example for others. Even if time has passed while waiting in the room before the level, players can backtrack before entering the boss room. You have to survive on your own for almost a month, but after that, you can get the fruits of your labor. King and slaves. This is exactly the order of society to which Larry went. He made novices and cowards his slaves. It's hard to die in waiting rooms, but it's possible. That's what keeps everyone under control. If the slaves continue to pass the test, the king will have an inexhaustible supply of food for the guild, and this will create stability. Larry will be able to conquer all waiting rooms of all difficulty levels in time, and then his kingdom will be complete. If the pawns decide to ask for help from those above their level, he already has a plan of action on this account. All dissenters will be destroyed for the sake of the public good. Larry will do everything he can to create a perfect world for the perfect king that he is. Meanwhile, in the 5th level room, Murdoch reviews his skills. Character level increased by as much as 2 at level 4. The pace of development amazes the boy himself. His level and fighting skills had increased greatly, but his resistance skills remained at their previous level. Out of the blue, Murdoch receives a new private message. A player named Kyle wrote to him. The guy noticed him several times in the joint chat. He wonders why he wrote to him. Kyle finds Murdoch incredible because of his hellish rate of development. All the others died before the 2nd level. He writes that even hard difficulty players cannot overcome the 3rd level. Murdoch realizes that he owes his pace to gifts from the gods, but ordinary players don't know they exist. Kyle says that the representative guild is banning players from passing through and taking away their points and food. Murdoch is not surprised by this news. The guy wonders if he can help. Kyle asks if Murdoch knows about the day of the big gathering. Murdoch knows that one of the best players got information about him from a mentor. The grand gathering will be the first event where players from each difficulty level will see each other. That's all the information Murdoch has. Kyle says the big gathering is coming soon. He asks to keep their correspondence secret because they do not know who could be the informant of the guild representatives. The guy is interested in the guild representatives, their intentions. He wonders if they will try to attract high-profile players to their ranks. Murdoch cannot lose to a level 5 boss, no matter who he is. He does not have the luxury of letting someone beat him. After starting the passage, he is forced to fight with lizard people. He is trying to get used to using a sword with one sharp edge, but it is not easy for him. 2 days have passed since the boys started the 5th level. Monsters in this level are lizard people who are much more ferocious than goblins. They don't build defensive structures, but compared to goblins, their combat abilities are much higher, so they are difficult to fight. Murdoch mentions that the previous level was relatively easy for him, and he suffered no losses. With experience, clearing level 5 is easier than it could be. All skills are subject to development, but for today, training is enough. Murdoch decides to go back to the waiting room and prepare for the big gathering. It is difficult to reproduce the conditions for increasing resistance to temperatures, loss of consciousness, and numbness. He decides that the easiest way to recreate the burn resistance is with a potion. Many messages in the shared chat only panic. The representative guild does not show its nose. The date of the meeting was announced a few hours ago. Those sitting in the chat seem interested, as if they have nothing to do with the guild. The information was spread by a high-ranking player. Once enough people saw this, the chat atmosphere turned into a pre-holiday one. For the first time in a long time, players will be able to simply meet and get to know each other, see each other face to face. For some, it has become the rain after the drought. Murdoch doubts that everything will end peacefully, but even he is overwhelmed by the atmosphere of the holiday. The system informs that there is 1 day left until the start of the meeting. It will be held at the 3rd level. Every player will be forcibly transferred. On the day of the meeting, a portal appears in front of Murdoch. He readily enters it. The system tells you that the gathering will last for a day, that it is forbidden to attack others, and that all wounds will be instantly healed. The boy looks around and recognizes the field where he usually meets Kurikiri. Some players have also already moved here and are communicating with each other. Murdoch feels uncomfortable because he hasn't been in a place with so many people in a long time. Suddenly, someone approaches the boy from behind and asks for an autograph. It turns out to be Kyle, a normal difficulty player. He says he knew Murdoch back in his pro gaming days. Kyle says that he should have told about his past in esports, and then no one would have doubted his competence. It turns out that the guild representatives have not yet appeared, and apparently they are planning to come at the very end of the meeting. They already had to be forcibly transferred here, so they are probably now in the active stage of passing the level. Guild members exist on the 1st and 2nd levels. They specifically took away the 1st level so that newcomers would not have the opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, high-ranking players approach the boys. Kyle advises Murdoch to be more careful, as it remains to be seen if there are guild spies among the other levels. The boy asks how strong the hero is compared to the others. He answers that he is the strongest of all but hides it. The boys communicate with other members with the sole purpose of finding members of the Guild of Representatives. Someone at the highest levels controls everything, but no one knows who exactly. For now, it's best to let everyone talk to each other. Murdoch decides to see if the reports of harming others are true and what happens if he harms himself. In some places, the blade simply slips off, and in others, the wound heals instantly. Even if you try to hit yourself on the hand with your fist, it does not give any pain, as well as trying to strangle yourself, as if there is a barrier around the participants. Kyle approaches the hero and says that they need to discuss something, but he has already forgotten who is addressing him. Kyle is kind and tries to help even when there is no reward for him, but he is hard to remember. Murdoch says that everyone should know about the guild's actions, but Kyle stops him because the whistleblower could be in danger. It turns out that some player informed Kyle that he was being held hostage. He became a victim of the organization and cannot escape. The representative guild makes gangs at every difficulty level. Kyle figures there are at least 10 reps on normal difficulty, as well as hard. Either Lara has a very compelling narrative, or many people just like to use others for their own gratification. Murdoch can tell that the people in this world's armor are stronger. Even the way they walk is different and helps you understand what level of difficulty they are. People with simple complexity are usually more relaxed and cheerful. There is little to distinguish them from ordinary average people. It is much easier for them to gain level points because the traps and enemies are much easier than the others. On normal difficulty, there are people who barely manage to survive and those who occupy the main positions in the ranking, like Kyle. The overall mood of the challenging level was most unique. Many did not pass the 2nd level, and those who could were tied to the third. Many returned early to the waiting room and did not want to take the risk of completing the level. They knew each other well because of that. Those who tried to pass the third level wore blank expressions because they could not make progress in the game. Murdoch explained that they needed to increase their resistance by getting back to the waiting room in time. To increase the resistance to high temperature, it is enough to squeeze the heating stone in your hand. Everyone started calling for help to help Murdoch. He explains that there is an automatic recovery here, and it is the only way to increase the temperature resistance. Kyle asks what the boy's resistance level is, to which he replies that he has raised his cold resistance to 4 and his burn resistance to 7. The players go crazy with such high numbers, so Murdoch decides not to tell them that his pain resistance level is at 11. Kyle stops the boy and draws his attention to someone in the crowd. Both frown. It turns out to be a guild of representatives led by Larry, who is satisfied with life. Kyle approaches the guild leader and suggests that they talk, because he heard that the guild is taking food and water from regular players. Moreover, they play with clearing levels and some cruel things. Larry smiles at these accusations. He says that Kyle will need proof to make such incredible accusations. He says that the evidence was in the chats, but the guild leader says that you shouldn't believe everything that unknown people write. Meanwhile, 3 high-ranking players approach them. Kyle's resistance group includes a few players on normal difficulty, and the guild has a lot of easy difficulty and a little bit of normal and hard. The people behind Lara and his henchmen look like frightened victims. Things could be worse than everyone thought. Suddenly, Murdoch meets the girl's gaze behind him. She nods to him as if giving a signal. Murdoch does not have time to understand what this means when the girl has already started running towards him. The guild leader tries to stop her, but a stream of energy knocks him back. It turns out to be Murdoch, who grabs the girl and runs away with her in his arms. The girl saw that he was the only one who calmly watched. His demeanor made him stand out from the crowd. Larry killed her older sister, but before that she managed to tell the information she knew. The older sister told her about the player Murdoch, the only one on hellish difficulty. Others treated him as a liar, but he posted a lot of information for beginners about traps. And it was he who was now standing in front of her, among players of ordinary difficulty, who considered him a liar. He must have earned their respect if he stood here. He was the only one she could rely on, and that's when their eyes met. She is the same informer, and if he doesn't do something, it will all be for nothing. To beat and catch the pig red-handed, she will need Murdoch's help. She doesn't have a plan, but she has to get to the player first. Even when Larry tries to stop her, she keeps running. Murdoch holds her and asks what she wanted from him. Meanwhile, the guild leader clutches his stomach and bends in half in pain. The hero looks at him and does not understand why he is making such a noise about the light blow he gave while running past. Larry asks why he beats people for no reason. His henchmen start shouting in his defense. In response to the threat, Murdoch releases Talaria's wings to defend herself. He thinks that if they don't like something, they can attack him at least now. People from the guild are surprised by the appearance of the wings and ask where they are from. Larry starts to back off and say that it was a misunderstanding and he can explain everything. Murdoch says they can clear things up right now. Larry will receive several injuries, but they will not be fatal. He suggests that the leader perceive this as an increase in pain resistance. Larry screams for his henchmen to step in and do something. The first henchman runs at Murdoch with a sword, but he twists his arm. He hits the boy with the axe several times, causing him to lose consciousness. Thanks to these two, the hero understands how the restoration works in the rooms. Sacrifices will be short-lived, but effective if a certain force is applied. He sees how Kyle and his friends surround the people from the guild so that they do not escape. Suddenly, one of his henchmen approaches him and asks what skills he uses. He recognizes a player of normal difficulty who conquered the 6th level. The man says that Murdoch isn't the only one using the skill and pulls out a spear that glows purple. Murdoch sees that the magic looks like an ability boost and says he's ready to strike. The boy takes out his sword and demands to show the same skill that the black-haired man says. The man thrusts his spear at Murdoch, who deftly dodges the blow. The boy hits the attacker in the stomach with a sword, causing him to fly back. The hero watches as the man's blood evaporates from his sword and the wound heals quickly. The man clumsily runs after the spear he dropped. Murdoch finds it hard to believe that he is a top player. He turns to the other members of the guild, and they only shudder and are afraid that now it will be their turn. Murdoch takes out both of his swords and says that he is ready to defend his words. Some time has passed since that moment. The boy rests on the grass, enjoying the pleasant breeze. But he doesn't do very well because of the squealing of pigs in the background. Players fight guild members after everything is revealed. His swordsmanship grew. Previously, he developed skills to avoid opponents and attack passively, blocking blows with a shield and striking with speed. The opponents were so weak that he was able to try many new styles of strikes. In his opinion, they were weaker than a single goblin. He wants to practice some more, but the line in front of him is very long. Everyone increases their skills by beating bad guys. Kyle suggested the idea. Instead of starting one-on-one fights, tie up those beaten by Murdoch. After killing all the representatives in the guild, the boys didn't know what to do with them next. And it was at this moment that Angelina approached them. As one of the guild's victims, she was an informant for Kyle. She suggested sending the players from level 1 to level 2 and prepare in case they planned revenge. And also, in order to prevent a recurrence of the situation, to use the guild representatives as punching bags, to practice combat skills as a punishment. Moreover, this punishment will help victims overcome their fear and become strong enough to fight back. She told all the players what was going on and gained support even from those who had not heard of the situation. With each of her words, she united the victims more and more, and the top players followed Kyle's example and supported her. Many supported her proposal, so now the guild helps players by becoming punching bags. 13 hours remained until the end of the meeting. Murdoch contemplates going to sleep, but Angelina joins him. Murdoch feels uncomfortable because he doesn't know what to say. The girl apologizes for invading his personal space and thanks him for his help on behalf of her older sister and herself. She admits that she's uncomfortable being cheeky, but she has a request for the boy. She told him everything that happened, even the details of life before the game. She told how her sister died, and now she asked the hero to lend her his power. She promises to pay him back, but the guy says that's not the point. She says she wants power right now, and Murdoch mentions the gun. The bullets explode after hitting the target. The girl promises that from now on she will live by helping others, and with this, she will pay off the debt. Angelina decides that now is the time to test the gun. She approaches the guild leader, who is now being beaten by another player. He cries and fearfully looks up at the girl with the gun. Murdoch approaches them and wants to see what she's up to. She takes out the grease, and the boy wonders to himself where she got it from. Angelina lubricates her thumb and brings it to Lara's face. He asks her to leave him. She sticks her finger into the boy's eye socket and rubs the lids well from the inside, drawing screams of pain from Lara. When she's done with her finger, she sticks the gun barrel into Lara's skull with a blank expression on her face. Blood and tears mingle with screams of pain. One push of the trigger is enough for the girl to complete what she set out to do. Larry gets instant death from the shot because it cracked open his skull. The girl praises the gun for its usefulness and thanks Murdoch for his help. After taking revenge on her sister's killer, Angelina disappeared without joy on her face, without a purpose. She calmly raised her hand in the air and announced the creation of the Order of Resistance. Many of the victims decided to join the Order, but it looked as if they were planning to join before the big meeting. Of course, the high-ranking players who helped destroy the guild also joined the Order, including Kyle and Murdoch. The Supervisory Order decided to create a list of rules that will ensure the safety of players, and not high-ranking players, but beginners and weak people. Violators will be dealt with by members of the Order. Some tried to resist, but at the end of the day, the decision was made. After that, 3 henchmen of the guild representatives were executed. It was decided that the others would be under constant surveillance in the future. After being executed by gun and violence in their direction, they looked very dejected. Some players sacrificed passing and decided to stay in the first levels, just in case something happened, and to help newbies. Murdoch, having finished putting order among the players, finally returned to complete the 5th level. His sword skills have increased significantly, so now is the time to beat this level boss. Murdoch finds himself in a strange dark room and sees a lizard in armor in front of him. A barrier separates them. The system reports that the battle will begin in half a minute. The game offers the boy to fight with one panther. Murdoch suspects that this creature may be stronger than the goblin army. The task of the boss room this time is to defeat the dark shadow warrior Idaltar. The boy takes out his shield and sword and looks willingly at the lizard. Meanwhile, His green opponent raises his trident and rises from the floor. Murdoch suspects that the Dark Shadow Warrior will not attack first. Meanwhile, the lizard examines the boy. From his look and posture, Murdoch understands that he is not an ordinary opponent. There is a lot of distance between them, and he does not want to attack first. The lizard doesn't look too strong, but it doesn't move towards the boy, examining him silently. Murdoch doubts whether he should make the first move to dislodge the enemy. The girl writes that Kirikiri advised her to have a gun, a repeller, a sprayer, and a speed potion. Murdoch replies that you need to buy it all. He says that you shouldn't usually rely on items, but the level 5 boss is not very common. The boy sees that the lizard is nervous. He was told that lizards are very aggressive and proud, but his title includes dark and shadowy, a lizard that does not look like an ordinary lizard. Murdoch suddenly turns to the lizard and acknowledges its power, saying that he has never seen a spearman with the same power. The boy says he feels empowered by the pose and smell, and considers it an honor to fight him, and will die proud if the time comes. The lizard looks pleased. He says it's unusual to meet someone who speaks their language. He recognizes his power, and in honor of this, gives Murdoch the first 3 attempts to hit him. The boy smiles and rejoices at such an opportunity. While this won't be a huge advantage, it's still a valuable gift. Murdoch activates Talaria's wings and decides to punish the lizard for its audacity. He combines the wings and the mark of the wash to deliver a single fatal blow. But the lizard in response evaporates the upper part of the body and thus avoids the attack. The lizard attacks the boy with a trident, but he jumps aside in time. The lizard closes the distance but doesn't get too close, allowing the hero the last 2 hits. The lizard praises Murdoch's skill and says he wants to marry him. This confuses Murdoch. He did not expect words about marriage, and he no longer expected that his opponent was a woman. The lizard smiles at him. Murdoch goes crazy with the unreality of what is happening and throws a sword at her, which goes through her body. He admits that he threw the sword without thinking, but the lizard also avoided the blow as he expected. The boy wants to cut off the lizard's hand, but it mirrors him with its trident. With the next move, Murdoch hits the lizard in the spade with the shield, knocking it back from him. They retreat from each other to a safe distance. The lizard can hit him very well, even after hitting him in the head. She is a master who attacks at the opportunity and does not want to lose the initiative in battle. She smiles, which sends ants down his spine. She says that she has been waiting for a strong male for a long time. She is sure that they are able to overcome the differences in their species and offers to try sleeping with her. Murdoch hopes that his language skills are mistaken for translation. Meanwhile, the lizard says her name is Idletar, but he might call her Iddy. The boy gets angry and says that he is not going to share his name with the lizards. It activates combat concentration. He decides to concentrate on the fight, while Iddy asks why he is refusing her. He says he doesn't want to deal with a crazy lizard. She says that he is very rude, and it is very impolite to judge people by their appearance. He evaluates the opponent once again. Her movements are very accurate. She confidently avoids attacks and applies them only at the most convenient moments. But even vaporization has its drawbacks. The skill has a limited time and takes time to cool down. He finds a solution for himself. Iddy says that he is very rude, but if he doesn't want to stay with her, she will make him. Murdoch is afraid that he got a psychopath in love instead of an enemy, and grits his teeth. Meanwhile, the lizard is already flying at him, opening its mouth full of teeth. She clutches a trident in her hand and runs to the hero. He is worried that he will not be able to block such a force and activates combat concentration. Iddy's power turns out to be very powerful, and the trident actually pierces through the shield, bleeding Murdoch. He swipes the lizard from its trident, which is stuck in his shield, and cuts off its arm. Iddy turns at the same moment to use his jaw, but Murdoch uses a momentary shift and avoids her wrath. They exchanged one punch. Things didn't quite go as planned, but she ended up taking more damage than he did. She admits that she almost lost her neck instead of an arm, so she will stop thinking of him as a mate and start thinking of him as an enemy to be killed. She flexes her muscles, and Murdoch realizes that she has entered her second phase. She hits the ground where the guy is standing, but he deftly bounces back. Iddy pins him against the column with attacks that he miraculously avoids. He had already used the move several times, and it was unknown how long she would be able to maintain this form. She aims at his head, but he ducks in time. From a bent position, he runs forward with a sword in his hand, aiming at her heart. but she turns out to be faster and tries to knock him off his feet with her tail. He used Talaria's wings in time, but was still thrown back. Murdoch flies up to her and admits that she is too strong for him. She asks what's the point of changing her mind now. He says he needs time to think carefully about the best course of action. Iddy's eyes are burning with rage. She does not understand why Murdoch has time to think. He says that she caught him off guard with her words and he just needs a moment to think. First of all, the boy decides to regain his health and strength. Although the lizard is in a hurry, he calmly asks her to be patient. Murdoch takes out another sword and looks closely at his opponent. He focuses, preparing to use a skill that has failed him 90% of the time. If he fails, she will kill him. Using movement and wings were his only options, but he has more tricks up his sleeve. He decides to add up his sword speed and his movement speed. Thanks to this, he will succeed in dissecting her until she begins to vaporize her body. He activates the instant orb and cuts her to pieces in an instant. Iddy's body parts fly around. The room fills with steam. She still managed to use her ability. But Murdoch doesn't give her a chance to escape. He pushes her away with his wings, hitting different parts of her body. The lizard falls, but manages to catch the boy behind him, and they fly away together. Murdoch regains consciousness and sees Iddy's mutilated body in front of him. He somehow managed to survive and his body refuses to obey. He wants to use a potion or the door to the waiting room, but stops. He mentions that after defeating the boss, he automatically regenerates. Besides, there was no message. From the other end of the room, he hears the faint voice of Iddy accusing him of being cruel to her. She crawls slowly towards him, blood pouring from her jaw. The sight makes Murdoch wince. She says that she will not kill him, but force him to become her husband. Murdoch is currently looking for a way out for himself. She slowly approaches him and promises to make him her mate. Murdoch starts to get nervous, but tells himself to pull himself together. The boy does not understand why she is so fond of him, but decides that now is not the time for such thoughts. He opens the game menu and searches the list of items for what he might need. He finds a warming stone and mentions that cold-blooded animals are very sensitive to sudden changes in temperature. She moves closer to him, and he grips the rock in his hand, hoping to shove it right into her mouth. But when there is less than a meter between her and Murdoch, Iddy falls to the ground and does not move. But when the guy was already hoping for an ending, she weakly says that he recognized her strength and that is why he is her soulmate and her partner. But then she falls to the ground again. Murdoch says that she is a much better warrior than her siblings. He says he understands where her insecurity and obsession might come from. If she had a bad past, he apologizes and says they were destined to kill each other. At this very moment, signs appear in front of Murdoch about the rewards for clearing the level. His injuries are recovering. Many gods want to give him special power. The guy doubts, but still accepts the gift. He gains the ability to summon the dead of an unknown level. The dead are summoned for a certain period of time, and only 5 times. Murdoch is amazed by this opportunity, and the fact that it was given to him. The god of slowness looks at the situation with concern. Suddenly, a glowing stone appears above Iddy. This is the soul stone of a sinister lizard from the swamps of Aden. Murdoch doesn't like the idea of conscripting Iddy because she'll start calling him husband again. He chooses to ignore this ability for now. No matter how you look at it, the gods are definitely playing a foul game. He goes through the portal to the Kirikiri clearing. Kirikiri says it was cruel to play with a woman's heart. Murdoch only replies that he wasn't going to make love there with a lizard. Meanwhile, the portal on the 6th level shows that a team is required to pass, but the only name on the list is Murdoch. The teacher eats dessert and says that the flirtation from the 5th level boss is a strange event, and is most likely the reason for the increased interest of the gods. Murdoch says he has one question from level 5, but Kirikiri refuses to answer without even listening to him. Goblins and lizards have their own culture and society. Murdoch is sure that their worlds are not part of the game and really exist, or these levels were created in the likeness of those that exist. Most likely, the world of educational games also exists, judging by the teacher's reaction. Murdoch is sure that the monsters that appeared on Earth are also related to the world of the game. But he notices that the girl's face has become completely empty. He understands that he will not get answers from her, so he promises not to ask anymore. Kirikiri says that if he tries to glean information from her reaction, she will completely shut down her emotions. When the boy is about to leave, The mentor advises him to think a little better about the prize stone. Murdoch is surprised by her words. She says that Idletar will make a great ally, but she needs to be convinced. The hero says that he is not sure that he will be able to convince her. He promises to collect more points and buy the necessary items next time. Kirakiri advises him to stock up on potions, because the ones the boy has will not be enough for the 6th level. In the end, Murdoch used all his points to buy potions. He never regretted buying things that the mentor advised. In parting, the girl says that even if the 6th level will delay him a lot, she will wait for him. Murdoch finds himself on the 6th level and is immediately stunned by its conditions. A team is needed to pass. All of a sudden, it's a team level, and you still need 5 people. There are not 5 people in the entire hell level. The gods must have decided to make fun of his suffering. It doesn't even have the ability to combine with other difficulty levels. However, the boy can summon Idletar. The lizard is his only chance for the team. But he quickly rejects this idea and is not going to ever bring it up. The system reports that the god of adventure is disappointed with his decision. Murdoch imagines this god as a lecherous grandfather with no job and no hobbies. The god of adventure is pleasantly surprised by this picture. The team play system has affected many players. Many wanted it, discussed roles in the team. The bad thing is that the chance for a team game for Murdoch died at the 1st level. He decides to try to pass alone because the system did not prohibit it. But he is not sure if he can handle the game for 5 people who played the game on hellish difficulty. After the gifts from the gods, he never once felt like a weakling. Both the god of adventure and the god of slowness gave him useful abilities. Since the beginning of the game, he's become stronger in all aspects, including creativity, judgment, responsibility, adaptability, reaction, and so on. The guy wonders why this level has 5 hellishly difficult players, but still decides to try. He lands on his knee, emerging from the portal. The game welcomes him to the 6th level. The guy looks around. It is surrounded by strange walls, and right in front of it is a hearth. He notices that there are 2 portals in the room. One apparently leads to the waiting room, and the message before the other prompts him to pass the ordeal through the passage. He remembers being told about this level. The first part of the level is a room with a fire, but the rest of the level is an endless challenge. He decides not to waste time near the flame and moves to another part of the level. The guy looks around and realizes that the tunnel is similar to the first level, but instead of a portal at the end, there is a stone gate. Murdoch tries to open the door, but the system says he can't go through. The boy suspects that they lead to a world outside the game. A message from the system appears in front of the hero, telling the story of this world. 50 years have passed since the dark monks of the Church of Baha were persecuted by the Pantheon. In the church, they resurrected the dead and turned their souls into evil spirits. There were 16 monks in the church, including Kayejas. They successfully escaped from the Pantheon and hid in this place, in the White Mountains. This place was called the New World because a god used to live here. The monks decided to hide their terrible creations behind the energy of the deity. Only a band of brave warriors can hold off the army of the dead until the holy knights of the Pantheon arrive. The main task is to hold the dead in the tunnel and destroy their entire army and 16 monks. Murdoch begins to go through possible options for fighting. The ceiling is too low, so it will be difficult to use the wings, but the passage is wide enough. The first task is to wait for the holy knights, but there is no telling when they will arrive. Most likely, they will not appear so quickly. The guy takes out his shield and decides to go to meet the same army of the dead. Having passed 4 hours forward, he feels the ground shaking under his feet. Pieces of stone fall from the walls. Peeking into the darkness of the tunnel, Murdoch sees a bunch of skeletons in armor and with swords. They walk in a straight line. The end of the army is not in sight. The boy steps back and decides that they don't look too strong, and if he uses the tunnel, the ordeal won't be dangerous. A big problem is their number. The end of this army is not in sight. There may be more than 10,000 of them, and there is also the possibility that new ones are still being created. In this case, Murdoch will have to kill more skeletons than he creates. The boy's endurance and the speed of his shots remain in question. Most likely the hero will not have time to finish even in 2 months. Murdoch activates his wings and summons his weapon, ready to engage in combat. He blocked the passage with his wings so that the skeletons would not reach the exit. He attacks the first skeleton, slicing through its skull. It is followed by the second and third. The boy learns that their weak point is the skull because they will continue to fight unless their skull is crushed. Sometimes he comes across skeletons with better armor than others. Most likely they are army commanders. One of the commanders gives a battle cry, and after that the eye sockets of the other skeletons light up red. Murdoch realizes that he didn't have time. He no longer has room to retreat. No matter how many skeletons he kills, there is no end in sight to the army, and he did not see the monks at all behind this endless army. After 2 days of endless fighting, the 6th level ended in defeat. Murdoch polishes the incubator with the egg, humming a tune softly. He completed his training. There are still a few things to complete, but if you pay enough attention, the dragon egg will hatch soon. After the dragon appears, he will bathe it in an elixir and give a blessing so that it will soon receive various resistance skills. He also prepared the necessary food and a dragon's heart so that the baby dragon would recognize him as its father. Thanks to one person, he learned a lot about reptiles. Of course, things usually don't go according to plan, especially on hell difficulty. Murdoch decided to make himself some coffee when he got a message. This is a message from Kyle, who was now level 99. He is writing to say goodbye because he will be leaving the game soon. Murdoch writes that he thought the boy would remain at level 30 for the rest of his life. Kyle replies that he's going to live a quiet and peaceful life. Murdoch says he knew the boy wouldn't be running around fighting monsters in real life. Murdoch says that Kyle will be influential in politics and would like to say goodbye to him at a big meeting. The guy replies that he is tired of meetings. Murdoch says there will be another meeting soon, but no date is known. Kyle says that the meeting only happens when there are serious problems, and if there was a conference, Angelina would know about it. This means the meeting will be after she finishes the game. Angelina likes to root out the problem. Kyle asks if anything has changed between Murdoch and the girl. He's puzzled by the question. The boy asks him to look after the girl when he leaves the game. Kyle mentions a rookie with high hopes. Murdoch says that he should not be too happy because few people have reached the 6th level. Murdoch reached level 6 in a month, but it is unknown if the newbie can beat level 6. The newbie is an archer and can handle it, but he needs help. The first 10 levels can be easily overcome with the right weapons and luck. Kyle asks how strong Murdoch is compared to a danger level 6 monster because people in the real world will ask him. Until recently, the classification included groups from the 1st to the 5th level, but recently, 2 more levels were added. Monsters of the 6th level are a danger to the entire nation. Now there are 4 such monsters on Earth. Such monsters are very territorial. The world's strongest armies are being mobilized to fight them. Murdoch says that based on the information they have recently received, he is strong enough. Kyle laughs because he's heard that answer before. Each dialogue with Kyle ended with a discussion of memories of the past. From the time they first met, to their disagreements and adventures. They only saw each other a few times during large gatherings, but the boy cherishes these memories. Kyle has become his friend and family member, and it will be very lonely not being able to communicate with him even through text. The guy says goodbye and says that they will meet in the real world. Murdoch asks everyone to pass on his greetings. Murdoch gasps for air as he finds himself in the waiting room. It was his first defeat and the end of his 3rd month. It's the 4th month in the game, and he has to try again, but the chance of clearing him with these characteristics is very low. He had come close to death many times, but he had never felt so helpless. He is not sure that he has the ability to pass the 6th level. It reminds him of the time he lost a rookie and had to retire from pro gaming. Soon, newcomers began to appear in the game and bring news with them. News about the complete destruction of one of the regions of Korea. Other front lines remained intact. This was not enough to calm the people, because other countries were not so successful against the monsters. At the same time, Angelina started a war against the past members of the Representative Guild as they began to gain activity again. The war ended rather quickly. No less than 8 people were executed. There were rumors that Angelina herself beheaded one of the rebels with a gun. Many doubted that she would remain at the post of head of the civil militia. Even Murdoch doubted whether she would become a fighter for justice or be blinded by revenge. But the boy wouldn't interfere until he had to. Kyle was also busy. He helped newbies, made a guide, and distributed it among the players. He also started a trading system where special items for specific people were marked with a special set of numbers. While Angelina drew attention to crimes, Kyle created conditions for comfortable communication between people. Instead of focusing on the highest levels, Kyle focused on helping those who were lagging behind. Murdoch didn't sit idly by either. With the beginning of the 4th month, new participants appeared on the infernal difficulty. One chose while he was drunk, the other thought it didn't matter, and chose randomly. When Murdoch reflects on his first team, they chose difficulty deliberately, even if none of them survived except the boy himself. Murdoch helped the newbies in as much detail as possible about the difficulty, taught them how to dodge and power up. Right now, he is waiting for the result. One of the newbies shouts that he can't do it and couldn't see any arrows. He was lucky to fall, but he wouldn't have been able to block something like that. In the end, one died in the first attempt, and the other had a nervous breakdown. Murdoch tried very hard, but it did not produce any results. He doesn't know what else he can do to help them. The rookie spent 30 days in front of the portal, eating the food Murdoch gave him, and then in the waiting room and progressed nowhere. The newcomer can spend his whole life there, and Murdoch does not know how to help him, because he has his own way. He sits in a room with a hearth and eats cooked food. The boy ponders how he can clear the 6th level. He clutches the soul stones of 2 goblins and a lizard in his hand. If he summons them, he will gain 3 allies. If they become his allies, it might work. They can split into 3 teams and take turns attacking. Or they can protect their power, helping each other at the same time. When the commander appears, someone can eliminate him in time. If there are 4 of them, it will be easy to break through the army of the dead. The draft really has potential. It is hard to believe that the gods gave him this skill at the 6th level, but you can summon for a limited period of time, and there should be more levels ahead where you will need this skill. The only way out for the boy is to become as strong as 5 people together. He will fight until he feels the breath of death, and only then will he give up. If he passes this level with tricks, there is a high probability that he will not be able to pass the next level. The only way for Murdoch to pass this level is to focus on growing and try not to die. His level and skill will increase with mastery. The waiting room will help him recover. With sufficient willpower, he will be able to conquer any peak. In any role-playing game, there are elements of pumping, and nothing is impossible if you put in enough effort. From this moment, he will stop complaining and start hunting. He will show everyone the mastery of persistence of a professional player. End of the 4th month. An attempt to clear the 6th level failed. The girl with blue hair does not understand why no one listens to the boy and dies. She carefully read all the posts and now she is bored. The girl's name is Laura, and she is at the 6th level on the infernal difficulty. She admires Murdoch and his story. He became the strongest player in the game, and she knew him before he got here. He is talked about a lot in the real world. Once she saw him in a program that her sister was watching. She said that the person on the screen is a professional gamer. At the time, she thought he should be a celebrity, not a gamer, but she didn't fixate on him. And now this man has become her mentor in this dangerous world. She accidentally entered this world, and he supported her throughout the journey. She would have died already without his help. Laura unexpectedly receives a message from Angelina. She asks if the girl is ready. She thinks that the police leader made a mistake with the address, but she says yes. Angelina says her boyfriend asked her to check on the girl. Laura realizes that by boyfriend she means Murdoch. Angelina says that Murdoch will be pumped at level 61. The girl asks if Laura remembers what she has to say to the mentor. Laura thinks that Angelina is being a little rude to her, but she answers in the affirmative. The girl summons her bow and prepares to enter the portal to clear the 6th level. Murdoch tells her the basics that are important to her survival, but prefers that she learn the details herself. Girl. She readily goes to the portal to meet the army of skeletons. The main thing at the 6th level is speed. She runs forward and drinks a concentrated potion of magic along the way and uses a magic stone. She runs and sometimes leaves magical seals behind her. Then Laura speeds up to get to the army as soon as possible. She leaves seals in the tunnels and quickly moves on. From now on, the best solution is to just fly forward. Suddenly, she finds herself in front of a fork in the tunnel. She places an explosive seal on the ground and then casts detection magic. The dead are still far from her. She learned the way from him in a moment, deftly turning 3 times to the left, 6 times to the right, and then 2 more times to the right. Ahead of her in the tunnel, she hears the ground shaking. and in the darkness she can see the silhouettes of skeletons. It causes the spell of flight and invisibility. She stays close to the ceiling with his help, avoiding the army of skeletons and flying over them. In the next hall, she sees monks bringing a skeleton in armor to life. With the help of a spell, she hides behind a column and makes sure that there are really 16 monks. She knows that they will attack her as soon as they notice her, and she will not last more than 6 seconds. Her first arrow hits one of the central monks in the head and explodes. The others jump back and start grumbling in an unknown language. The girl activates combat concentration and releases arrows one by one. No arrow is wasted. But suddenly she notices that the monk is summoning other dead people from underground. She realizes that she cannot cope with them and uses the magic of teleportation to one of her seals. She makes her way back to the beginning of the tunnel, but due to the activity of the battle, her magic and powers are depleted. But the girl is still satisfied with her results. The system welcomes Murdoch back to level 6. In order to meet the skeletons, he needs to walk another 2 hours. The guy decides to warm up before the battle. He is amazed that it is difficult for him. He thinks he hasn't trained enough because his body has already crossed all human limits. His resistance skills are in place, so he needs to pump up his physical abilities. Before he has time to think it over, he hears a shudder from the march of the dead in front of him. Murdoch is satisfied and draws his sword. He is ready to make the necessary effort in battle, as well as in his training. He fights with all his strength, gains a level, increases his skills, but fails to clear the 6th level. Someone once asked a top player if he gets tired of doing the same thing all day to level up a character. In response, the guy asked if the reporter was tired of living every day. Life is always repeating the same actions, so it is important to do only what you love. Murdoch became a professional gamer, not because he liked to play, but because he liked to win. And that's why he never got bored of playing the same game over and over again. He would like to ask that gamer how to learn to love repeating the same action, because the empty eye sockets of the skeletons are already making the guy sick. He is sick of the screams, of the same movements with the sword, of the pain of the rusty swords that cut his body. He thinks he will start to lose his mind from boredom if this continues. But there are also advantages. He developed his own fighting style and learned it. This greatly increased his skill, but it did not make level 6 any easier. His level of combat concentration increased, and so did his mental skills. Up to this point, most of the movements looked like they were in slow motion. But his skill has grown so much that the movements now seem frozen. Murdoch has learned a battle cry that strikes fear into the hearts of enemies, and is usually reserved for a warrior in the game. Thanks to this skill, his combat skills increased slightly, and he learned it after he got tired of listening to the constant screams of the dead commanders. With progress, more and more powerful characters began to appear. They were summoned by monks, and Murdoch thought it was the boss of the level. Branches of the tunnel appeared in the middle of its blockade. They continued to appear regularly after that. Breaking through the army or waiting for the Holy Night to arrive was not a reliable option. Once he held the defense for 13 days, but they never appeared. After that, he couldn't even try again because his potions ran out. Another idea was to clear the level before the skeletons arrived, but it didn't get any easier. In the end, he decided to concentrate on pumping his abilities. With each battle, it became easier for him to defeat the skeletons. Even the resistance skills have grown a little. He easily dealt with the Dark Knights as soon as they appeared. In one of the battles, he received not only a level increase, but also a magic circle. Only after that, it became available to him to use the mana that was contained in his body. It took him a lot of effort to figure out how to use it. His physical abilities were enhanced by the banal circulation of mana in his muscles, and therefore training became much more effective. After he got used to the mana, Murdoch learned to cover his sword with it. But this drained his mana very quickly, so he had to find another way. Murdoch soon reached the boss level. He called himself the god of this world, Caesar. One of the monks with a skull mask and a long robe told him to prepare for the most painful death. Murdoch bravely dealt blows to the enemy, but he protected himself with his seals, and not a single blow reached him. After another failure, Murdoch found himself in such a familiar waiting room without the strength to get up. Unfortunately, meditation didn't help Murdoch increase his magic level, but it did help him focus when using it. Meditation allowed him to look around and understand that since his very appearance in this world, he has not experienced a single good event. He soon became lost in his memories, which led to feelings of melancholy and a decrease in his motivation to continue fighting. The system reports that he has gained resistance to level 2 nervous breakdown. He knew that he was under a lot of stress, but he had no idea that it was so bad as to be called a breakdown. If you think back, he's been feeling on edge lately. When he was on the second floor pumping up his resistance skills, he felt the same way, but then he was confident that he would be able to clear the level. But now everything is different. Pumping magic opened up a new skill for him, Soul Cry, which had one interesting side effect. He did it so that the opponents, weaker than the boy, could neither ignore his cry, nor dodge, nor run away. Therefore, Murdoch can stop the skeletons that accidentally passed the guy to the stone door. His shield skills, along with his sword skills, became mid-level, so he was able to get to the boss room more and more easily. Cessus reveals his true form to him, a monster with huge tentacles. With one swing of his appendage, he shatters Murdoch's shield, giving him no chance to fight back. The 6th level is failed again. The boy ends up on the floor in the waiting room. He cries because this time he really was close to death. The hero feels that his sense of danger has dulled. He believed that he would be able to stand up to Caesars because his resistance to curses had increased. To get to the scoundrel, he must first eliminate all the skeletons and dark knights. Then the monks and priests stand in line. And only after that, the way to the boss of the level, Caesars, opens up for him. Murdoch is so close to finally winning. He decides to be calm and not make moves he will regret. Everything repeats itself again. The boy kills an army of the dead, knights, monks and priests. At the end, he runs into Cessus again, who starts saying the same thing he said 1,000 times before, so Murdoch tells him to shut up. The boy is in a hurry for Caesars to grow tentacles as usual. He says that just hearing the voice of the senior priest makes him sick. The 6th level boss attacks the boy with his tentacles, and Murdoch cuts them with a polished move as he moves closer. It took a very long time. The boy finds himself right in front of the mask of Caesars with a drawn sword. He cuts through his body in one smooth motion and Caesars screams one last time and falls. A message from the system appears next to Murdoch that he has completed the 6th level on Hell difficulty. The guy yawns with relief. Many gods want to give an additional skill in exchange for an additional reward. The gods grant him the ability to steal souls, and the god of slowness wishes to endow Murdoch with the fate of an apostle. The god of adventure is shocked and also offers Murdoch to become his apostle. A guy at level 60 chants and finishes writing a book about using dragon magic. Usually, dragons learn magic themselves and then do not need to somehow record this knowledge. He turns to the egg, which he calls Yon Yon, and says that he will have no problem with magic. Although dragons don't need to be taught magic, things will go better if he helps the little dragon. In addition, a dragon must know high-ranking magic to complete the 61st level. He left behind only useful knowledge of spells and the use of magic. Unexpectedly, he receives a message from Angelina asking about the report. Murdoch replies that he's at level 6 and has nothing to report yet. He asks her why to ask about the report every month. The girl replies that she wouldn't pick on him if he would send the report on his own and on time. Murdoch realizes that she is in a bad mood. He apologizes and says that he did not observe the passage of time and the messages that were sent to him. He writes that it is possible that he has been at this level for too long and his mental illness is returning. She apologizes for not thinking about it and admits that she was too short-sighted. She says she will contact him only as needed and relieves him of monthly reports. The boy is satisfied with the success of his lie. Before they change the subject, Murdoch asks to contact Laura and give her a message because he is going to level 61. He says he spent a lot of points and needs to earn more. Angelina asks what needs to be given to Laura. He says that Laura must remember the message to the mentor. The girl replies that it would be better if Murdoch wrote to Laura himself. She has reached the required level of development to pass the 6th level. She copes with the passage perfectly, even if she often worries about small things. After some time, she will successfully clear the level. Even Murdoch sees that the girl is brilliant, although not as risky as he is. She is very good at magic. She learned to activate her magic when her weaknesses might show, like an archer. The spells were weak, but very quick to cast. Activation magic was not respected in the beginning, but now it has become popular and shows excellent results in synergy with other abilities. Murdoch asks if something global is coming soon. Angelina confirms that there have been many rumors about it, but there has been no official information yet. The guy hopes that it will be a big gathering, because other things will seem superfluous in the current conditions. The girl says that if this meeting will be a place of funeral for her subordinates, they've been too relaxed lately. He says that she is very cruel to them, and they complain to him very often. She asks him what it was, catching him off guard. Murdoch betrays the complainers to cover his own back, but apologizes to them for himself. Kyle has already left the learning game. Angelina will now have to play the roles of leader and nanny alone. She says that she is not capable of such a thing. She won't be able to find someone to replace Kyle, primarily because she doesn't trust anyone. Murdoch says that he has completed the preparation of the magic manual and will finish writing it when the dragon is born. He wonders what color the dragon will be. He's a little worried about the dragon's condition, even considering their level 60 alone. He decides that it is necessary to install some kind of protective system and creates a seal of conscription. A silhouette of a person appears from the seal. Soon the silhouette takes on the shape of Murdoch. The clone calls the real Murdoch a scoundrel. Murdoch is not surprised by his dirty language and orders to watch the level and the egg. The clone replies that the level is not the boy's property. And if he really believes that, the clone must have control over the original body. Murdoch's copy turns out to be extremely crude and weak. They also hear each other's thoughts. If something happens, Murdoch will know about it immediately. So the clone is an ideal alarm, albeit a weak one. Murdoch goes off to earn points and reminds the clone to keep an eye on the egg. The clone chases him away and tells him not to come back. No matter how you look at this structure, it is too big for a throne. But the previous owner called her exactly that in a conversation with Murdoch. It is better not to dwell on things that have already been done for mental health, so the guy does not think about how he could have done otherwise. His train of thought had followed this path since his 60th level hostage, so that unnecessary worries would not occupy his mind. This place soothes him almost as much as the clearing after the level. It had been a long time since their last encounter with Kirikiri. Murdoch scolds himself for coming here precisely to get rid of obsessive thoughts, and he himself begins to create new and pessimistic ones. Suddenly he receives a message from Angelina. She says she gave the message to Laura. The girl insists that the next time the guy contacts the newbie himself with hellish difficulty. Murdoch replies that he is very busy right now. Angelina says she won't do it again because she thinks Laura hates her. Murdoch says that she should not be surprised that they do not want to be friends with her because she herself does not behave very friendly. She asks if he thinks she's too sensitive. Murdoch ponders his answer for a minute, feeling trapped. The guy says that Laura might just be worried about talking to the leader of the order and that it calms Angelina down. But she remains adamant in her refusal to further communicate with Laura, because friendly communication does not suit her at all. Perhaps that was the problem. If a person suddenly begins to behave differently than usual, others may think that this is also a way to break into trust with evil intentions. Angelina says she'll let you know if she finds out anything about the event they were talking about, so Murdoch better not ignore her message. The boy wants to test if he can send his clone to a different difficulty if the event occurs. His clone is not classified by the game as a player, so it is possible to send him to another person on a different difficulty level for help. And if it succeeds, Murdoch will also be able to send the clone to the outside world and then switch bodies with it. The clone responds by mental connection that other complexities are actually other worlds, and therefore, if the clone loses connection with it, it will cease to exist. Murdoch yawns in frustration and calls the clone useless, as he has not benefited from its creation other than a mild form of schizophrenia. The boy came to the level to clear his mind and earn points while the dragon hatched, but only felt a rush of exhilaration. He decides it's time to move on. He finds himself in another stage of the 61st level. To clear a level, you need to go through 2 stages at the same time, and then defeat the boss of the level. The clone was not counted by the system as a separate player, so Murdoch decided to raise a dragon that the system could recognize as a separate creature. There's no guarantee that Yon Yon will be missed by the system as an individual player, but that doesn't mean Murdoch can't try. The guy reaches seismically active land. It is surrounded by volcanoes and lava. He approaches a red-skinned, horned giant who greets him like an old friend. The giant asks if Murdoch has visited the queen. Murdoch replies in the affirmative and says that she is dealing with the condition of her skin. The redhead laughs loudly at the fact that the Ice Queen is worried about her skin Murdoch is forced to cover his ears. Horned calls the boy a king and asks when he will ascend the throne. Murdoch replies that he is still far from that title. The giant sympathizes with him. Murdoch has become the strongest warrior, but cannot use his true power. The strongest, but cannot reach the ideal. The boy says that waiting is also part of the path to possessing true power. The red-skinned man recognizes in his words the narration of one of the gods and smiles. No sword is forged without a purpose, and the giant asks what Murdoch wishes to achieve. The hero replies that there is no point in questioning him, as he can decide his destination after he completes his tempering. The giant smiles because of the comparison of the boy's situation with tempering. He asks the boy why someone forges a sword. Murdoch says that unlike the sword, it has a will. But the giant cannot answer the question of where his will points. The red-skinned man laughs and offers to end the conversation. He is old and therefore prefers specific answers. Horned advises Murdoch to make the right choice because they entrusted him with their will. He rises and bids them begin what the boy came for. Behind the giant, the lava begins to stir. Creatures with swords appear from it. The battle will soon begin and Murdoch is ready for it. Murdoch finds himself on the 11th level, in an underground city. He just finished the walkthrough and gains poison resistance. This level really took all his strength from him. The problem was not in complexity, but Murdoch was passed through a meat grinder. The task of the level was to steal the contents of the chest, which the monsters considered the most precious for themselves. He was teleported right into the middle of the city, and of course, he was met with incredible resistance. The problem was that the boy could not find the treasure chest, because there were so many of them, about hundreds or thousands. He tried to catch at least one and interrogate them, but they killed themselves instead of telling the story. Neither improved hearing nor torture helped. Murdoch had to search on his own. He even found an underground tunnel in the garden and found a key at the end of it. Then he used the key in the keyhole in the royal throne, and the passage to the treasure vault opened in the nearby wall. He managed to find the key only as a result of an outburst of rage in the garden. It is unclear whether Murdoch would have found the place otherwise. Looking for something is really not what he likes to do. A thief or an adventurer is more suitable for this role. Progress moves much faster when you have a stealth player on your team who can disarm enemies or defuse traps. But luck did not smile at Murdoch, so he decides to focus on the search. He has done everything he planned. He decides to move on. He sees his mentor ahead and greets him. The girl is surprised that he came alone. Murdoch says that the time of the draft coincided, and she disappeared. He asks if Iddy will keep his memory. Kirikiri confirms this. She says that the boy has been very calm lately, because earlier he even cried after a long separation from Kirikiri. Murdoch says he won't give her sweets this time. The boy falls asleep and wakes up to find the mentor sleeping, using him as a pillow. The boy had problems falling asleep, so he did not sleep. It helped before when he was constantly in danger, but now it's starting to get in the way. He was very nervous during the 6th level, so he stopped eating, sleeping, and resting. But it affected his mental state. That's why he catches up on lost rest at Kirikiri's lawn, because it's the only place where he feels safe and relaxed. Murdoch remembers a classmate who had a rabbit and strokes the girl's hair. He decides to ask her all the questions he's been saving since the 6th level. When he completed the 6th level, it felt like an endless hell. He didn't want to feel like that even once more. His progress was at a standstill because he did not have the necessary skills. He was mentally on edge. Then, he received a message from the gods offering to become their apostle. He was afraid to agree to even one of the proposals because the other might rebel against Murdoch. In the past, the gods had shown him that they could take away his sight and transfer it to another place. Killing him would be easier than easy for them, so he acted cautiously. After completing the 6th level, he met the mentor. He burst into tears. Now he was ashamed of these memories. He asked Kirikiri about the offer from the gods, but she did not answer, and she promised to tell after he completes the 11th level. The first thing Murdoch has to make sure of is whether he can become an apostle to both gods, and whether there will be any punishment for it, or whether he can only accept the offer of one god, and whether there will be punishment or reward for it, and which one is better to choose. Suddenly, a message from Kyle from the 30th level appears in front of him. He informs that soon there will be a big gathering. It seems that it will happen before the end of this month. At this rate, The meeting will take place every month. Murdoch asks if something bad has happened to warrant a meeting. Kyle replies that he has no idea and that this is what confuses him the most. Murdoch, unfortunately, can't help. They are at different levels of difficulty, and the guy will be able to really help only during the meeting itself. Angelina, meanwhile, is losing her mind. She promised to punish members of the police force who cannot fight crimes at their level. The basis for creating the order was the power of the top players and Angelina's charisma, which punished members of the representative guild. But everything looks as if the order itself is trying to control people through fear and a show of force. Nothing can be done without trust, and the girl knows it. She behaves this way because of what she has experienced and worries about others. Murdoch asks Kyle to keep an eye on her so she doesn't do anything stupid. Everything looks as if the guy will have to deal with the problem that has been hanging over the players again. But now he needs to wake up Kirikiri, and he solves that problem by clicking her on the nose. Murdoch asks if it will be a problem if he chooses one trial or the other. Kirikiri happily chews the cake and says that nothing bad will happen if he chooses one or the other. The boy gets her attention by taking the cake and asks if he can choose both trials from both gods at the same time. The girl says yes, but punishments are possible in the form of increasing the difficulty of tests. In the end, he can become an apostle for only one god, although he can accept an offer from both. Murdoch asks her about the trials, but the girl remains silent and draws something on the ground. It turns out to be some words, but the boy is unable to read them, even with his pre-Babylonian knowledge skill. Trials are needed to understand if the player is suitable for the role of apostle and are designed with the player's personality and the god's qualifications in mind. Murdoch asks what the tests look like, but Kirikiri says he doesn't know, as the god's standards can vary depending on the player. Before deciding, Murdoch will need more information about the gods and asks Kirikiri to tell him more about them, but only in essence. He also asks her not to be distracted because he will never buy her sweets again. The god of adventure loves to watch someone face moral choices and danger, but fulfill their dreams and hopes at the end of the journey. The teacher talked about the god of slowness last time and what she does, so it won't be repeated this time. The biggest difference between the gods is how they like players to deal with difficulties. In simple words, the god of adventure likes team play, and the god of slowness likes individual play. God of Adventure is the personification of an adventure campaign, a type of role-playing game where love and friendship rule, and the strong help the weak. If you think back to when the God of Adventure first became interested in Murdoch, and his reaction to the boy's refusal to summon Idletar, it describes him very well. But if those are the things an adventure god values, he might not fit the guy's playstyle. In the end, both gods want one thing from the apostle. Given Murdoch's current situation, he decides to choose the god of slowness. The boy asks the mentor which of the gods she thinks is the best option for him. Kirikiri smiles and says that the best option for Murdoch would be the god of adventure, because it would be difficult for a normal person to fulfill the duties of the apostle of the god of slowness. The teacher's answer unnerves the hero, but she also says that both gods would be a good choice. If you think about it, the god of adventure does not behave like a typical heavenly person. He is distinguished by an insatiable passion. Murdoch says he's ready to answer. The system reports that the god of adventure is nervous, waiting for an answer. The teacher asks who Murdoch chooses, the god of adventure or slowness. The guy smiles and says he chooses both. He will, of course, have to choose whom to be an apostle to, but he will decide after he receives more information. Even if the challenges become more difficult, he will treat it as part of the path to progress. The system reports that the god of slowness is disappointed and the god of adventure is relieved. The gods of slowness and adventure decide to give some of the power to the one who wants to become an apostle. Murdoch is happy with his decision. He sees that he can now see how many tasks he has completed from the gods. He is interested in why the god of adventure requires 20 times more tasks. The boy already has 2 gifts from them, instant movement and Talaria wings, and he is wondering what they will give him now. The god of adventure grants him the strength of spirit, thanks to which the obtained powers will be correlated with the difficulty of the trials. The god of slowness grants concentration of effort. The more the hero focuses, the more reward he will receive. Murdoch finds it difficult to make sense of these vague descriptions. Fortitude resembles the iron wall skill that strengthens his body, or this skill will strengthen his fighting skills like his skills. Concentration of effort sounds like inspiration. If you do something for a long time, the efficiency of development will increase, like double experience in games. These skills will affect all of his skills, not just his combat skills, and both are very useful. He decides to develop one skill in the waiting room. Murdoch regrets not having concentrated his efforts sooner. He feels that he has lost a useful doubling of experience just like that. The guy tries to restrain his thoughts, because his loss was quite insignificant. He hasn't lost much, but any development for him is critical. Murdoch looks at the cheerful Kirikiri and tells himself to think positively. However, he does not often have to rejoice at the infernal difficulty. But he can't stand it, and takes the cake from her, and then mercilessly eats the macaroon that the girl saved for last. He is tormented by his conscience, and buys a bunch of macaroons as an apology. Kirikiri looks like she would sell her soul to anyone who would buy her sweets. Murdoch advises her if someone offers her candy not to follow that person. The girl does not see a problem because sweets are sweets, and she will follow anyone if she wants. After resting, Murdoch goes to the portal. He asks his mentor to give him more information in the menu about his new skills. It's a pity that both gifts are only of the first level, but it will be all the more fun for him to develop them, because gifts from the gods have always been useful. Murdoch asks the mentor if he can ask her one more question. The girl replies that she can answer one small question. The boy excitedly asks what awaits him at the 12th level. The teacher assures him that he does not need advice, because his strength will be enough to safely pass. The guy smiles and leaves. He did not perceive any level as difficult after clearing the 6th. The fact that it took 5 players to pass the 6th level meant that Murdoch now contained the power of 5 hellishly difficult players. Some levels after also required team play, but he cleared them with ease. He decides that he shouldn't worry anytime soon. Murdoch says goodbye to Kirikiri. She asks him to promise that he won't cry from loneliness next time. It's nice when someone cares about you. If he had someone like Kirikiri in the real world, he would look at things and the game differently. The hero is ready to conquer the next level. After reaching the waiting room, Murdoch reads about the force of spirit. It turns out that his combat skills will increase in proportion to the number and strength of his opponents. Also, combat skills will increase, depending on the number of allies, the number of wounds and fatigue that affect the hero. The boy was happy when he read the detailed description. It turned out that his combat skills will increase depending on the situation during the battle. His strength grows in proportion to the danger he is in, and this will help him throughout the game. It also adds resistance to mental attacks. The system reports that the god of adventure is waiting for a response from the player. Murdoch holds back a laugh and says that the god of adventure is the best. Regarding the concentration of effort, the more a guy does something, the faster and more efficient the leveling of this skill will become. As Murdoch suspected, this skill is developmental. The secret of success is to determine how much you need to concentrate to get the effect. He wonders if he can level magic and swordsmanship at the same time, but decides he'll learn as he progresses, or from a mentor. Preparation for the next level is over. Murdoch is ready for the 12th level challenge. Above the dense forest of the 12th level, a healthy head of a dinosaur is shown, drooling from its mouth. The guy leans against a tree and sweats. He angrily recalls Kirikiri's words about not needing advice. Suddenly a roar echoes through the forest. Murdoch listens warily. Murdoch wonders if he should start clearing the 12th level right now, since there's really no point in him staying in the waiting room anymore. This time the window does not have a message about team play, so it will be an individual level. He needs to catch up with other players faster. Many people are sitting in waiting rooms already at the 30th level of the game with different difficulty, and they continue to conquer the next. Of course, it makes little sense to compare the infernal difficulty with others, but this gap still greatly affects Murdoch's pride. He decides he needs to move faster with the walkthrough and teleports him to the 12th level jungle. He carefully examines his surroundings because he has never been to a tropical forest before. He's glad he didn't end up in the desert or the mountains. Thanks to his ability to resist heat, he feels normal. However, he does not know the conditions for passing this level. The system welcomes him to the dangerous continent of Ihaui. It is a barbaric world without civilization and culture. Only a few people manage to survive here. Those who want to test their strength and survive must not have courage, but vigilance. It is on this continent, which is teeming with predators, that will hunt you all day for a month, that you can prove that you can be called an adult warrior. The only task of this level is to survive for 25 days. Murdoch tries to enter the menu, but it is blocked by the system. He feels that he will lose his mind in this jungle. He didn't even have time to get his sword or shield, and there was no water or food in his pockets. The guy blames his arrogance for not preparing for such a scenario. This is his punishment, and he repents to himself. He must survive here for 25 days, and he has no chance of making a mistake because he can't even see the portal back to the waiting room. In other words, unless he's going to die, he can't come back for a month. It is now the 6th day of the 14th month. He physically will not be able to stay here for 25 days because there are 24 left until the end of the month. Even if he survived, the system would send him to the waiting room after 24 days, and then he would have to survive here for another 25. If he had cleared the 11th level a day earlier, he would have made it. Murdoch is disappointed with the level design in this game. He could pretend that he is on vacation, gather food, build a house, but this is the 12th level on the infernal difficulty, so everything cannot be simple. The guy decides that he needs to occupy some territory where predators will not reach, but he does not know who exactly he will have to face. These can be wild animals, or humanoids, or monsters. Murdoch wonders if the level will end if he kills every predator in this forest. But first he has to look around and decide, based on the circumstances, whether it is possible to conquer the jungle or not. Suddenly, he is pulled out of his thoughts by a loud roar. The ground and trees around Murdoch tremble at the volume. The guy turns around and raises his eyes to the sky, but he sees two huge lizards during the fight. One of the lizards attacks the other with a stream of flame, but the second creates a force field around itself, defending itself. Murdoch runs away from the fight. He wonders why the dragons are on the 12th level. Having escaped from the huge lizards, he falls to the ground under a tree and tries to catch his breath. Murdoch once again regrets that he cannot get a sword and shield, or water and food. He collects his thoughts and decides to solve the issue with food and water. This can be a problem because he doesn't know where the poison might be. Also, he can encounter an unexpected threat at any moment, and he does not have a potion for treatment. The boy thinks about the dragon that will die, but he immediately rejects this idea because next to the killed one, there will be a living dragon. It is too early to approach his body. Besides, there are definitely creatures in the jungle who want fresh meat, besides Murdoch. The best solution would be to get out of here as soon as possible. The guy has no time to be idle. He gets to his feet and walks further into the jungle, hoping for the best. Sometime later, Murdoch receives a message from Hugo. The guy decides to rest a little. Hugo asks how the hero is feeling. Murdoch replies that he's fine now, but he'll be unavailable again soon. The guy asks how things are going on the 12th level. Murdoch decides to tell him everything as it is. Hugo also got into a hellish difficulty, so Murdoch feels responsible for him. He says that he cannot use the menu, so he found himself in a very difficult situation. Hugo hopes that he will never end up in the jungle. But then he remembers that he won't be able to get there, even if he wants to. Murdoch forgot that the boy was also fighting on hellish difficulty, and in the same conditions that he himself was. He can't afford to ignore the guy like the other players. Hugo may be on the verge of a mental breakdown right now. Murdoch decides to change the subject and asks about the other newcomers. The guy replies that everything is fine with them. They are quite depressed that they cannot pass the first level, but they really have no choice but to persevere. At the end of the day, if they try to finish levels quickly without proper development, they are guaranteed to die. Murdoch depresses the boy's mood. He remembers Hugo's cheerfulness at the beginning of the passage. He has a sunny personality and laughed at the most ridiculous stories. The guy is now on the 3rd level in front of the boss room. He will try to beat him next month. But Hugo does not have the confidence, like Murdoch, that he will not fall down. There is no information about the bottom of the passage, so he is afraid to go that way. Murdoch mentions the level with the black platforms. The boy fell into depression because he thinks that he will not be able to overcome the trials of the last stage. Hugo wants to focus on development before he gains the confidence to clear the level. Murdoch agrees that this is the best option for the boy and wishes him luck. Hugo's playing style is very thorough and careful. He values safety the most and methodically clears each level. Apart from Murdoch, he is the first to reach the 2nd level, so he has already proven his ability to pass the game. Hugo puts himself in the shoes of the players and explains well, so he helps the hellish difficulty players at the lower levels. He is better at understanding others and helping. Even Murdoch learns a lot from him, so he rates him as an equal. He hopes to meet Hugo at the big gathering. He also hopes to hook Kyle into their conversation. Murdoch decides to focus on completing the level and move on. First of all, he needs a safe place to live. He first looks at the riverbank. Most likely, predators have already occupied this territory. It will also be very difficult to find the cave. The last option is tree branches. He sees a branch that will be big enough for the boy to build a shelter on. He wonders if he should use his wings. The forest around is very dense, so his vision is limited. And with wings, he will be able to see everything from above. Suddenly he hears the rustle of leaves and the crunch of branches behind him. He turns around, but doesn't notice anyone. He hears footsteps, but does not see the one who is walking. His senses could not fail him. He activates battle concentration to check. He senses someone. For the first time, he faces an enemy who can hide his physical form. He feels the enemy rapidly approaching him and concentrates the magic in his palm. His strike finds the ape-like creature's neck, severing it. The creature used invisibility, but Murdoch found a way to defeat it. The creature stands up and swings its limbs, at the ends of which it has long blade-like claws. Murdoch thought he was in a Jurassic simulation and was surprised to find a mammal here. The creature looks like an orangutan, with sickles on its forelimbs, reminding Murdoch of praying mantises. The boy concentrates magic in his hand and knows that the creature must understand him. He offers to chat, but the orangutan does not answer him. The boy tries to calm the creature down and says that he will leave it alone if they chat. The orangutan begins to scream frantically in response. Murdoch decides to give up trying to make contact, because with every word he says, the orangutan only gets angrier. The beast attacks the boy and he cuts off his limb with one hand and pushes him back with the other. Murdoch can use his hands both as a weapon and as a defense, covering them with magic. But this is not even close to being compared with a real weapon. The boy kicks the beast in the stomach and throws it away from him again. The orangutan falls to the ground and Murdoch presses his leg to his chest. Murdoch lifts the beast's entire paw up and cuts it off as well. He hopes this will stop the beast from fighting so desperately. The orangutan breathes heavily, but does not try to escape. Murdoch says he wouldn't have done that if the beast had listened to him and talked. The boy demands answers from the animal. The orangutan remains silent, and Murdoch decides to end his suffering. Hearing this, the beast begins to howl furiously. Murdoch barely holds him under his foot. There must be a reason why the orangutan started crying like that. And soon, the boy realizes that it was a signal for help. He is surrounded by a bunch of orangutans flying between the trees. Turning his attention to the animal under his foot, Murdoch notices that it is dead. The situation flared up very quickly and it annoys the guy. Murdoch does not know the landscape and the number and strength of the enemy. He found himself in a disadvantageous position on all counts. The guy decides to run away for now. He knew it was going to happen, because nothing was just hellish. He runs further, but an orangutan jumps out to meet him. Murdoch covers his hand with magic and slices the animal along its body, continuing to run further. The trees in front grow very close, so Murdoch's field of vision is very limited. Orangutans jump out from all sides, and their death cries only call for more others. The animals stopped attacking when they realized that there was a gulf between their forces. But as soon as he shows even a hint of weakness, they attack. The orangutan suddenly attacks the boy, apparently willing to die in the process. Murdoch fights him off and runs on. These animals do not have the instinct of self-preservation. A whole day had passed since the moment they met. Animals try to tire him out and drive him crazy with unexpected attacks. If the beasts were weak, he would just go and kill them. But they are actually quite strong, enough to be on hellish difficulty. Giant scythes and agile, fast movements in a high-intelligence pack pose a real threat. They slowly drive him into a corner like a hunter hunting prey. He could escape using his wings, but then the other monsters would see him. The only threat from orangutans is their number and fury. They even surround the boy, watching his movements. He'd better fight them all now, and is considering pretending to be wounded. These animals also have special abilities that make them difficult to fight. This skill is more like a trait of all the animals in this jungle. The two dragons that were fighting each other were using the very skill of force fields and fire breath. All of these creatures have skills, the same type that players received when entering the game world. The first orangutan had the invisibility skill. and all subsequent ones had variations of augmentation or air magic. The trouble is, Murdoch doesn't know what skill the next orangutan will use against him. Two animals jump out at him, but the boy noticed them before that moment. He punches one of them in the stomach and knocks him back. He kicks the second one in the spade, enhancing the blow with magic. The next orangutan in front of him starts to spark with energy charges. Murdoch suspects it may be the magic of electricity. The boy jumps up, concentrating the magic in his legs. He hits the orangutan right in the pike, causing it to fall to the ground while Murdoch continues to run. She continues to attack him in groups of 2 or 3, so the boy cannot understand how many animals are chasing him. Murdoch notices a rock in front of him. Orangutans have sickles instead of paws, so they most likely will not be able to climb up. The boy runs to the cliff, fighting animals at the same time. The guerrilla war against the orangutans continued for 3 days. During this time, Murdoch had no opportunity to eat or drink, and he did not even come near the rock, though he thought it was at his nose. Of course, sleep was also out of the question, because the boy could not stop for a moment. Murdoch uses a war cry, but unfortunately it doesn't have much of an effect on the animals. After he uses the call and kills a bunch of orangutans, the others try to stay out of the skill's range. They seem very intelligent, setting traps, timing attacks, surrounding the guy, cutting off his retreat. They coordinate each other's movement and can find it. It seems impossible to consider all these factors without a headquarters or a commander, but it can be a skill. They can see it from above, so they can have a leader who uses skill to control everyone. It doesn't matter what theories his mind produces, because they won't help him under the current circumstances. If his theory is correct, he will not be able to escape from the orangutans. He decides to consider his options at the moment. He can find the ringleader and kill him, or use Talaria's wings and escape or climb a cliff. The only real option for him is a rock. Out of the blue, Hugo writes to him and asks if Murdoch is busy. The guy says yes, and hits another orangutan in the spade. Hugo says that he found some interesting information, but it is not urgent, and he will tell when Murdoch is free. Thus he ran and ran, fighting the beasts, until he reached a rock. Now she was really close to his nose. He leans down to use the skill, and feels the orangutans approaching him. Murdoch instantly casts a move and dodges their blows. Having reached the required height, he activates Talaria's wings. Finally, he broke away from the annoying animals. The boy glides on his wings until he reaches the top of the cliff and lands. But when he looked up, he found an army of orangutans ready to fight. He asks how they ended up here, but is grateful to them, because all he has to do is descend on the wings. The next message from the system shocks the boy. His wings are temporarily limited. They anticipated his movements, deployed troops, and then restricted his wings in some way. Orangutans screech, but behind their screams there is vengeance, rage, and mockery. He, able to fly against 3,000 orangutans with sickles instead of limbs. The hairy bastards are full of zeal and are confident that they will win this battle. Murdoch activates his magic to convince them otherwise. Murdoch uses soul-stealing on animals. This skill was given by the gods to someone who demonstrated exceptional perseverance. It imposes a seal on the souls of enemies, which gradually drains their energy. When the master kills the sealed soul, it will absorb its energy and restore the body. This effect not only weakens enemies, but also heals the mage. Murdoch activates a spirit power that increases strength equal to the danger the boy is in. It is difficult to think of a better opportunity to try the effect of fortitude than now. Some of the orangutans start to run, but Murdoch activates a battle cry that stops them from running. Angry and confused, the orangutans have no choice but to continue fighting the boy. After a while, it starts to rain. Murdoch stands in front of a cliff top littered with dead orangutans. The smell of blood has become almost unbearable, and the rain will help to muffle it. Murdoch decides to leave the cliff and activates Talaria's wings. The restrictions on the wings have been removed, and the boy can concentrate on other matters. Time to hide, eat, and rest. At first, the boy was disturbed by the orangutans, and now the rain became his enemy. It is pouring so hard that the boy can hardly see anything in front of him. He ate one of the orangutan's torn paws. He had no way out because the boy ran without stopping for 3 days in a row. As Murdoch descended the cliff on his wings, he saw the movement of the monster in the distance. The creature was going into the cave in search of shelter from the rain, as the boy understood. Suddenly his stomach hurts and he spits out the orangutan meat he ate earlier. Murdoch swears that he will never eat a piece of their meat again, and when he begins to starve, he will tear the bark from the tree and eat it. The boy understood that this level is not only about survival, but also about learning various useful skills. This level doesn't test his fighting style, but Murdoch feels bad enough that he would prefer a fight to the death. The boy finally finds himself near the cave. He yawns and calls loudly to whoever is in it. When no one answers, the boy throws a pebble into the darkness of the cave. He shouts for the monster to leave the cave because he will now live in it. After that, he hears soft footsteps. The crunch of pebbles against pebbles is heard, and round red eyes and sharp fangs beneath them begin to shine from the cave. Murdoch gets into a fighting stance, preparing to fight. A healthy head of an otter appears from the darkness of the cave. Charges of electricity appear around her paws with sharp claws. Murdoch is exhausted, and if he gets close to the monster, it will fry him. The guy doesn't even have a weapon to fight with. The boy activates a war cry on the otter, and the monster successfully falls under its influence. The otter goes berserk and makes a head-on attack on Murdoch. He decides not to hold back in response. The hero activates Talaria's wings and repels the otter's attack with them. The wings have high magic resistance and aren't attached to Murdoch's body, so he doesn't care about taking damage. The boy decides to put his worries aside and focus on winning, because if the beast gets too close to him, Murdoch will be finished. He's a little curious about how strong the creature's electric magic is, but if he tries to find out, the otter will end his life immediately. The boy activates a move and combines it with a strike, sending the creature to the other side of the forest. He figures that Talaria's wings and displacement will work together just as well at 12th level. Murdoch's health is restored, which is an effect of the battle cry. Apparently, the otter monster died. A boy enters a cave and decides that he needs to study the resistance of electricity. He is pleasantly surprised that the cave is quite spacious and warm. But suddenly he hears some movement. He activates combat concentration and discovers that the enemy is here. It is difficult for him to see exactly where the creature is, so he turns on increased sensitivity. Suddenly something jumps into his back. But Murdoch quickly grabs the creature and cuts it open with his other hand. It turns out to be a baby otter that he killed earlier. It looks as if it was born very recently. The boy looks at the scratch on his hand and it begins to heal. So he understands that natural recovery can heal such a wound in a minute. The fact that he can heal himself without potions is extremely useful and increases his chances of survival, but drains his magic a lot. He hadn't thought about it before because he always had a potion with him, but using a skill when his energy was almost at zero was harder than he thought. He has a lot of work to do, but he decides to rest first. He wakes up, his armor is removed, and Iddy is sitting at the entrance to the cave. She turns and wishes him a good morning. She calls him Love and announces that she has already prepared breakfast for him. The guy, without thinking long, launches a stone at her. She dodges him in time. He shouts that he told her not to call herself dear. Iddy says he slept for 3 hours, which is quite unusual for him. Murdoch yawns and says he wouldn't have been able to sleep for 10 minutes if he hadn't called her. He never thought that he would be so happy to have Iddy by his side. Summoning the dead helps a lot, even if it has a limited number of uses and summon time. Of course, this skill would be extremely useful in the next levels, but he didn't regret summoning it now because it would be able to keep him safe. When he summoned Iddy for the first time at level 7, he needed a decoy that would attract the attention of the enemy, but she turned out to have quite useful skills. Iddy had longed to make him her husband at level 5, but now her fighting skills and calm and cautious personality help a lot. The strongest lizards have the right to choose their partners, and that's why she pursued him. But after the fight, he became the strongest in her eyes, and that's why she fell behind him. Now they have a rather pleasant friendship. Meanwhile, Iddy sets before him raw meat for breakfast, which she made from the Lambura cub in the cave. Murdoch decides to ask her about the Ihaui continent, but she doesn't know anything about it. He asked her many things about the game and their roles, but she couldn't answer most of the questions, like she couldn't remember anything she knew. She could tell general knowledge about the world and skills, as well as the names of the creatures they encountered, but nothing about the terrain. Iddy asks about their plans and about the conditions for completing the level. He replies that he needs to survive for 25 days, but is not allowed to use the menu. The lizard offers him to stay in the cave all this time, and then he will pass this test. He tells her about the end of the month and she suggests that he pump his skills so as not to waste time. Murdoch says they can use the cave as a base and hunt the creatures near it. Iddy suggests that simply covering the territory is a good idea, but if you act recklessly, a stronger predator may appear nearby. Murdoch says there aren't many creatures here that pose a threat to him, but under the worst circumstances they might just run away. The guy offers to go out at dawn and asks Iddy to keep an eye on the area while he rests. Murdoch tries to figure out how to activate the magic circle and assumes that the effect will appear if he puts more concentration. Iddy calls him. She says the preparations are complete and they are ready to move. Murdoch gets dressed and goes out into the sun. He notices a stake trap built by a lizard. She says she crushed the leaves of the kikimu plant and scattered the ashes around. The stench of this plant repels animals. Murdoch asks when she managed to do all this, set a trap, crush leaves. But Iddy only answers that she knows how to create miracles. In fact, he hadn't expected her to be such a big help. He would be happy even if she just helped him fight and rest. He praises her, and she smiles back and offers to go hunting. After some time, the boy looks in amazement at the boar, which was hunted by the lizard. She says that her own people chased her away, and that's why she has a lot of experience, because she's always had to forage for herself. Murdoch suggests moving on to kill all the monsters in that area, and suggests that she be in charge of the fight. She says that the separation of roles can be ineffective. The boy replies that he wants to practice his finding and tracking skills. He wishes to learn the orangutan's ability to track, because if he encounters an enemy with the ability to be invisible, he will die before he notices. There is also a possibility that the concentration of efforts is activated from efforts. He tells Ida that she is in charge of the fight, and the lizard prepares his trident. Iddy quietly sneaks up on another victim from behind, and before she realizes the danger, the lizard removes her head from her neck. Murdoch is amazed at how Iddy took the animal's head off with one movement. There is no doubt about the lizard's abilities. Iddy turns and calls Murdoch after him because he wants to teach him how to hunt. After a while, he learned to identify tropes, track prey, hide and approach, and how to use magic to hunt. Techniques that help to hide the presence, monitor the environment, were difficult to learn, but effective. And in the last 2 weeks, they have developed step by step, hunting animals in this area of the forest. Iddy turns and says that there is no loot left in the region. Murdoch stands over the animal's body and confirms that he was the last one. The boy had acquired the necessary locating skill, and his other skills, including magic, had also developed greatly. They hunted all the animals that could pose a threat. Iddy asks what they should do next and if they should go home. Murdoch says they will because he wants to train in the cave soon. The lizard calls the cave home and has even decorated it with furniture. She looks happy, even if they were just hunting today. Iddy wonders if Murdoch wanted to learn the art of spearmanship. She is the best warrior, better than anyone he has met in his entire life. And this applies not only to the spear. He also wants to know about her battle tactics. They were stuck here until the end of the month, so he would prefer learning the spearman's art from her to simply hunting. Iddy asks him to wait and heads off into the jungle, leaving Murdoch alone. He reaches the cave and ponders the mentality of the lizards, who might consider it tactless to ask to be taught martial arts. He decides to practice the magic circle. Lately, he has been activating the magic in himself every spare minute, but even now, he cannot activate the concentration of effort. It takes him at least 8 hours to activate this skill. It senses when it is activated, and after that, its performance improves significantly. The focus has helped a lot in the last 2 weeks, especially the positioning, and he couldn't have done it without Iddy by his side. The ability to locate requires magic, so he kills 2 birds with 1 stone by training the magic circle to locate at the same time. He can feel the interior of the cave, as if touching it with his palm. He activates combat concentration to find even insects. But he has a nosebleed and a headache that pulls him out of his concentration. This seems to be his limit. Iddy enters the cave and calls Captain Murdoch after him. He asks where she has been, but she ignores his question. He asks if she will teach him to practice with a spear. The lizard turns around and shows off a homemade spear. She presents it as educational, but good for a beginner. He begins to train and Iddy praises him, but advises him not to let out the part of his personality that is responsible for pride. He will be perfect. Murdoch says being proud and crafty are some of the most important traits of a professional gamer. Iddy will knock his speed of skill development and can't call it anything other than talent. Murdoch says talent is a big part of who he is. Learning the art of the spear is Murdoch's main focus, but along with it, both swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat are pumped. The lizard turned out to be an excellent teacher. She edited the lessons to suit someone like Murdoch with extraordinary abilities. The day of the great gathering is coming. A portal appears in front of the cave, and an invitation to join until the player is forcibly summoned to the clearing. The boy invites Iddy with him, but warns that there will be nothing interesting. The lizard happily agrees to go with him. Players of all difficulty levels have gathered on the lawn and are chatting with each other. Murdoch and Iddy join them, drawing attention to themselves. The players will recognize the guy as a hell of a player. Meanwhile, Angelina fights against those players who dare to break the laws that the Order has established. They were making drugs, and she's going to make sure everyone gets the punishment they deserve. Iddy looks around and wonders how cruel people can be. Murdoch sees Angelina knocking the last brains out of the offending players' heads and tells her to chill. Murdoch calls her after him and mentions that she can only understand him, so there may be a lot she doesn't understand. The girl notices Murdoch, and she and her henchmen bow to the hero. He smiles and feels uncomfortable because he didn't want her to notice him. Murdoch mentions that he can use the menu and yawns with relief, having missed him and his things so much. The boy takes out a white cloth and throws it on the lawn. The fabric straightens, increases in size, and a large tent appears in front of them. Murdoch invites Iddy to join him inside. They enter a spacious room in which they find several interior items. Murdoch says that he received the tent as a reward for completing the 9th level. He plans to take the tent with him to the 12th level. Kyle enters the tent and praises his appearance. He greets Murdoch. He is happy to see the lizard that came with Murdoch this time and greets her. Kyle looks around, surveying the large tent. He asks how much Murdoch spent on it, and the boy replies that he got it as a gift. The boy asks why the hero is hiding here when the others are making noise on the lawn. Kyle feels that he must join their hard work. Murdoch says there was nothing he wanted to be a part of. Angelina blows everything out of the elephant mouse. Kyle says more whip and less pie this time, and she is strict with herself much more than with others, and no one complained about her. Murdoch believes that Angelina is not just crossing the line, but suffering from a mental disorder. She puts a lot of pressure on herself because of her worries about the future and her regrets about the past. That is why she has high standards for others and herself. But the problem is that people cannot be perfect, and sooner or later, they will realize that they will never reach their own standards. When an ordinary person understands this, she gives up. But this fact will simply destroy Angelina, and no one will be able to help her. Murdoch asks Kyle to watch over the girl because no one can help her but him. The guy complains that he gets the hardest job. Someone asks to enter the tent. Kyle says he found another transfer user and invited him here. A guy named Sam appears inside. Murdoch says he thought the boy was older. Kyle says he's a high school student. Murdoch yells at Iddy not to scare the boy. The lizard says that the boy is afraid of Murdoch. Sam apologizes and says everything is fine. A guy from hard difficulty and level 8. He's a mage and uses teleportation magic, so he's an ideal option for Murdoch to increase his resistance skills. Murdoch says that he needs help, and all that is required from the boy is to use the magic of movement on his arm. Sam warns that it will be very painful, but Kyle assures him that Murdoch has not endured such torture, so there is no need to worry about him. The boy grabs Murdoch's hand and uses teleportation magic. Murdoch says that stronger discharges are needed because he can heal himself. Therefore, Sam cannot hold back. Murdoch asks why the meeting was held today. Kyle says a bunch of people started making the substances. One of the members of the Order joined the syndicate and obtained a list of all the members of the insidious group. The Order screened possible members of the syndicate, and when the day of the assembly arrived, they immediately apprehended the culprits. There are secret members in the Order that no one knows about. Kyle says he doesn't know all the details. They have several groups that operate independently, so there are a lot more secret agents in the levels than you might imagine. The boy says that it will be good if everyone watches over the others. In this case, no one will commit crimes. Murdoch says that's not likely to work and jerks his hand out of Sam's. The boy apologizes, and Murdoch says that he is fine, and his burn resistance will also increase at this rate. A man with a bandage on his head enters the tent. He says he's been looking for them all, but they're sitting around here. The man's name is Jeffrey. Murdoch says they are busy with important business. The man falls into a chair and says that soon others will come here and the real meeting will begin. The entrance to the tent opens and the other players enter with Angelina. The first thing discussed by members of the Order during the meeting were the details of the reason for holding the day of the Great Gathering. They discussed preventive measures to prevent this from happening again. And after that, simplified lists were handed over to those in charge of equal levels of complexity. They were discussing the same things that had already been said in the general discussions in the chats. Kyle says there are two more important things to discuss. The first piece of news is Yang on easy difficulty, who has passed level 89. Everyone present applauds and rejoices because the exit from the game is right in front of him. Young was anxious to return to his family as soon as news of the outside world began to spread. The first person to complete the 100th level means a lot to both worlds because it will tell the whole world that the missing people are in the game. This person will encourage people not to lose hope and make all players wait. She will be their messenger. Kyle suggests discussing if there are any messages Lee will deliver to the outside world. First of all, it is necessary to make a list of players and notify their families. And the next step will be to inform the government of their existence and make them recognize the power of the players. The participants of the meeting do not understand what kind of power we are talking about. They will ask the government to give the Order the power to make laws for the game of learning, enforce them, and punish violators. Murdoch doubts the government will grant such powers so easily. Although the Order maintains order in the game, it is unlikely that the government will so easily recognize their power. Kyle agrees, which is easier said than done. They will most likely accept the Order as part of a system of effective government, if at all. Most likely, all people will fall into the game, from old people to children, from factory workers to the president. There will be no exception. And of course, if they get into the game, they will have to obey the laws they have made. If a violation occurs, the president will suffer the same punishment as a normal player. The Order has laws on punishment for non-compliance with laws, creating own laws or creating organizations of more than 10 people. If the government does not recognize the laws of the Order, it will be counted as a violation. Most punishments are executions, with the exception of warnings or banishment. This means that if one of the government officials does not learn the internal laws, he will be executed as soon as he enters this world. This proposal is too outrageous. The top of the government will definitely not be delighted with such prospects. Murdoch suggests leaving this topic until the next meeting. Jeffrey suggests discussing the choice of starting weapon in the game instead. Murdoch supports this idea. A person's chances of survival depend very much on the weapon chosen at the beginning of the game. Kyle brings up the subject of healers. There are very few of them, and not every level has at least one. This was to be expected, because few people choose a magic wand as a weapon. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary twig. There's no point in adding a starting weapon message to the manual, because you have to select a weapon to use the menu. The importance of healers must be conveyed. Jeffrey emphasizes that people on hard and infernal difficulty should not choose healers and limit entry to infernal difficulty in general. Choosing the infernal difficulty is actually suicide. Hugo and Murdoch are the only players alive on it, and there have already been 14 new player challenges. Murdoch agrees that new players are not needed on this difficulty. Although he liked the idea of team play at first, it is now becoming a distraction. Kyle isn't sure this is a good long-term solution. It is not known what awaits the players in the future. Murdoch says that it is difficult to pass levels on hellish difficulty and survive, even if there is a perfect plan of passage. After 4 hours of discussion, Kyle motions to end the meeting. Jeffrey says he has information about something big coming soon. It doesn't look like it's going to be a gathering day. The details are still unknown, so the Order needs to focus on this topic. Murdoch is confused by the number of problems, even if he is not involved in gathering information. Angelina closes the meeting and wishes everyone fruitful work. Everyone leaves the tent, and the girl is about to leave too, but Jeffrey asks her to stay a little longer. There was one more topic left that they did not discuss. Unfortunately, Murdoch will have to be present for the discussion, and so will she. Jeffrey whispers to Kyle to start the conversation. In response, he asks Jeffrey himself. Murdoch silently agrees that Kyle is better at talking than anyone else. Kyle says it's not a big topic, but it's about Angelina and Murdoch. The guy reassures that the topic is not very serious. They just wanted to discuss Angelina's attitude issues. She treats people quite coldly and harshly, but even despite the criticism of the participants, they respect her a lot. The only problem is that she treats Murdoch with too much respect, and they wanted to discuss that because it could become a problem. They understand that she is grateful to him for bringing people together, but judging players by their age and contribution is not very good, so she has to treat him like an ordinary player. Angelina assures that she already treats everyone equally, as she should, regardless of personal qualities, with the exception of members of the Order. Jeffrey asks her to address Murdoch as she would address a player. Angelina blushes and mumbles his name, calling him Sir and Captain. Murdoch and the answer also blushes. Kyle and Jeffrey can barely contain their laughter. The guy is surprised that he is starting to find her cute. The usually cold Angelina reveals a different side, but this will become a problem in the future, even if there is a reason for it. She still considers him a hero from a fairy tale. The girl has too much respect for him and high hopes for him. This worries Murdoch very much. There will also be a question of hierarchy if she considers him above her. Even now, the boy is convinced that many members of the Order consider him higher in rank than she. This can become a big problem. Kyle is busy carving, which attracts Murdoch's attention. The guy remembers how he used to knit some time ago. Kyle calls him a dressmaker in return. He began to knit and embroider when he was close to a nervous breakdown. At that time, he did not know about the Great Gathering and felt quite alone. He found himself on the edge then and used knitting and daily routine as a lifeline. Kyle makes furniture for his home because it is quite expensive to buy it. Murdoch says level 30 is the place for it. The boy's thoughts return to Angelina. He couldn't imagine that she had that side of her personality. To be honest, Murdoch is sometimes terrified of her. She didn't even think twice before blowing up the head of the man who made her suffer. He hopes that they can build a more comfortable and relaxed relationship in the future. But now the guy has another problem. It seems to him that Iddy took offense at him. She must be bored. Or she's offended because Murdoch didn't pay enough attention to her during the meeting. Meanwhile, the lizard announces that it will sleep and not to be woken up. Sam enters the tent, but Murdoch can't remember his name for a long time. Kyle guesses that Murdoch called the boy to increase his resistance. The boy smiles and says he's counting on Sam. The boy asks if Sam will be able to get information about the Ihaui continent at the 12th level. The boy says he will try. In exchange, Murdoch gives him a bracelet that gives him an increased level of magic. He received it as a reward for level 10. Such powerful items can only be found on Hell difficulty. Kyle thinks he has the most talent among the kids here, so Murdoch gives him the bracelet, but asks him not to tell anyone. After some time, the hero remembers that he has to meet Hugo from the 3rd floor. Murdoch feels that the boy has lost his passion. This may be because he cannot pass the 3rd level. Kyle says that's not a problem Murdoch can help with. Leaving the guy alone is also a form of help. Murdoch agrees. The hero thinks, then turns to Sam. He asks if the boy has a stronger skill. The day of the conference ended, and with it the 12th level. Murdoch will miss the cave because it has become like a real home to them. Iddy says she also considered this place her home. She never had to live with other lizards in her village. She had no home and had to find a new place to sleep every day for her own safety. The level she was on felt like a prison rather than a home. This cave is the first place she can call home. She thanks Murdoch for calling her here. In the past, the boy had asked Kirikiri if Iddy would be the same lizard for other players at level 5. The teacher replied that she would be the same, but a little different. The adulta that the player meets will be the same one that he met, but at the same time, it will not be Hidalta, whom he defeated and then summoned with the help of a stone. The system reports that level 12 has been failed. Completion time coincided. Iddy asks if Murdoch will try to clear this level next time. The guy replies that he has a better idea. This level is ideal for training. The hero is going to train here several times without passing. They have a lot of time and a lot of prey to hunt, and the only condition is survival. And besides, Murdoch has an idea. He is going to kill the dragon he saw at first before he leaves the level. In the waiting room on level 6, the incubator is empty, only pieces of shell on a soft pillow inside. Murdoch is stuck in a level because the newly hatched dragon decided to eat meatballs instead of healthy worms. He persuades the child to eat the right food and promises to smear it with honey. John copied everything the boy did. from what food he eats, where he sits, to the way he yawns and smiles. Murdoch decides to hide the human food from him. Angelina writes to him unexpectedly. Murdoch reveals that he is feeding Jonah. The girl asks why he called the dragon that way. It turns out that the other dragons can kill him for disrespecting their race. The boy reassures her that he will easily beat them. Angelina says the dragon needs a different name. Murdoch says she's too irritated today. He warns that some people are attracted to it. Angelina asks him to stop being idle. The boy asks if Jonah likes his name. The dragon shakes his head furiously, noting that he doesn't like it at all. Angelina says that she will give him a name and asks what type the dragon is and what its cry sounds like. Murdoch says that Yon is not shouting, but speaking in a lisp. The girl gives up and offers to ask others. This is how the competition for the best name for the dragon begins, with the main prize in the form of an elixir. The little dragon refuses a short name, a cute name, but he likes the names of noble dragons from novels. Thus the little dragon was named Benedict Relicius Piacha Laokon na Flyon, nis Tiamat Carcerin Balcus Chanso Gardan Nessario III. Murdoch thinks that he is a bad influence on Angelina because she seems to just want to get it over with as soon as possible because she is tired of it. Angelina talks about Sam, who is currently level 90 and will be leaving the game soon, but sounds like he doesn't want to. She asks Murdoch to talk to the boy and convince him to move on. After Sam reached level 90, he announced that he would train for the next level to become stronger. But that was 2 years ago. Murdoch understands the desire to return to the real world as strong as possible, but Sam is already the strongest player he knows. But the boy decided to train even more. If Sam has an ideal that he wishes to surpass, it is Murdoch, because there is no one stronger than him. Sam is an officer of the Order and contracted with the government. They expected a strong player in the near future and must start to get nervous. Kyle has already returned to the real world and this hurts Murdoch very much. He doesn't know what to say to Sam. He begins to think about purpose, the real world, power, development, government, and this creates a burst of energy from Murdoch. He tries to calm down, but his force shatters the columns and furniture around him. He apologizes to the little dragon for the mess he made. Right now the guy can't do anything because he's stuck at level 60, and it's driving him crazy enough that it's causing mana to drain out of him. When this happens, he forcefully represses his emotions. Emotions about the desire to quickly break out of this level. In the past, at level 12, Iddy calls Murdoch crazy. He replies that it is bad to call your friends that. Murdoch tests his poison-infusing skill that he acquired last month. He can cover weapons and hands with poisonous energy. Thanks to him, he can poison enemies and run away before receiving injuries, and sooner or later, the enemy will die without an antidote. Iddy tries to convince Murdoch that he is just as strong without these dishonest fighting tactics, but he replies that poisoning is more effective. Murdoch says that he would prefer exploiting the enemy's weaknesses and destroying their psyche than direct combat. It may be cruel, but it is safe for him. Murdoch is surprised that he got the skill even though he didn't clear the level. Murdoch is happy that Iddy was with him and helping him train. The lizard reminds him that the time to summon the dead is limited. Iddy says she liked living in the cave. Murdoch reminds that the level is being updated and most likely the monster has reappeared there. The lizard says that it will simply create a new decoration. The guy guesses that she really liked having her own home. Meanwhile, Murdoch developed a resistance to poison. He is sure that the skill of filling with poison is at the highest level. He is going to poison his own body. This will develop his resistance to poison and poison filling. Iddy worries that something will go wrong and he will die. Murdoch reassures her that everything will be fine, as this is far from the first time he has harmed himself for the sake of development. The lizard and the boy find themselves back in the jungle of the 12th level. A loud roar is heard. Not far from them, the two dragons locked in a fight again. Murdoch tells how he first saw them. Confused, Iddy asks how Murdoch is going to kill them. The 12th level trial begins. The dragons begin to fight, just like last time. One uses fire and the other a force field. Murdoch says they'll beat the dragons next time. Iddy says that all she heard was that Murdoch would lead them to certain death. The boy reminds them that they can run away if it gets too hot. First of all, they decided to go home, to the cave, and thus they began the second assault of the 12th level. Murdoch first tested his theory on the poison. After several attempts to injure himself, he experienced several effects from the poison that he had not experienced before. Gradually it became difficult for him to breathe, and he felt a severe headache. Then he felt numb. The guy does not like that the lethality is decreasing and does not reach the mark when you can lose a life. After testing the effect of the poison, Murdoch went hunting to improve his skills, and Iddy happily supported this idea as she began to restore the interior. When she finished restoring the cave, the poison skill reached level 5 and began to develop lethality. The next thing Murdoch focused on was the tracking skill to track down poisoned prey that escaped with ease. Murdoch considered setting the jungle on fire. Time after time he released the poisoned prey to pursue it. In this way, his skill developed significantly, and he felt confident on the hunt. The boy took out a map from his bottomless bag and says that he will start hunting a little further from the cave than before, because there are no animals left in the vicinity. Iddy is worried that he's going too far, and it will take him 4 days to get there. Murdoch says that this is the closest he can go to get prey, because he is going to have an extreme hunt. The boy and the lizard reach the designated area. Murdoch wonders what the meaning of fictional worlds is. Meaning can be in creating things that don't exist. For example, a dragon rider. The boy remembers how he dreamed of becoming one of them and conquering the sky. And now it's time to fulfill his childhood dream. Even if Murdoch is the winged creature for the dragon this time. Iddy never dreamed of becoming the first lizard to become a human rider. Murdoch, in a trembling voice, questions what term she applied to him. To take revenge, the guy accelerates. He asks if she's having fun now. The lizard gets dizzy from the speed, but says she's having fun, but soon eats breakfast. Murdoch changed clothes after the antecedent. Iddy apologizes and Murdoch says it's his own fault. There are several reasons why they fly around peacefully. There are few creatures in this world that can fly and none that can bring them down to earth. Iddy offers to rest and arranges a picnic. Murdoch praises her cooking skills, happily eating raw meat. The boy thought that lizards eat raw food because they are reptiles. Iddy says he better leave prejudice in the past because it might sound offensive. Other races may appear as enemies to overcome, but there is no guarantee that this will be the case in the future. Murdoch mentions the goblins and agrees with Iddy, and he cannot imagine from whom he would have heard such advice if not from her. When they met, he had no idea that they would spend so much time together and become friends. They pointed guns at each other. Iddy wanted to marry him, and that's how they met. And now she has become his only ally and friend. Iddy became his support and advisor, his teacher. He can even call her family. Even if she was of no use, he would like to have her around. The system reports that the god of adventure is looking at the player with pleasure. After a few days, they reach the eastern edge of the map. The lizard jumps off the boy's back and onto the ground. In the information about the level, it was told about an invisible wall and Murdoch touches it. Also, it hasn't rained in a while, so the conditions are perfect now. Murdoch sets the jungle on fire and takes Iddy into the air. He is surprised at the speed of the fire. Murdoch will get a level up. The guy gets experience points if he kills enemies with fire, but only a quarter of the amount he would get if he kills himself. The boy is going to make the fire bigger by spreading more firestones. The fire continues to spread. Animals try to escape from the fire with horror. Murdoch and Iddy, meanwhile, monitor the situation from the air. They notice a monkey with the ability to create water trying to put out the fire. Iddy jumps off the boy's back and cuts the orangutan in half with one punch. Murdoch has every chance to burn through the entire 12th level at this rate. It is not so easy for animals to avoid such a catastrophe. Iddy complains that she is very hot and gets a cold potion. When she lived in the forest, she was always afraid of fires. Murdoch replies that she needn't worry. She notes that at this rate the fire will reach their cave to the west. This level wouldn't be their home anyway, because the boy was going to clear it completely this time. A deafening roar is heard. Finally, they see the dragon Murdoch was talking about. He uses a force field to protect himself from fire. Iddy is amazed that he really wants to fight a dragon. He asks her to take the sword out of his bag and takes it in his hand. They're going to fly around without getting hit. Although this will only anger the animal, they will soon strike back. Murdoch casts soul capture on the dragon. Sensing danger, the dragon begins to roar and look at the attackers. Murdoch asks why the dragon is screaming, because it will never catch a target as tough as them. Iddy notes that the boy is being sneaky. After a while, The dragon abandons chasing the target, flying around, and switches to fighting fire. Murdoch approaches the dragon and orders Iddy to prepare for an attack soon. The lizard attacks the reptile's neck, but the blade of its spear collides with the force field. The dragon quickly blocked her strike. The dragon tries to attack Murdoch with its tail, but Murdoch quickly flies away. He did not think that such a healthy animal could move so fast. The dragon ignores the flames and watches the boy and the lizard again. They must try again. The advantage is on their side, because the reptile tries to protect its territory in the first place. They will simply run away when the monster focuses on them. Moreover, the barrier is an active skill that the dragon uses. If he ignores them, they will attack his blind spot. Iddy says she feels sorry for the dragon. Murdoch says this is a bad time for that and casts a wind spirit blessing. They deftly dodge another tail blow from the dragon with a quick move. The lizard tried to attack again, but the beast used the force field again and blocked the blow. Despite its size, the dragon is quite fast. The boy uses teleport several times in a row, but the dragon blocks each of Iddy's blows with a force field in time. Due to its large size, the dragon cannot observe the lower part of the body. Murdoch and Iddy cut his legs with poisoned weapon blades. The monster roars in pain. If the animal does not have the ability to block the poison, where it will cause a lot of pain. Unfortunately, the dragon's body is too large for such a dose of poison to be lethal. While he was chasing them, the whole forest was engulfed in flames. Now the dragon has to choose. He can either start hunting for heroes or try to escape from the flames. Now it will be a war of attrition. The lizard and the boy fly towards the dragon for the next attack. After some time of struggle, the legs of the reptile are covered with many cuts. The forest trembles from his footsteps. It's time to end it. Murdoch tells Iddy to prepare to attack as they approach. The guy hits the dragon between the eyes with a sword, and the dragon is no longer able to block the blow. The dragon falls to the ground engulfed in fire. The boy announces that their hunt is over. Messages from the system about leveling up and developing skills appear in front of the boy. The gods of slowness, adventure, battle, light, and dueling are amazed at his achievements. It had been a long time since so many gods had watched Murdoch. The dragon was not his target that he had to hunt, because it is much stronger than the other enemies at the 12th level. If Murdoch couldn't fly, he wouldn't have overcome the dragon. Murdoch quickly teleports down to catch Iddy before she falls into the fire. Murdoch suggests that they rest because they were inhaling smoke, and then they will continue to burn everything here. Iddy notices ahead of them the cave she called home now engulfed in flames. The fire spreads too fast. Murdoch notices that Iddy is crying and doesn't know how to comfort her. He did not know that she had become so attached to the cave. But Iddy's sadness is interrupted by the appearance of a second dragon. Murdoch was waiting for him to appear. They fly towards the dragon to overcome it first of all, and it concentrates fire in its mouth. After a while, a rumble is heard. Murdoch stands on the face of a defeated dragon. He apologizes to Iddy for the fire spreading faster than he expected. The lizard says that Taco didn't expect this. He says that there is nothing he can do to help her or fix the situation now, so they have to continue burning the forest. Iddy says he understands and won't complain, and asks to talk about their future plans. Originally, this level could only be cleared by surviving for 25 days, but if they burn the forest and the animals in it, the level will be completed faster. Meanwhile, the animals collided with a transparent wall and are screaming because they cannot escape from the fire. Murdoch and Iddy watch them and agree that it looks like hell. Animals use different skills to stop the fire. Even if they are not civilized, they are quite intelligent and cooperative. But on the other hand, there is a stampede among them. Panicked animals fight in vain for their lives. Iddy hands Murdoch a heat resistance potion. He offers to intervene in the situation below. Murdoch and Iddy land in front of the animals, who are too busy running away to notice them. They wait for the bulk of the beasts to run forward and start killing them one by one. By the time the beasts begin to guess what is happening, it is too late. Murdoch uses soul capture on them because they can't escape anyway. Flames chase their tails, and a transparent wall blocks their retreat. The panicked animals will not notice Murdoch and Iddy. The beasts turn on Murdoch, and he runs towards them with his sword and shouts that nothing will change from their gaze. He and Iddy begin killing the beasts one by one, driving them towards the transparent wall. The animals come into contact with the wall and cannot cross it. A stampede begins, but they have no chance to escape. After a while, Iddy turns to Murdoch and asks what they should do next. The guy says he doesn't know. They killed all the predators that were under the influence of soul rapture. Iddy says she's barely holding on because she's been in the heat for too long. Meanwhile, other animals are approaching them, fleeing from the flames. The situation becomes dangerous. Murdoch offers to retreat, and they leave the barrier with the help of Talaria's wings. They flew to the area, which turned into ashes and was no longer burning. The boy forced Iddy to take a heat potion, but she still didn't feel well. Good thing Murdoch had a tent with him. He took it out of his bottomless bag and unfolded it. The tent has a temperature control feature and sends the lizard inside to cool off and rest. Murdoch brought the freezing potion with him and spread the contents around. The heat around him decreased a little, but the air felt like a sauna. After the fire was over, he and Iddy flew around the level, finishing off the animals that survived. Murdoch noticed that the lizard was quite comfortable with their way of life, or it would be more accurate to say that she had no choice but to fly around and finish off the beasts. The same applied to him. The environment, which consists of ashes, began to affect their mental health. The dead will sleep peacefully, but murderers never. Iddy reports that they have run out of water. Murdoch looks around and realizes that they have nowhere to get water. They gained a significant amount of experience points, but at the same time they lost many things, such as a place to rest, sources of water and food. Although they encounter many corpses on their way, it has been a long time since they died, and there are very few living beasts left to hunt. Although there is water left in the lake in the south, they cannot drink it because of the corpses, because the animals jumped into it, trying to save themselves, and died. Murdoch suggests that Iddy practice in the cave because they have nothing else to do, but suddenly she disappears from his back. The guy is angry that the draft time is over and that he didn't even say goodbye to her properly. He's about to challenge her again, but thinks twice. Iddy wasn't going to help him now, and she didn't like it here anyway. This is how Murdoch's life became even more difficult. Even when he found an animal that was alive, the boy did not know how to cut the meat and did not know how to cook it. He guessed that he should fry it, but the meat tasted like dirty water. Murdoch missed the food Iddy cooked. Then another problem appeared. The wrongly cooked food upset his stomach, but he doesn't even have anything to scratch. He used to use leaves. Now he quickly looks for something that will fit in his bag and finds hororong. That's what he called the homemade scarf he tied on the second floor. These were the fruits of labor from the time when he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Murdoch decides to ask Kyle what is more valuable, dignity or precious memories. The guy heartlessly replies that he is busy. This leaves Murdoch alone with the decision. The boy installed a tombstone and signed that the brave warrior Hororong rests here. A system message suddenly appears. The boy is angry that the level was counted late when Hororong's tombstone was already installed. Many animals survived the fire and continued to roam the ashes. But Murdoch killed everyone he met. The last monster must have just died. The entire ecosystem died in the flames. Murdoch had already found it difficult to find food, and in the near future he could die of hunger. A bunch of messages appear in front of the guy about increasing skills, scoring points, and restoring his body. Murdoch expected that he would be given a new skill, because last time he was given a reward for a failed level. The boy is satisfied that he finished the passage. The system says that his heat and burn resistances are combined into level 1 fire resistance. Prior to this, the only passive skill he was given was resistance to mental damage. In addition, the description of resistance to fire is suspiciously short. He also wants to know why his 12th burn resistance and 6th heat resistance became the 1st fire resistance. The system reports that all the gods in the White Holy Temple are watching Murdoch. It was the first time he had received so much attention. The boy counts 100 gods, but decides that it is too early to draw conclusions. For now, it's time for him to meet Kirikiri. Murdoch promises the buried Hororong that he will avenge him. The teacher happily greets Murdoch and says that he can cry on her shoulder. Nothing has changed since last time. Murdoch does not consider himself a person with a good personality, but he remembers insults very well. He buys a big cake and shows it to Kirikiri, but thanks him for the gift. But before she can try it, Murdoch flies upstairs and asks why she didn't humanly tell him about the toilet paper. She says it wouldn't be so much fun then. The boy uses displacement and escapes with the cake. He forgives her, but demands that she not do this again. Kirikiri eats and promises not to do that again. Murdoch opens the menu window and asks her not to hide any important information from him for her own amusement. He takes out a can of candy and surprises the teacher with it. Most likely, she said she was doing it for fun, just to tease him. Kirikiri has always been responsible for giving out important information, even if at first glance she seems empty-headed. Murdoch says that he sensed something at the 12th level. Monsters possessed various abilities, which also count as magic, but they didn't understand it like magic through theory and practice, but just used it like any skill. Murdoch asks if he can learn more about magic. The teacher says that he cannot study magic yet, because there are too many things connected with each other. Murdoch asks if he can learn more from the books on his own. Kirikiri says he can buy them, but learning magic through them will be very difficult. Magic books can only be purchased through a mentor. They are considered weapons, and Murdoch managed to buy a basic theory of magic and a book on barriers and seals. The boy became interested in barriers and seals because of the monkey leader who blocked his wings. He can learn the same from a book. The teacher says that he can learn barriers, but the magic of the seals is very difficult and people cannot use it. They can be learned only if you become an apostle of God and receive the skill of seals from him. Murdoch had not expected this skill to be so advanced. The girl says that the magic theory is different from the usual one, and there is no guarantee that the boy will understand it. Murdoch says he'll try anyway. The boy asks what event will happen soon. Kirikiri says she has no right to tell, but he bought her a cake, so she will tell. Murdoch says that he will work even harder to make Kirikiri more happy with sweets. The girl says that the hint will be small and that Murdoch should listen carefully. She tells the foreigner and the second, and these two words are the only clue from her. After a while, the girl watches the guy buy a bunch of toilet paper. She asks if he is going to sell it. Murdoch says that she will not understand the grief when there is no toilet paper, and that he will not be able to buy it outside the waiting room, just like the potion. After he's done shopping, he says goodbye to Kirikiri. She asks him to buy her a cake next time. Murdoch enters the 13th level waiting room. He rejects the idea of writing to Kyle, because he is usually asleep at this time, and takes out a book. He opens the book on the first page, which has a question about the first ingredient needed to change the infinite afterlife and finite life. He turns to the next pages, but they are blank. Nothing is written in the book except for one question, and that's the question about the time-shifting ingredient. Murdoch has no idea how to find out, but suspects the answer will fill other pages. A message from the system breaks him out of his thoughts. It turns out to be Hugo. Murdoch asks what happened. The boy replies that he has cleared the 3rd level. There were many traps on the way down that were in the previous levels. The arrows were poisonous, and the temperature kept dropping and rising to incredible levels, but he still passed this level. Murdoch congratulates the boy on his victory. At one time, he had passed the level with no transfer problems, and now he found out what awaited him below. Murdoch suggests creating a guide for the Hell level and uploading it to the public domain. Hugo says he'll be happy to help. The boy asks what awaits him on the 4th level. Murdoch mentions the goblins he met there. Hugo's playstyle is similar to that of an assassin, so he will face a lot of challenges in this level. A conversation with Hugo lifted Murdoch's spirits. He sits by the fire and ponders that he also wants to go further through the levels. Murdoch wants to clear the 13th level. The recent passing of the 12th level only fueled his excitement. At 12th level, he learned his lesson, so now he needs to prepare more thoroughly. Murdoch enters the room through the portal. He immediately notices that it is very dark here. The system reports that there is a hidden temple on the continent of Ankan, inhabited by monks who worship the god of dueling. One who wishes to become a martial artist and laughs at the ideals of the monks can try to defeat all the monks and prove his worth. The condition for clearing the level is victory in at least 15 rooms. The boy suspects that the level looks like this because the dueling god doesn't like him. On the other hand, the players he respects will be happy to be here. For the first time in the entire game, a god was mentioned in a level theme. Murdoch hopes to learn more about the gods at this level. The conditions say that you must win in 15 rooms, but there is no one in this one. Even with heightened senses, the boy can't even hear the wind. The only thing that captures his attention in this room is the door. Above them is the number 0. So this is the starting room. Murdoch opens the door and steps out into the hallway and walks down it until he stumbles upon the next door. The number above the door indicates that the next room is number 1. There are corridors between the rooms, and it feels like the difficulty will increase with each room. He opens the next door and sees a silhouette hiding a shadow. Silhouette says he's glad to finally meet the arrogant guy the teacher said he was. The monk must be about 2 meters tall with big muscles, but there are no weapons to be seen. He is unarmed. But a monk is definitely not a person. Murdoch says that of the two, he is definitely not the arrogant one. The boy asks why the monk has no weapon. The monk replies that the boy is definitely arrogant because he asks such a thing of someone who has conquered the pinnacle of his art. And such crutches only hinder development. Murdoch says that conquering the top means invincibility, and someone just as strong but with a weapon has every chance of defeating him. The monk gets up from the floor and offers Murdoch to use his weapon in a duel with him, as it is time for the trial to begin. The monk offers to see if Murdoch can defeat or kill him and proceed to the next room. A guy can understand giving up weapons for the sake of skill development, but it's not wise to dismiss them as unnecessary. With the help of weapons, people develop their ability to wage war. Without it, it is impossible to reach the pinnacle of art. The only thing the pinnacle of martial arts should lead to is victory, and Murdoch is going to prove that to the monk. The boy throws a knife at the monk, and he does not have time to respond other than to repel him, which causes him to fall back. As soon as Murdoch dropped the knife, he immediately took out his spear and charged forward. As soon as he reached the monk, he stabbed him straight through the heart with his spear. That was the end of the fight. A monk will never reach the pinnacle of art. He fell to the ground, life left him. Murdoch is disappointed with the fight, even if it was just the first room. He hopes that the next room will satisfy him more, but in the following rooms, he did not encounter difficulties during the fight. But finally, in the 5th room, he met a monk who could compete with his speed, but even that was not enough. Murdoch struck him in the neck with the blade of his spear, and he quickly fell back. Taking a closer look at his opponent's body, the boy realizes that his skin is very strong like metal. You have to be born with such a body. If you are behind in the aspect of strength, there is an opportunity to make up for it with magic or skill. But this will only help if you become stronger than the opponent. The one with a more developed base will win. Monks are born with this data, but ignore the advantages of weapons. Murdoch finds this illogical. The dueling god quietly clears his throat. The boy understands that God agrees with him in some ways, but not completely. He decides to take a closer look at the monks in the next rooms and their physical characteristics. With each room, the monks became stronger. There is a possibility that at 15th level there will be a monk with similar characteristics as Murdoch. Murdoch examined the body like a surgeon, trying to find more differences between their bodies. The system reports that the gods are displeased. The dueling god feels uncomfortable. The god of slowness is angry with some. Murdoch asks him not to distract him with his reactions. Kyle writes to Murdoch out of the blue. He says that he has learned about an event that will begin soon. Murdoch is surprised at his speed. Murdoch says he learned something too and tells him the information Kirikiri gave him. Kyle guesses that Murdoch first asked the mentor about other things and then asked for a hint with the remaining energy. Kyle says he's already posted the following information about the event, so Murdoch can check it out any time. He weaned himself off dry meat while he was with Iddy and decides to ask her next time about meat preparation and cooking. The hero washed his hands, warmed the milk with chocolate on the heat stone, and took out a bun to snack on while he read the news. The event is called The Competition. It will take place by the end of the 5th month. All players can participate, but withdrawal before or during the competition is allowed. The winner of the competition will receive a skill as a reward. The Order really tried to collect so much information. The gaming community is going crazy after hearing the news. Reviews are generally positive. They count on the Order to take care of all the problems. It also becomes known that the competition will be either individual or team. The players start arguing over who can win, and the majority vote for Murdoch. Murdoch yawns, tired of reading their pointless bickering. These people know nothing about him, but they discuss him. Of course, he will be the winner of the competition. Murdoch wipes the blood from his cheek as he looks at the defeated monk. They obviously get stronger with each subsequent room. The system informs him that he has fulfilled the level condition and asks if he wishes to continue. Of course, Murdoch chooses to continue. Kyle informed him that the competition would last several months and that players from other countries would be joining them, and the Order had to take that into account. There is no guarantee that foreigners will obey the laws of the Order, but the Order is unlikely to make an exception, and in the event of a conflict, Murdoch will be involved in a show of force. Also, Kyle put him in charge of the normal difficulty players during the competition because the guy was getting really tired of it. From the beginning of the Order, Kyle did everything he could to prepare for the most unexpected circumstances. Murdoch believes that the boy developed paranoia, but now Murdoch decides to focus on leveling up. He reflects on the weaknesses of the monks he has met up to this point. Their weaknesses stemmed from the negative effects of having such strong bodies. They did not know how to quickly assess the situation and act. There is also a feeling that they fought among themselves, but not with anyone from the outside. They lack combat experience. Of course, these weaknesses are leveled with each room. Murdoch finds himself in the 19th room. With a force capable of sending tremors through the earth, the monk charged forward and approached Murdoch. He narrowly ducked his head and avoided being hit by a spear. An ordinary person would not even be able to trace the trajectory of the blow. With one kick, the monk knocked the spear out of Murdoch's hands and he flew into the ceiling. The monk's fist moved with incredible speed. Murdoch, meanwhile, summoned a sword into his hand. The monk hits the boy's hand and stops the sword. Murdoch jumps away from the monk. He looks at him with anger. The monk looks relaxed and it pisses the boy off. He admits that the monk is strong enough to send him to the next world with his bare hands. The difficulty increased rapidly after the 15th room. The skills and martial arts of the monks became more and more developed. They no longer have weaknesses. They use incredible speed and deliver single but perfect strikes. It had been a long time since Murdoch had wielded a sword and shield combination. He chose them first, especially for such situations. The monk asks if Murdoch thinks it will help him. He sounds calm and that pisses the guy off even more. Murdoch knows that a sword and shield won't help him make up the speed gap between them. The monk offers the boy to demonstrate his true power. You can't spoil a duel with silly pride. Murdoch says the previous monk said the same thing. The monk replies that their goal in the duel is not to win, but to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. There is one fact that the boy does not want to admit, but he has no choice. This room is the limit he is capable of reaching in his current state. Murdoch activates Spirit Force. His combat abilities increase depending on the strength of the opponent and the general exhaustion of the hero. Usually, Fortitude is a passive skill that is always activated. It seems that Murdoch turned it off earlier on purpose when he was training with Iddy. She was sure that it is useful for people to be able to regulate their skills. Murdoch activates Soul Steel and Combat Concentration. Murdoch suggests starting the fight over. As the monk wanted, he will demonstrate his full power. He used the transfer and found himself right in front of the monk's nose. He hopes to stab him in the throat with his sword. The monk reacted, even though the boy was using instant teleportation, and deftly dodged the sword. The boy focused his attention on the monk's fist that was flying in his face. He wasn't sure he would have time to avoid the blow completely. He thought about his next move. He calculated the trajectory of his fist, threw away his shield and rushed forward. The monk's fist barely touched his face. He tried to pull his fist back, but it was too late. Murdoch grabbed the monk by his clothes and pulled him over. In the other hand, the boy held a sword and aimed it right into the monk's heart. The iron cut through his ribcage. The monk fell to his knees and thanked him for a good duel. His breathing was uneven, and he tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Murdoch reminds that after activating his skills, the duel was over in 10 seconds. The monk says that he learned a lot from him and will train. Murdoch says he can kill him right now. The monk says that would also be a good ending to the fight. A guy walks past him calling him crazy. The monk stops him and offers to give advice. Murdoch must be careful in the next room and fight with his eyes closed. Something influenced his decision-making. Before, he would kill an enemy for experience points, but killing someone who doesn't even resist is wrong. Whether they look human or not has never affected the fact that their lives mean nothing to him, so that's not the difference. Murdoch suspects that he has come under a psychological attack, although he does not feel any magic around him. This is just the level of the game. As soon as the month ends, everything will be as it was. All the dead will come back to life, and their memory will be erased. Murdoch promised himself that he wouldn't devalue someone's life, even if they were monsters and revived after leveling up. Up until this point, he had kept his promise and cleared the levels without regretting his decisions. But this time, something changed. The system reports that the gods of adventure and slowness are watching over him. Murdoch decides to find a psychologist when he gets out of here. The boy enters the 20th room. The monk greets him. With each subsequent room, they became stronger and more hospitable. The monk invites him to sit next to him to get used to the darkness of the room. The darkness inside was unusual, as if something was blocking the hero's vision. Murdoch doesn't sense magic around him. It feels like one of the cardinal skills. He feels such darkness for the first time. The monk must be a few steps away from him, but the boy cannot see him or even his own hands. That is why the previous monk advised to close your eyes. Murdoch used his magic and activated the locate skill. This allowed him to see what the monk looked like and where he was. But the boy admits that it will be difficult to fight him while keeping this skill activated all the time. The monk smiles and says that there is no point in frowning like that because they are now in the same conditions. The monk says that the boy had better get used to the darkness first, but Murdoch already draws his sword and prepares to attack. It will be difficult. Because of the magic, his attentiveness suffers a lot, and the boy will have to use his cardinal skills to fight quickly. Murdoch activates the soul capture, still angry that the advice of the monk from the 19th room proved relevant. As soon as he casts the effect, he immediately activates the movement and is next to the monk. Murdoch aims his sword at the monk's neck, but the blade cuts through the air. The monk crouched in time. The monk experienced such high-speed movements in complete darkness. Murdoch pulls out a shield, and quite in time, because he would not have had time to dodge the monk's blow. Murdoch's body was thrown against the wall, and his shield shattered. The monk addresses him, but the boy does not want to listen, as he needs to get used to the room. Murdoch activates Talaria's wings and raises them above his body, then uses transfer and slams into the monk. The wings absorb the first blow, but the second wave was absorbed by the boy's entire body. He doesn't know when he last used such a dangerous method. His body was immobilized, but it was much lighter than the blow the monk received. Murdoch grabbed his knife and threw it at the enemy, who was carried away by the force of the blow. Amazingly, the monk, having been hit by the blow, accurately deflected the knife flying in his direction. The boy moved to the monk, and he was no longer able to block his hand, which he strengthened with a sign of washing. The magic that covered the boy's skin, turning his palm into a knife, sliced through the monk's skin. The monk twisted and kicked. This is a very dangerous situation, because Murdoch did not have time to predict his counterattack. The guy activates combat concentration and becomes aware that he will not have time to dodge such a blow. He tried to feel the movements through the magic and did not have time to understand where he would hit. The monk punches Murdoch in the stomach. The guy flies back and slides down the wall. He feels that his ribs are broken, but other than that his body is not disturbed. Even with the use of invulnerability, the monk was able to deal so much damage. Murdoch feels his mouth water but smiles at the monk. He starts running towards him. He's already under the influence of the poison skill. Murdoch can beat him. The boy takes out swords. He didn't have many chances to use this style. He decides to attack with one sword and defend with the other. The monk shouts and approaches the boy. He ponders his suggestion to adapt to the dark. Unexpectedly, the monk's fist stops near the boy's face. The monk coughs and falls to his knees under the influence of the poison. The boy asks if they will continue the duel. Murdoch stands over the enemy and says that he poisoned him, and then diligently exhausted him, so that he would eventually fall under the influence of the poison. The old man is pleased with the battle and thanks Murdoch. He says he accepts his fate. Even after an unfair defeat by poisoning, he shows respect, and Murdoch is not sure he will ever be able to do the same. The guy gets an antidote in exchange for answers. The monk says he will tell him everything he knows. The monk says that there are 33 rooms in the temple, and their teacher will be in the last one. Murdoch also asks how he will adapt to the darkness. The monk agrees to tell, because the boy will need this skill very much in the following rooms. Murdoch gave the monk an antidote, and the monk taught him his skill in return. After that, the guy is going to move on. Murdoch asks to estimate to what level he can reach. The monk says that the boy will easily reach 25, and if he overcomes the 26th monk, he will be able to reach the 29th room. Others will be difficult to overcome due to the peculiarities of the environment. The monk thanks the boy for the battle and hopes to meet him again someday. Murdoch is sure they won't meet, but smiles back. He's already completed the 15th level, and after his renewal, the monk will not remember anything. He says goodbye to the level guard and moves on. Murdoch felt strange leaving the level. He did not want to say goodbye to the monk because they had already become friends. Murdoch quickly closed the door behind him and walked to the door of the next room. He wants to test the monk's words about the difficulty of the next levels. The boy is about to leave the 24th room when the monk calls to him without turning around. He says he noticed that Murdoch was still not used to the length of the spear. Forgetting the advantage of the spear in order to injure the enemy from two sides is not a good idea. He also noticed that the boy puts his left leg in front of him before rushing forward, and this helps the enemy in the fight. Murdoch has no answer to this because the advice is very sound. Therefore, he simply thanks the defeated monk. The guy approaches the door of the next room. He does not even doubt his decision to reach the 33rd level. He opens the door to the 25th room and sees a monk. He congratulates him. Murdoch sees that the monk is no different from the previous ones. The monk says that the boy seems adapted to these circumstances, and he suggests that they begin the fight now. The conditions did not change from the 20th room, and therefore the boy felt confident. The monk says that some visitors have to readjust in the corridor. The thought of the other visitors bothers Murdoch. Most likely the monk is not talking about players, but about monks from another temple. The boy tries to drive away extraneous thoughts and focus on the battle. The monk asks why the hero feels so confused. The boy knows why. His strange actions in past rooms have alarmed him, as if he felt lonely. He already knew that he was not quite mentally stable and suffered from loneliness. That was why he was relieved to have someone around. He felt better as he chatted and laughed with Kirikiri, Iddy, Kyle and Jeffrey. He does not believe that he has become so lonely that he has become attached to his enemies. He is stunned that he was showing such a vulnerable side to his opponents. He would have died in the previous rooms if the monks had not been so careful. The monk in front of him suggests that he rest and come to his senses. Murdoch takes out his sword and says that they should fight first, and then he will get his thoughts in order. The monk is pleased that Murdoch is so confident of his own victory. He gets into position and tells the boy to attack when he's ready. Next to the hero, messages appear that the god of adventure is rooting for him, and the god of slowness is watching. Murdoch applies soul capture to the monk. The monk raised his fist and simply deflected the flow of magic in his direction. Murdoch understood why the previous monks had warned him about this monk. The shockwave destroyed the wall behind the boy. Fortunately, he jumped to the side in time. Pebbles fall to the floor. A building can collapse from such force, and direct contact with a fist will mean a ticket to the afterlife for Murdoch. The monk created shockwaves one after another. The guy decides not to use the move because he will simply stand under the next wave. He chooses to use movement only for attacks. The boy runs away when he sees that the monk has taken a stance to strike. Murdoch sped up and runs around the monk in a circle. He thinks to protest if the monk can handle his speed. He jumps on the wall and pushes away from it, rushes towards the monk with a sword in his hand. The monk wasn't quite able to keep up with him, but still managed to respond by raising his hand and deflecting the blow. Murdoch's body was thrown back by the shockwave, but the boy braked with his hand and decided to attack again. The boy again ran around the monk in a circle and pushed himself against the wall. Monks don't attack first, but he couldn't afford to stop. He flew at the monk, activating his battle concentration, but he stopped him with the same movement, but this time his posture was more stable. As soon as he sensed that the monk had activated the shockwave, he instantly used displacement and was behind the monk. Murdoch struck the monk with all his might with his sword, trying to pierce his body, but he only succeeded in cutting his skin. The monk turned around in time to avoid the blade, making full contact with his body. The monk felt that there was poison in his cuts. The guy says that the poison will kill him in 5 minutes. The monk guesses that he must win faster and move slower so that the poison does not spread quickly. The monk decides not to waste the limited time and attacks first. The boy barely has time to adopt a defensive position. He quickly raised his hand to block the shockwave with the iron wall skill. Murdoch realizes that it is necessary to provoke the monk into close combat, because if he continues to stand, the boy will die before the poison takes effect. The next shockwave knocks the sword out of Murdoch's hands. All he has to do is fight in hand-to-hand combat. A monk has a 3-level advantage. He is physically stronger, his attacks hit a larger area, and he is also more adapted to the darkness in the room. On the other hand, he is poisoned, his attacks are becoming more and more sharp, and he does not react so smartly to Murdoch's movements. Thanks to this, the boy is better able to analyze his posture and the smallest movements in order to predict his next attack. The guy activates heightened sensitivity. The monk aims a blow at Murdoch's heart, but he manages to avoid it. Instead, he quickly closed the distance between them and counterattacked. The monk managed to block the blow. His reaction speed is still extraordinary, but he will not be able to predict the boy's plan. The monk grabbed Murdoch's wrist, preventing a blow. He tries to put the boy on his back like a judo fighter, but Murdoch is stronger. Before touching the ground, he uses displacement. Murdoch was not affected by the kinetic energy and was given a chance to rehabilitate. He rushed at the monk with a fist in his face. For the first time, the boy managed to strike him thanks to the action of the poison. Even with such a body, reaction speed suffers from such a blow to the head. A monk cannot assume the correct position. Murdoch won and he knows it. A monk from the 30th room greets Murdoch. He is amazed that anyone has made it this far. The guy feels that something is wrong. From the 20th room, his vision was completely limited, and now he can't feel his body like he's floating in water. He tries to ask how many people got here, but can't get the words right because of the room effect. The monk understands that it is rare to find local conditions and offers Murdoch to get used to them first. Murdoch nodded and sat down on the floor. He didn't even feel her under him, and when he closed his eyes, he did not understand whether he was standing or sitting. It became impossible to understand without sight. The monk won't attack him until he gets used to the room. The guy decides to put his thoughts in order. A boy reflects on his loneliness and how easily his guard is lost when someone approaches him as a friend. Having finished putting his thoughts in order, he decides to concentrate on what is important at the moment. First of all, he needs to adapt to this place and defeat the monk. He activates soul capture and draws his sword as he charges. After some time, the boy passes by the monk of the 32nd room. He says that the teacher is waiting for him for the final test. Murdoch defeated the last monks more easily than he expected. The secret is that he did not adapt to the room, but simply rushed forward and attacked. He finally found himself in the last room. All his senses immediately became paralyzed. The monk's voice sounded in his head, welcoming. The boy was surprised, because all his senses were blocked and he could not hear anything, but the monk told him to take his time and look around. Murdoch tried to spread his magic and was able to see his surroundings. He had many questions for the monk, but he could not voice them. The monk assured him that he understood him, for it was part of his skill, given to him by the god of dueling. The monk confesses that he is currently undergoing training to become an apostle of God, just like Murdoch. It turns out that the apostles can sense each other. They feel the holy power in each other. The monk says he's surprised Murdoch didn't know this. However, in order to hear thoughts, he needs to use magic. The monk asks if Murdoch managed to suppress his thoughts. He had been watching the boy since he first stepped into the temple, using the same technique the boy was using to see him now. Murdoch is surprised by his strength. The monk had seen him from here from the very beginning. He's afraid that he might die here, at the hands of this monster. The monk scolds him for an offensive nickname. Murdoch tells him not to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts without permission, so as not to offend. He says he has quieted his thoughts to some extent. The root of the problems was that he did not suspect their existence. The monk says that the first step to solving a problem is to determine the cause of its occurrence. He offers to explain to Murdoch the conditions of this test. The final room challenge will begin soon. To successfully complete it, you must receive the teacher's recognition by completing 2 of his tasks. The first task is to survive in this place for 24 hours. The second is to endure a duel with the teacher for 10 minutes. Even the first task is very difficult. To maintain his heightened senses, he uses magic, the supply of which will run out in 4 hours. After that, he will remain in a world where only his thoughts exist. And after that, an opponent with divine power will be waiting for him for a fight. Murdoch tries to reduce the use of magic. For now, it will be enough to feel your own body parts relative to him. The second task is the most difficult. He needs to survive 10 minutes in a battle with a monk. Murdoch should forget his own pride and try to just hang on. The boy asks if the monk can teach him telepathy, if he survives the first trial for 48 hours. He agrees. The guy takes a pill. The monk says that it is forbidden to use magic restoration drugs, but Murdoch explains that the drugs are to prevent defecation. The first test is to survive in a room for 48 hours without any feelings. The first 5 hours were easy. Murdoch meditated and noticed the changes in his body as he circulated magic through his limbs. But very soon, his magic ran out. To prepare for the second test, he decided to keep the last bits of magic inside him. From this moment, the test really began. He found himself in the world of his thoughts. Everything except his soul ceased to exist. He wasn't sure if he was alive. He thinks, therefore, he must exist. Murdoch felt as if he was sinking into the depths of the ocean. His thoughts grow heavy. Out of the blue, the monk asks him about his feelings. Murdoch feels as if a bucket of water has been poured on him, and he has been woken from sleep. The monk explains that his role in this is to talk and prevent Murdoch from sinking deeper into consciousness, from where he will not return. Few people were able to return from the depths. It is almost impossible for consciousness to rise to the surface under its own power. In these cases, someone must help the consciousness to rise. Those who can do it on their own are equal in strength to the gods. Murdoch wishes to end their conversation to concentrate on meditation. The monk says that the boy can relate to his voice as to the sound of the wind. First, the monk decides to talk about the void and its role in the creation of the universe. After a while, Murdoch is sure that 48 hours have already passed. The monk replies that it is not. Murdoch guesses that this room also affects his sense of time. The boy feels like his thoughts are racing to the limit. This is the worst possible scenario. It is not known how much time has passed since the beginning. It could be less than a minute or 47 hours. The monk is satisfied with his thoughts. He came close to one of many answers. The monk advises him to think about it more, a test that takes away all the senses, along with the sense of time passing. Thoughts about time lead him to the god of slowness, a god who values the process more than the result. Monks are very similar with their philosophy to him. The monk is amazed by this answer. The dueling god says that's the right answer. However, he had never heard of a god of slowness. Unfortunately, his thoughts about the gods ended at this point. He began to think about his past. He remembered his childhood, his mother. He thought and thought about years long past, about which he had never even thought. And then his magic completely ran out. He spent even the crumbs he was saving for the battle with the monk. He does not understand what state his body is in now. The boy realizes that he no longer hears the monk's voice. Either he stopped talking or consciousness sank too deep. He realizes that he is in danger and decides to think more. He does not know if this decision is correct, but he decides to concentrate as hard as possible. The monk says that it will be difficult for Murdoch from now on. Blood flows from his eyes, nose and mouth, but he does not notice it because he has completely lost contact with his body. In every popular science film, there is a scene with an astronaut who is lost in space due to an accident. That's how Murdoch feels right now, although he is not in space but swims in the depths of his consciousness. He decides to focus on his body, create an image of it in his head. His form finally stabilized after continuously changing. He realizes that this body is like an avatar in a game, but his real body also exists somewhere. For a minute, the boy hears the monk, but he quickly disappears. The sensations seem to be transmitted to his body, a fake one created by his imagination. He called it the shell of the mind and started meditating with it. He began to hear the monk again. Then he realized that the passage of time here was impermanent. He was very slow, even too slow. But time continued to flow. After an unknown amount of time, he finally overcame this obstacle. The boy calmed down and began to think of it as resistance training. Some time passed. He continued to concentrate the magic in the shell of his mind, trying to develop what scraps might remain in him. And he found them. Magic that regenerated itself. He used it to be aware of the shell of the mind without being aware of it. Murdoch began to develop this little bit of magic in his body, and after a while he managed to regain enough magic. He focuses on trying to preserve the magic he has developed. It expands energy to gather information about the environment. The first thing his magic touched was his body. He was sitting in the same position as before. He continued to analyze and visualize his body. It turned out that the shell of the mind was not an illusion, but a part of it. He could feel his body and reproduce it correctly. Murdoch decided to concentrate on the magic he had already spread beyond his body and spread it even further to feel as many things as possible. The boy could feel the monk sitting in the center of the room without moving. He continues to spread his magic. Soon he reached the door of the room, and the energy spread even further. He sensed the monk from room 32. He continued to spread the magic even further. I felt the 31st room, the 30th, the 25th, and did not stop. Soon he spread the energy to the very beginning of the temple. He panicked because with his level of magic right now, he couldn't sense such a large area. Murdoch gains a sense of energy. The god of slowness is pleased, and the god of dueling is displeased. The guy's other skills are also getting stronger. The hero opens his eyes, coming to his senses. After sensing the entire temple area, his sense of time recovered a bit. The monk congratulates him on passing the first test. Murdoch finds it hard to believe. He still does not hear, see, or feel anything, but something has definitely changed. His heightened concentration, sense of time and perception of reality returned to him. Murdoch is not convinced that these shortages were necessary. The ordeal alone is enough to drive someone crazy. The test was extremely difficult for the boy, but he still learned something. Murdoch was still feeling the effects of the first trial on his mind and concentration. Murdoch is sure that many people died from it. The monk laughs and says that the boy is dying right now from the excessive force of his thoughts and concentration. He suggests that the second test should be carried out as soon as possible because there is very little time left. Murdoch has about 20 minutes left, but he can give up and leave the room. But this will mean the failure of the second test. In this case, the decision has already been made. Murdoch says it's time for them to start their second mission. The second test is to survive a 10-minute battle with a teacher monk. Overuse of concentration pushed the boy's body to the limit. The monk says he better give up now. Murdoch says they shouldn't waste precious time talking. The monk tells him to count to 6, and he adjusts his attack accordingly. He starts the countdown. He needs to activate his brain. There is little time left. He still does not feel anything, and cannot imagine how he will survive in this situation for 10 minutes. He only had a little bit of magic left, but it wasn't enough to fight such a powerful mage. He decides to save his regrets for later. The difference in strength between them is extremely large. Monk is too strong even for hell difficulty. Murdoch has to figure out how to survive. The boy recalls the experience he gained in the first test. He sensed the whole level thanks to a bit of magic and decides to try to do so now. Murdoch activates battle concentration. It heightened his perception as if the entire world was made up of his magic. It activates willpower to enhance abilities. He then activates soul capture and ends the account. He lacks the magic to see and hear or to capture a larger perceptual area. Instead, he decides to channel magic into his brain to speed up his thoughts, to increase his concentration and understanding to the limit. It feels like suicide to strain your brain so much and push it to its limits. But the strength of spirit helps him in this. He feels the magic approaching him. She is mixed with the desire to attack the boy and slowly approaches him. He watches it for a long time and then realizes that it is the fist of a monk teacher. He uses his right fist and aims at the boy's heart. His body moved and avoided the attack. He could not check the state of his body, but he was sure that he had avoided being hit. He also avoided the monk's next blow. He really feels it. The last shred of magic in his body allows him to detect attacks. The boy wasn't sure that he had dodged every attack, but the monk was not as strong as he thought. He calms down a bit from that. Murdoch realizes that he is not feeling the monk's magic, but his will. The magic is in his blows and his intentions. He feels them. This could be a clue. He recalls the first test and the extreme concentration with despair. There is intent and magic behind the monk's attacks. Just like Murdoch used magic after despair, he decides to recall that feeling and memories. The system reports the acquisition of the ability to sense energy of the 6th level. At that moment, Murdoch opened his eyes and spread his magic. He immediately sensed the whole room and the monk. He was still blind, but he could see everything because of the sense of energy. The system notifies you of skill enhancements. Murdoch watches the monk move like a sloth through the boy's extremely focused mind. The monk does not seem at all excited about a possible counterattack. His posture is quite open to any blow. The boy mentions that punishment is the best cure for carelessness. It activates Talaria's wings, teleport, and iron wall, the perfect combination to kill. The monk is thrown aside by the force of the blow. The dust falls to the floor bit by bit. The silhouette of the monk says that wishing for death was a little too much. Murdoch apologizes for his intentions. The monk admits that he actually almost died. His organs are destroyed, and the bones in his shoulder are crushed. Murdoch also admits that the combination was quite risky. Although the monk was badly injured, Murdoch was not so lucky either. His body and hers were on the verge. The monk announces in response that the time has coincided and the end of the trial is coming. The system congratulates Murdoch as the first player to fully complete level 13 and announces rewards and recovery. A boy decides to spread magic to check his surroundings and his own body. He discovers that his face is covered in blood, but he will wash it off later. However, he can no longer feel as much as before. Obviously, this is not a skill that he can use whenever he wants, but only with extreme concentration and willpower. The god of adventure wishes to give him an additional reward. It turns out to be Talaria's wings at maximum level. The boy decides to ask Kirikiri about it. Murdoch mentions the reward his monk teacher owes him. He replies that right now he is ready to teach the boy to use magic to communicate with others. The monk spent the next 12 minutes studying. This skill turned out to be very difficult, so it would take time for Murdoch to learn how to use it. As a reward for completing the 33rd room, the monk gives him an elixir to instantly strengthen his body and increase his magic. He also offers an elixir with enhanced properties in exchange for the pill the boy took before the test. The monk tells that every year there is an event where the monks have to complete the first test, and every year an unpleasant situation occurs. Murdoch gives him a supply of pills in exchange for an elixir that isn't even for sale. This should be enough for years. Unexpectedly, the monk gets the strongest elixir because the god ordered him to duel. He admits that this happened to him for the first time. Murdoch says they're not on very good terms with this god, but it looks like an offer of friendship. The system reports that several gods are watching the situation. The boy says goodbye to the monk and leaves the level through the portal. He ends up in Kirikiri's clearing. The teacher greets him, but he is distracted because he feels that something has changed. Kirikiri asks if he will buy her sweets this time, but he stops her. Something is wrong, and Murdoch is worried by this feeling because his senses should have returned to normal as soon as he left the level. He sat down on the ground and activated his magic. He checked his own body and his surroundings and soon realized what was wrong. He is so used to using magic to learn about the world around him that using his senses now feels more difficult. However, he wants to see with his eyes, smell aromas with his nose, and eat delicious food in order to truly enjoy life. He hopes that with time, this unpleasant feeling of using the senses will disappear. After losing Idi during the 12th level, he understood loneliness, but he didn't realize how acutely he felt it. He is human, so he can be afraid and feel lonely. This he learned from the monks, talking and fighting with them. There is an order in the world, of which the boy is a part. During the trials, he had a lot of time to understand himself. His emotions and past actions still affect him. While the past is important, Murdoch cannot allow it to become a chain that holds him back from achievement and growth. There is a possibility that this is just a dream, and the real one died of alcohol poisoning and sees imaginary events. That's why he focused on rapid development and won victory, blindly moving forward. But now, everything is different. He felt alive, even if it could all be a dream. He just wants to enjoy the moment and be happy. Kirikiri says she's very happy for him. The system reports that the god of adventure is very pleased. At level 60, Murdoch is reading a newspaper. Reports say that Kyle, a former member of the Resistance, started his own clan of players after the game ended. Murdoch thought he would go to the government rather than start his own organization. He decides not to worry about it because Kyle will be fine. He knows Murdoch's plans and will act according to them. There will also be a competition between the hellish difficulty contestants, Brian from the States and Laura. Murdoch is proud of his student. Although she is currently at a fairly low level, her rate of skill development and potential is much higher than Brian's. Out of the blue, a message comes from Sam. He apologizes for not seeing Murdoch's message earlier. The guy says that he was busy completing the 91st level. He is sad that he has to leave the game soon. Murdoch says it's time for the guy to get out of the game. Sam replies that he's used to thinking of himself as the main character in this world. He thought he could stay here and grow until one day he surpassed Murdoch. But the gap between them only grew, and now he cannot develop. The boy says he will go outside first and wait for him there. Murdoch replies that he will also leave the game sooner or later and promises to meet in the real world. Murdoch is approached by a baby dragon, and the boy plunges back into the routine of taking care of him and tolerating the evil clone. A guy is resting in a clearing after level 13 and receives a message. He is asked if he is ready for the competition. Murdoch replies that he is always ready because he will receive the first place and the main reward. Kyle says he's asking about the normal difficulty contestants that Murdoch will help. He tries to avoid responsibility but gives up. After feeding Kirikiri sweets, the boy asks her about divine resistance. The mentor says that this skill is only activated when the wearer is affected by a certain element. He then asks about Talaria's wings, and she tells him to look at the menu right now. It turns out that the progress of the Apostle's trial for the God of Adventure has increased significantly. He has more tasks, but they are easier in their essence. The God of Adventure also adjusted Talaria's wings, combining several abilities under this name. Murdoch opens the skill description and learns about a bunch of new useful features of the skill. It is hard for the boy to believe that such a skill has become available to a player. The system reports that the God of Adventure rejoices for him, and the God of Slowness yawns. After that he said goodbye to Kirikiri, although he did not want to leave the meadow. The boy finds himself in the waiting room of the 14th level. First of all, he decides to check Talaria's wings. They now increase stamina and magic regeneration, combat skill, magic resistance and strength. The God of Slowness fights the God of Adventure for this. Murdoch can't test most wing skills in the waiting room, so he decides to test flight. Surprisingly, the increase in combat skills depends on the development of the skill itself in the hero, and therefore the strengthening on the wings of Talaria will only increase. The system informs Angelina that she has completed level 42. After that, it was time for the test everyone was waiting for. The girl informs the players that the competition will start in 5 days and suggests everyone to rest before that. Angelina was worried that she would not have time for work. She takes out a table and a chair from the inventory. The leader of the order admits to herself that she has never been as diligent as she is now. A girl approaches her and offers to make tea. Her name is Kate, and she is 2 years older than Angelina and has helped her since the very foundation of the order. Kate reports that a normal level 24 player died, but the rest of the party survived. Angelina says she will report this to Kyle and asks for a report. The girl tries with all her might to remain calm. She begins to work and solve the problems of players who write to her. She says, "What should be done, Kate?" She pulls out the reports of one of the players' campaigns that fail the 22nd level sweep. One of the players there is a member of the attack squad. This unit was created from members of the resistance order. Their role is to smooth out any unusual situations. Of course, unforeseen situations do not happen often, but you cannot avoid preparation because the lives of the players may depend on it. The order was created precisely because of such situations, and the girl is alive only thanks to one person. Murdoch used his awesome strength to fight against the Guild of Representatives and defeated everyone who stood in his way. Angelina remembers the incident in the tent and is very ashamed of what happened there, but cannot share her experiences with anyone. 4 days pass. Participants of easy difficulty rest. Kate made Angelina tea and says that the girl needs rest. The girl sips tea, envying those who are sleeping now. There is no point in waking them up, so she focuses on her work. A report of dangerous individuals falls into her hands. It turns out to be almost empty, and its author is Murdoch. Making a list of dangerous individuals is a common practice for the Order. Everyone who committed a crime appeared in the reports at least once. The Order doesn't interfere in the players' lives until they decide to commit a crime. But Angelina still feels awkward. They must prevent crimes, monitor suspicious players, and punish those who break the law. The girl is interested in what Murdoch offered as a countermeasure for those he mentioned in the report. His only advice was to listen to Kyle. She decides to ask him later and continues working. She picks up a book in which all the crimes that once happened in the game are described. Remembering the past, they warn against the repetition of these crimes. Therefore, they need to keep archives so as not to forget the events that have taken place. Finally, the test begins. The system warns that a forced transfer will take place in 5 minutes. He hasn't had much time to fully test Talaria's wings, but he's excited about the event he's about to take part in. Even if others do their best, the boy is sure that he will win. He expects to have fun watching others, but he suddenly remembers the work assigned to him by Kyle and gets a little disappointed. In the end, he has no choice but to join the competition. Murdoch appears in the square, surrounded by 2-story houses in the style of movies about the Wild West. There are too many people at the place of arrival, and the hero decides to go somewhere else until more players arrive. Suddenly, someone addresses him through a megaphone, as if to a newbie, and asks him to wait a minute and not go anywhere. But after looking closely, the guy apologizes for holding up Murdoch himself, and the hero just continues to walk by. Murdoch notices Kyle in the crowd and approaches him, surprised by his surroundings. Kyle replies that the scenery is a replica of the 30th level waiting room. The guy asks Murdoch to stop anyone trying to leave the square and leaves him for 30 minutes, wishing him luck. He regrets agreeing to help, but decides to put up with the half-hour Kyle requested. The hero enters the stage and attracts everyone's attention, greeting with a voice enhanced by magic. Murdoch says that the Order is now learning the details of the competition to help the players. They need 30 minutes, and all players must remain in place. He asks if the players have any questions, but a resounding silence fills the square, a multitude of eyes watching him quietly. No one answers his question, but everyone remains in their seats. Nobody even talks to each other. 15 minutes pass like this. Murdoch is getting bored that nothing is happening. He's thinking about improving one of his skills. The boy takes out the magic book he bought at the 12th level. The same question about the passage of time remains on the page. At the 13th level, Murdoch experienced a different flow of time, but did not understand what was the key element that changed its flow. The boy guesses that it must be about a living creature, because the question mentions life and death. He finally finds the answer. The main element is the one who is affected by time. The book begins to glow in his hands. After that, the pages of the book are filled with words. More than a third of the book was filled with text, and Murdoch guessed that the other pages would eventually be filled as well. The day is coming. The hero asks Kyle if he's been telling scary stories about him to regular players. The fact is that everyone is so afraid of him that they lose the ability to talk. Murdoch has only interacted with people a few times, so he blames his reputation on stupid gossip. Kyle says they have arrived at the location. In front of them stands the Colosseum. The guy says that there are living rooms and a special arena. The system asks if Murdoch is ready to participate. The guy even agrees to a team game, confident that he can win on his own. Kyle says it will look really sad. He invites Murdoch to join him and Angelina. Jeffrey will also be participating. The hero asks why it is being used for useful purposes. Kyle is in anticipation of new sensations because they have not participated in such events for a long time. If Murdoch is going to participate, he will join him. Murdoch agrees, but asks Kyle to be careful not to ruin the other player's thirst for victory. A message from the system appears before it. Having agreed to enter the arena, he finds himself inside the Colosseum. Next to it are several other rings with people who got here earlier. The rings were not far from each other, so the boy could evaluate others. Murdoch turned his attention to the stands filled with people. They chose to observe rather than participate. For some reason, it really turned him on and reminded him of his pro-gaming days. The system reports that the tournament will start in 2 minutes. To win, you need to survive and defeat others. To lose, to give up or pass out. Suddenly, something starts to appear in the middle of the arena. Some players scream and leave the arena. The Colosseum was filled with screams from the spectators from the stands. They are thrilled to be able to watch the famous Murdoch from hellish difficulty. In the qualifying round, participants will not fight against each other, but against a race of monsters. Goblins appear in front of the players. 2 soldiers with shields stand in front, protecting 2 spearmen and 2 archers behind them. Such an order is difficult to overcome. The player fires an arrow, but it bounces off the shield with a resounding sound. He is surprised that they are so heavily armed. The goblin knocks the archer off his feet, and he announces his surrender. Murdoch agrees that it's better to give up if you feel like you don't have a chance. Many members who are not used to fighting alone will give up now. Many are used to fighting only in a team in certain roles. Meanwhile, the goblins use strategy and battle plans. Goblins look like they're from hellish difficulty. To defeat them, you need the appropriate power. Murdoch turns to the goblins in front of him and asks why they are not attacking him. The goblins are amazed that he speaks their language. Murdoch in turn suggests that they surrender. They think about the proposal for a few minutes, but then their faces distort into a fighting expression. Murdoch guesses that the system forces them to fight, so he has no choice. He stands before them and the goblins' eyes begin to glow with fear. They ask Murdoch to pardon them. Murdoch calms them down and says he won't be cruel to them. He runs up to the goblins with the intention of ending the duel as quickly as possible. He kicks the goblin shields and they fly out of the ring with a ringing echo. Murdoch defeated the spearman and returned to the last archer. He cried and asked him to be gentler with him. Murdoch isn't sure what he means but tells him to turn around. He hits him on the neck with his hand and he falls to the ground. The system announces that Murdoch has passed the selection, and he is unhappy that he did not have time to warm up. Kyle recalls asking Murdoch to hold back on his power. The boy replies that he was restrained anyway when he launched the goblins into flight. Murdoch notices Jeffrey and Angelina sitting next to them. They welcome back. The girl says that she has urgent business and quickly runs away, blushing. Murdoch excuses himself for asking her to feel free with him. Murdoch says that she has too high expectations from him, and that is why she feels so awkward. Murdoch and Jeffrey guess that love makes people stupid. Kyle doesn't understand what they're talking about. Murdoch offers to meet in the evening and have a drink. Jeffrey really likes this idea and suggests that everyone get drunk until the blackout. Kyle reminds them that they have to deal with Angelina. The main round of the competition begins. Players now fight each other. After the duel, only the winner continues to fight. Whoever beats them all will get all the prize points, so it's best to start as early as possible. But Kyle stops Murdoch and forbids him from participating. Jeffrey offers to bet money on the next competition. Kyle answers that members of the Order cannot tarnish their name with gambling. Jeffrey is about to participate, but Kyle stops him and tells him to give up so he can get back to them in the stands and continue watching the matches. Unexpectedly for Murdoch, Hugo of hellish difficulty enters the arena. The hero watches his student, expecting from him results worthy of a participant of his level. The Hugo participant wins for the 4th time in the individual competition. Murdoch rushes to fight, but Kyle tells him off because there are still several heavyweights in the arena. Jeffrey asks Kyle to let him into the arena because he also wants to take part in the main round. Kyle reminds them that they agreed not to participate in case something happened. Murdoch is sure that even if it comes down to it, no one will be able to beat Hugo, so he will definitely remain the winner. There are 20 seconds left in the round. Murdoch rushes to join the fight. Kyle says beating the last contestants will be brutal. There are 10 seconds left in the round. Hugo asks why Murdoch decided to show up so early. Murdoch says no one else wanted to participate. Hugo replies that someone would definitely agree to participate before the end of the allotted time. The boy says that he did not expect to win from the very beginning, but he will do his best and wishes them both success. Hugo asks Murdoch not to hit with full force and takes out a knife. The hero agrees with him. Meanwhile, the waiting time coincides. Hugo jumps up and runs towards Murdoch using his calling card, Speed. The boy relied heavily on evasion and always chose the safest option like a scaredy cat. The boy runs straight at him, but at the last moment changes his trajectory and avoids Murdoch's blow. Murdoch can already see that Hugo has just lost his balance because he is trying to avoid any harm. It was better to dodge when Murdoch approached to put distance between them. The boy still has a lot to learn. Hugo thinks he's in Murdoch's blind spot and attacks. But the boy blocks his shot and says that anyone would have predicted this move because he is not in the blind spot. As soon as Murdoch's hand touches his leg, Hugo puts the knife away and says he's giving up. The boy asks why he didn't keep fighting. Hugo falls to the ground tiredly and says that there is a gulf between their forces. Murdoch praises the boy and says that he will give him an analysis of their fight later because the boy has a lot to learn. After these words, Hugo teleports to the stands to wait for the tournament. After that, many players challenged Murdoch. Many felt worthy after Hugo, others just wanted to see his power. Murdoch picks up his 5th win in a row after defeating Sam. The boy thanks for the opportunity to fight him. Everyone who wanted to fight him has already done so. Murdoch feels Kyle's gaze. He looks like the boy has ruined everyone's fun, but he has to see that Murdoch is holding back his power. He does not use any of the cardinal skills and limits his movements to make the fight as fair as possible. Murdoch is used to symbolizing the power of the Order, so he does not want to be seen as a monster, but it is only good for the Order that its power is respected. At that moment, a familiar man teleported to the arena. Murdoch recognizes him. The boy thought that he was not interested in such things, but he was pleasantly surprised. Sitting in front of him is Lee, a player from the highest level of the game. He watched his surroundings because he had no choice and decided to gain some experience points. Lee is at level 91 and on easy difficulty. A player's power is based on how many levels he has cleared. Most normal difficulty players are now at level 50 and hard difficulty is at level 30. No one can tell how strong Lee is. He is focused on seeing his family as soon as possible. Murdoch feels that he has faced difficulties at the 91st level. The guy doesn't know much about this man, so the fight will be tough. The stands support them both. Lee and Murdoch wish each other well in the match. Kyle looks at Murdoch in confusion. He probably wants the hero to fight hard for victory, but the human soul is a mysterious thing. Murdoch uses a move and is next to Lee and immediately brings in a fist to attack. Lee quickly raises his hands and blocks the strike with his forearms. With a loud sound, Lee's body left the arena through the air. Things often don't go the way you plan, and there is a certain beauty in this too. Kyle gets mad at him and asks why he didn't control the power. Murdoch makes the excuse that he only used the move to get closer. But in Kyle's eyes, that doesn't justify Murdoch beating him with one punch early in the match and now having to change tactics. Although Kyle seems annoyed, Murdoch is pleased with the results of the individual events. As a reward, he received a mysterious box. Inside can be anything, but the content will be very useful. In front of them, Murdoch sees Angelina and Jeffrey. They were waiting for the boys in front of a residential area. It's time to drink and party. This will be their victory celebration. Jeffrey yells for them to hurry because he will drink it all himself. As soon as they got to the hotel, they went to Jeffrey's room and immediately started drinking. Murdoch was not drunk from alcohol, but the atmosphere helped. The holiday was exceptional. Murdoch saw Angelina laugh for the first time. It was a long time before they could laugh and relax with such company. The guy wishes they had opportunities like this in the future. Maybe next time there will be more than 4. After the holiday, everyone went to their rooms. Murdoch began to feel lonely again because of the contrast of the party and the quiet room. It seems to him that Angelina is starting to feel comfortable in his company, even though they hardly spoke. She seems happy to him. He tried to fall asleep, but he couldn't due to insomnia. He gave up trying to sleep and sat up, wondering what to do. Suddenly there was a knock at his door. Murdoch was surprised to see Angelina there with a bottle of wine in her hands. She offers to share the last bottle with her. The party ended because the alcohol ran out. The girl admits that she hid one bottle just for them. Murdoch is surprised and panicked that she wanted to have a drink with him. His emotions are reflected on the girl, and she reminds that she is no longer a student, but an adult girl. She asks again if he wants to share a bottle of wine with her, and this time he lets her in. Sunlight causes Murdoch to open his eyes. It's been a long time since this happened consistently. He feels that something is missing, and remembers that Angelina left early in the morning because she had business. It was after she visited him at night, and they split the bottle. The guy worries that he's not attentive enough to her. He respected her and cheered for her, but he never thought of Angelina as a woman, until last night. Next will be the team competition. He decides that he needs to read information about the competition as a whole. It turns out that potions and armor will not be provided on the territory of the competition. This explains why the Order was so worried about possible conflicts. Hugo wrote to him and invited him to meet him on the street. The guy shouts and calls him to him. The hero frowned because his hearing is so sensitive that he would be able to hear his whispers. He was waiting for him at the main entrance of the Colosseum, surrounded by 6 other players. They greet Murdoch dutifully when they see him. Hugo asks him if the hero can show what the boy did wrong in the arena. The other players ask to be taught as well. Murdoch is always happy to help with such questions if it means developing the player on hellish difficulty. It is not known whether the boy will ever need Hugo's help. He says that Hugo was looking at him very intently as he dodged the attacks, but it's incredibly difficult to do that when you're moving so fast. Murdoch advises the boy to observe the attack as usual and not to keep his eyes open all the time. And also you should not close your eyes when due to such an attack. Hugo says that's easier said than done, but he'll have to get used to it. Hugo uses speed and dodge a lot, so he's not used to getting hit. He gets scared before the fight starts, and that's a problem. Murdoch advises him to let himself be beaten during the next level. That way he won't be so scared and his eyes won't close. In addition to Hugo, 6 more players of infernal difficulty joined the training, who could not even pass the first level yet. Murdoch advises them to remember the sequence of attacks and just dodge in time. In this way, they will manage to keep their balance and prepare for the next attack. You can't relax just because you managed to dodge once. The body must always be in a state of combat readiness. As Murdoch taught them, he realized that there were other perspectives on the passage. Murdoch cleared levels to become stronger. In turn, other players focused on banal survival. They notice only the arrows flying at them and do not see the point in development. Murdoch can understand this philosophy. In fact, it is he who is strange because of his value system. In hellish complexity, the most valuable thing is hope. Hugo says that he will not participate in the team competition because he has no one to team up with. Murdoch offers him to compete with other players of the infernal level, but he replies that they have no combat experience at all. The hero suggests that they at least try the qualifying round. It will be a good experience for everyone to fight with other players. Of course, they may not hold up in the main matches, but gaining experience points is always useful. In addition, it is necessary to participate not only for their sake. They need to get stronger for level 6. It is so complicated that you can lose all hope. Even Murdoch had a hard time. That is why it is important to become stronger. They cannot stay at the first level forever. Hugo smiles and says that he will try to convince them and take part in the qualifying round. After some time, Murdoch joins the team. Kyle says the guy is late. The second day of the competition begins. Murdoch's team includes Angelina, Kyle, Kate, and Max, a member of the Order at the 30th level. Meeting Angelina's eyes, Murdoch felt awkward. There were so many things he wanted to discuss with her, but now all thoughts were gone from his mind. The girl blushed but smiled as she greeted him. The two of them were always distinguished from the others by their gloomy expressions. Kyle notices this exchange and asks why there is such a strange atmosphere between them and if they want to kill each other. Selection for group competitions begins. The task is to survive and defeat the enemy. The monster appeared in the arena in front of the team. Murdoch asks what they should do and if he should get rid of him himself. Kyle replies that there is no need. It will be better if Murdoch hides his own power and sits on the sidelines. They will be able to defeat this enemy. Kyle told the rest of the group about their tactics. They didn't prepare for it, but they planned to use the team roles. The competition starts in a minute. Murdoch steps aside and does not worry about the fate of the participants because he is confident in their abilities, regardless of the level at which they were. This was especially true of Angelina. She was the first to use firearms as the main weapon and was the strongest in this. Pistols had their drawbacks and advantages, but with enough support, the marksman was the strongest class among the characters. Kate, meanwhile, retrieved the shield. He was gigantic compared to her body. Murdoch guesses that the shield must be her only weapon, which was extremely rare. Kyle and Max attacked the monster with spears. Predictably, Murdoch had nothing to worry about, but he was still embarrassed to just watch. It felt wrong not even to react, but it would be humiliating to stand aside and just cheer. Besides, he was getting bored. The battle is prolonged due to the accelerated regeneration of the monster. Murdoch envies him in this aspect. The boy notices Kyle fall back, tripping over his own leg. Murdoch finally has something to do. He throws a rock at the monster. The stone pierced the monster through and flew towards the stands, where it collided with the barrier with an explosion. The monster instantly fell to the ground. Murdoch reacted instinctively, but forgot to hold back his power. Kyle scolds him, says that he reminded him not to interfere in the fight and not to use full force, and does not understand why Murdoch spoils the competition. They are sitting in the stands, having finished the competition. Murdoch apologizes again and doesn't see the problem. He saved his friend, and instead of being grateful, he scolded him. Murdoch decides to ignore Kyle's mumbling and eat some popcorn while watching the fight. In the arena, he saw players of hellish difficulty, and they are doing very well. The first level players only do is avoid shots. They don't even think to attack the monster, so the battle drags on. In the end, Hugo will take care of the monster. but everyone else will gain the necessary experience. Kyle catches Murdoch's attention. He yawns and takes some popcorn from it. The guy cautiously asks about the relationship between Murdoch and Angelina. He confirms his thoughts, and Kyle takes responsibility for bringing them together. At least they don't feel awkward around each other anymore. Kyle notes that laughing like fools won't do the Order any good either. For other people, Murdoch and Angelina are superhumans without human emotions. In order not to ruin their reputation, they will probably have to hide their relationship. Kyle admits that he is happy for them. This will reflect well on the mental state. And in general, it's nice to see a smile on your face. Murdoch agrees that it really worked for Angelina. She has only just turned 20 and she has been through a lot. But it turns out that Kyle was talking about Murdoch's mental state. He saw how he communicated with players of infernal difficulty, and this picture pleasantly impressed him. Murdoch looked happy teaching them. That is why they were happy to talk to him and ask questions. Murdoch agrees that he used to only inspire fear in others. Kyle says the guy looks pretty menacing. Corey just stands back and watches. Kyle says it's easier for people with a lot of power to attract attention. But Murdoch's power sometimes has the opposite effect. The guy remembers the first big meeting. At that time he felt at the bottom of his life, psychologically exhausted from fighting the goblins with constant thoughts about the guild representatives. Kyle says that even Murdoch's facial expression hasn't changed, but his overall mood and impression have greatly improved since then. Even now, the guy shows his human side. Although Murdoch's face still shows all his worries, Kyle no longer worries about him. Murdoch guessed how much the change in his relationship with Angelina had affected him. The main part of the group competition has begun. Unlike the individual one, the victory here was largely influenced by the communication between the players. Participants of infernal difficulty won the qualifying round. Although they tried hard, they lost to players of normal difficulty. Murdoch watched from the stands with his friends outside the arena. He did not regret that he advised players of infernal difficulty to participate. Max asks why Jeffrey isn't here. Kyle replies that they left him to watch for possible contingencies. The next round begins, and Kyle tells how he advised Jeffrey to hide his own power for the public good. In the meantime, Jeffrey enters the arena with his team of hard difficulty players. The stands are booing, and along with them is Kyle, who moments ago was telling everyone why Jeffrey wouldn't be participating. Kyle asks why everyone breaks the promises they make to him. Jeffrey had to participate much later. Angelina asks what they should do. Kyle just hopes that Jeffrey won't use his full power and is looking for other people to take his place. Jeffrey, meanwhile, didn't even look at them, talking to his team members. Even from here, Murdoch could see his smile and delight. Murdoch understood him perfectly, because he also did not want to stand aside from the fun. In addition, the competition was going well enough, so his help was not needed. With the arrival of Jeffrey, players with low chances of victory will leave the arena, and the struggle of real titans of battle will begin. Kyle looked upset as he left his seat to deal with the problem, unlike Murdoch. He sat down closer to Angelina. The girl says that the players are from the Order's attack squad. She looked at Kate to introduce them to each of them. The girl names everyone, in which they are equal and what power they have. She also knows what roles they play in the team. Murdoch is impressed by her memory, and the more he listens to her, the more he understands the reason for Kyle's anger. This team practically consists of the strongest members of the game. Jeffrey's team wins 11 in a row. The stands shout with delight. Kyle watched with anger. Jeffrey, guessing this, did not even look at the stands. Murdoch knows that in the arena there is no regeneration, and with each fight, the participants become more and more difficult. However, Jeffrey looks like a gladiator, incapable of defeat. If no one challenges them within 3 minutes, they will be considered the winners of the competition. Murdoch invites them to join the fight. Kyle says that with Murdoch involved, things will only get more complicated. But at that moment, Jeffrey calls Murdoch from the arena. He calls him down. Despite the healthy size of the Colosseum, the boy hears it. The crowd roared with renewed vigor. The crowd wanted more fighting, and Murdoch was willing to give it to them. He decides to join the fight now. Angelina tells him to drag out the fight. People will be upset if it ends too quickly. Unlike her, Kyle was upset by this turn of events. He looked questioningly at the girl. Murdoch says he's ready to give the audience a show. Along with Murdoch, Other members of his team moved down. The atmosphere reminded the boy of his pro-gamer past. Kyle reminded Murdoch not to use his true power and left the arena. Murdoch knows that the rest of the team will be no match for the best high-difficulty players. Before leaving the arena, Angelina approached him with an excited expression and asked if he was confident in his abilities. Murdoch says he'll manage, and the girl winks at him. This makes him blush. Meanwhile, the crowd is confused as to why the rest of his team are leaving the arena and giving up, one after the other before entering the battle. Murdoch is left alone against a team of the strongest players on hard difficulty. Murdoch remembers Kyle's words, but knows that he will even have to make an effort to win. Finally, he met worthy opponents. Their team was well composed, and the hero expects an interesting battle. Murdoch felt exhilarated before the battle. Murdoch asks Jeffrey not to hold back because he expects a fair fight. The battle begins. The stands begin to shout with excitement and anticipation. Murdoch rushes to Jeffrey's side. They are not far from him, but he casts a wind spirit blessing. Suddenly, someone blocks his trajectory. An opponent with a dagger and almost no armor. Murdoch remembers Kate's story about him. This player relies on speed, is not capable of a fatal blow, but is phenomenal at distraction and evasion. When it comes to speed, Murdoch has no equal. It activates combat concentration and hits the opponent in the jaw and arm, disabling it. Murdoch's path was next blocked by a warrior with a shield. His magic formed a barrier along his entire body and shield. Murdoch reinforces his strike with an iron wall, but it had no effect on the warrior. Murdoch hoped to send him flying with this blow. Apparently, this magic increases weight as well. This only makes it more interesting. At this time, Jeffrey headed towards the hero with his drawn sword, taking advantage of the fact that he was distracted. Murdoch dodged the attack in time by grabbing his wrist and using instant transfer. Jeffrey fell with the shield warrior. He decides to ignore them for the time being and heads towards the one who can truly make his victory impossible. Sam uses movement and has amazing punching power, so it will be difficult for Murdoch to overcome him. The guy also uses electric attacks that cover a very large area. Murdoch will only die due to the effect of paralysis if he gets caught. As soon as the hero approached the boy, lightning burst from his body and spread around them. This ability prevents Murdoch from getting close to the boy, but he cannot waste time and opportunity when he is already so close. Lightning struck his body, but he ignored it with his resistance skills. Sam tried in vain to stop him. The boy struck a large area, but in terms of strength, he could not be stronger than Murdoch. The hero grabbed him by the arm and threw him outside the arena. Normally, he would have knocked out or killed his opponent, but this was Sam, and they were in a friendly competition. He was not given a chance to catch his breath. The spearman rushed towards him. He easily dodged the blade and was already celebrating victory, eliminating the main threat. Rejoicing at the victory that would soon come, he felt a strong flow of magic behind him. Jeffrey had an incredible amount of magic in his hand. The attack looks like it takes a certain amount of time to prepare. Murdoch decides to deal with Jeffrey first. When the preparations were complete, the boy rushed towards Murdoch. He focused the magic in his hand, palm facing the hero. Everything happened very quickly, so the magic affects his physical condition. Murdoch guesses that this must be a cardinal skill. Before meeting Jeffrey's hand, Murdoch used Talaria's teleportation and wings to get behind the boy. This did not surprise Jeffrey. He quickly turned around. He reacted quickly because he had already seen a similar movement from the hero. Murdoch also concentrated his magic and rushed to meet him on the wings of Talaria. Murdoch yawned from the idleness and made himself more comfortable in his bed. The competition ended yesterday, and they have 3 days of rest ahead of them. Kyle and Jeffrey returned to their duties after the group competition was over. Jeffrey looked ready to run away from Kyle's teachings. Murdoch had a meeting scheduled, so he decided to rest during lunch. He called up a menu window. The guy quickly found the necessary item and decided to examine it. The mystic box was the reward for winning the individual competition. It is not known what is in it, but definitely something useful. Murdoch took out the second box he received as a reward for winning the group challenge. Looking at the boxes, he thought about the ordeal. Although the individual competition was a bit boring, the group competition brought him a lot of positive emotions. Everyone was happy with the way the competition went, except perhaps Kyle, whose plans went awry. He was about to practice when there was a knock on his door. It turned out to be Angelina. She was a little confused. The girl apologized for being late due to a large amount of work. She asks if she interfered with his plans with her appearance. The guy says that he was waiting for her. His heart beat faster. The girl smiled and flew to him for a hug. She apologizes for making him wait. A mole-like monster approaches Murdoch, but he quickly takes out a sword and chops off his limb. The system reports on completing the 15th level and receiving various rewards. After the competition, Murdoch cleared the 14th level and reached the 15th. It turned out to be a mine, and the task of the level was to clear it of monsters. Although the task was simple, searching for the moles in the maze of narrow tunnels was difficult. The boy was greatly helped by his heightened senses. He spent 2 weeks here developing his skills, but all he wants now is to get to the Kirikiri lawn. The girl laughs at him because he teleported to her with a frown on his face. The boy had not yet had time to rejoice at the completion of the level when she began to tease him. He was locked in a dark and narrow cave for a long time. Murdoch is surprised that even his black armor is darkened by the dirt. Kirikiri, meanwhile, is busy laughing. Murdoch asks if she likes his new style, to which she is unable to answer. The boy quietly opens the game menu and buys chocolate. He says he won't give it to her because it's also the color of dirt. The teacher quickly stopped laughing. Murdoch asks if she knows anything about the next level. The girl says no. Each time she talks less and less about the upcoming tests. This may be due to the fact that his development is far beyond the minimum threshold for passing the level. He wipes the dirt off his body with a rag. Murdoch says he wants to change weapons and asks Kirikiri to teach him how to handle a stronger and better weapon. Murdoch was using a weapon he had acquired since level 4. He used to strengthen it with magic, but lately he realized that he wanted to buy a better one. This weapon is thin and breaks quickly even with magic. Sure, it regenerates after leveling up, but otherwise it would have been trashed a long time ago. The mentor agrees that it is long time for him to change his weapon, but suddenly frowns. She asks why he doesn't open the mystical box he won during the competition. Murdoch opened the inventory and took out 2 boxes. One was for the victory in the individual competition, and the other in the group competition. Murdoch asks if it is possible to get a weapon from them and what he should do if the weapon does not work for him. Kirikiri says that the chest only gives useful items and focuses on the player's needs. Murdoch calms down at her words. The guy hopes that he will drop such an item that cannot be bought in the store, or an item with improved properties. The system asks if he wants to open the first box. He agrees. The box begins to glow and slowly disappears from his hands. The system reports that he received Cantus's 1000-weapon transmutation orb. Murdoch is surprised by the weight of the object in his palm. The description says that the orb is made of the great golden dragon and can take 1,000 different forms. So, Murdoch only needs to imagine the shape of the weapon for it to appear. He tries, but nothing happens from a simple thought. Then, he decides to infuse the sphere with magic and reimagines the necessary weapon. This time the orb begins to change and very quickly take the form of a sword. This means that Murdoch will be able to change weapons right during the fight. The sword turns out to be strong enough, as Murdoch wanted. Therefore, the weight of all weapons, even a knife, will be the same as a bullet. Filling weapons with magic and not having to maintain its level really appeals to the boy. It was not convenient to cover the weapon every time, and now he does not have to worry about the condition of the sword and shield. Murdoch contemplates opening the second box. He would like to get the same bullet. Even if it is another item with similar properties, Murdoch will be happy to receive it. It turns out to be the same bullet of Cantus's 1000 arms. He can now use an orb as a shield and as a weapon, and attack with 2 hands. On the joyous occasion, the boy asks Kirikiri what kind of cake she wants. While the mentor was busy eating sweets, Murdoch decided to check the information among the players. He will not learn anything new. In a joint chat, players think about who will finish the game first. Until recently, many people would have chosen Lee. However, he is now very late at level 91. He has already failed it 6 times. Lee really wants to get through the game quickly, and that's why he reached the highest level among all players. However, his neglect of his own development is catching up with him now. Now many have turned their attention to Peter, another easy difficulty player at level 83, and he got there without the help of the Order. Murdoch decides to ask Angelina about it. The system reports that the god of adventure is pleased with his actions. The god of adventure started reacting like this to things like this from the end of the trial. Reminds Murdoch of a mother watching with emotion the conversation of two children. Murdoch is uncomfortable with the fact that the god of adventure is constantly watching him. This thought is especially disconcerting because of what he and Angelina were doing. The system reports that the god of adventure is blushing. Murdoch calls him a pervert. At level 60, the little dragon uses magic to get a block from the tower. Murdoch decided to train his skills through the game. The clone, meanwhile, uses magic to distract John. He changes the weight of the blocks and increases the friction between the others so that the dragon cannot pull it out. But despite his efforts to interfere, Jon uses all his spells to extract the bar. Murdoch looked away from them and pulled out his bottomless bag. It was given to him by Sam before exiting the game. The game allows you to take things with you into the real world, although the number of such things is very limited. In addition, it is forbidden to take out too powerful items because those who left the game world gave them away or sold them. There were many cases when rich people bought such items for crazy money to make it easier to pass the game on easy difficulty. Murdoch finds Sam's diary in the bag. There he described his development in minute detail. It would be a treasure for magic users like him. Also inside are clothes, shoes, accessories, and precious spheres. He left him a large collection of high-end items. He will use the spheres for experiments and leave some other things to the little dragon. Everything else he decides to sell to the players and donate to the Order. He writes to Angelina. She says that she will be grateful for such a gift. She also asks how Murdoch convinced the boy to finish the game. The guy says he just paid enough attention and told him about his level. It turns out that the guy is at level 351. Angelina is surprised because she thought there were only 300 levels and asks if Murdoch is lying. He assures that he is telling the truth. She asks how he earned so much experience. The guy says that you can get new skills and experience points by going through the levels again. However, after leaving the system, it will not be possible to further develop them, but it no longer concerns Murdoch. He tells how he searched for a solution to pass the 61st level. He was looking for a new skill, like barrier breaking and cloning. Although he didn't manage to learn the new skill because he was stuck at level 60, he began to learn the magic itself. He deciphered all the skills that exist in the game. He understood the principle and origin of each skill, and through this, he learned how to create new magic and improve it. Murdoch asks the girl to check the privacy settings of some information for other countries and leave no traces. They say goodbye. The boy decides that he needs to make more devices for safety in case his magic starts to leave him again. In the not-so-distant past, a boy entered the 16th level waiting room and immediately began experimenting with a bullet. The bullet can transform into any weapon, and the guy can change shape right in the middle of a fight using magic. Murdoch also prepared two shield shapes, a regular round and an inverted triangle, perfect for attacking with his sharp end. Judging by the description, the previous owner of the orb, Cantus, was a human, possibly from another dimension or planet, but it would be very expensive to find out. Murdoch decides it's best to put those thoughts aside and continue testing the bullet. Since he has already created a triangular shield, he needs a weapon. Sword and shield make a perfect and familiar combination for Murdoch, so he decides not to change his playstyle. He hadn't thought until now that there were so many types of swords. They differ in shape, length, handles, decor. Next, he tried to create a long and straight sword that would be ideal for fighting with a shield. He then began experimenting with long weapons, such as spears and halberds, and blunt weapons, such as hammers. He continued to practice with various weapons and gave them whatever forms he thought he might need. It's time for him to level up. He will be able to practice more with the weapon when he completes the level. He thinks about leaving a message for Angelina. The system reports that the god of adventure is looking at him with a smile. He decides to write to Hugo, even though he is busy passing. Time for the boy to pass the 16th level. The system welcomes Murdoch to level 16. As soon as he landed, there was a terrible noise and the ground shook under his feet. He bent instinctively to keep his balance. There was complete darkness around, but he understood that it was a collapsed passage. Looking around, he notices 5 figures. So he is not alone here. The system tells you that the objective of the level is to defeat the doppelganger and leave the dungeon. An unknown dungeon was discovered 10 years ago. It became known that a valuable treasure lies in its depths. Paladins, adventurers, knights and mages gathered together to find the same treasure. After a year of searching, they found a hidden tunnel, but with the find, their cooperation ended. In order to take possession of the treasure, they began to fight with each other. But engrossed in the fight, they forgot to check what was inside. As a result, they awakened the sleeping dungeon master, Doppelganger. Doppelganger is a dangerous demon that poses a threat to all humanity and must be destroyed. Murdoch carefully studied the legend and conditions of the level, not losing sight of those present. A soft voice echoed off the walls, summoning light. Now, Murdoch could see the entire dungeon. 5 people stood in front of him. The system reports that the dungeon contains a paladin, a knight, a mercenary, an adventurer, and a mage. They say they've lost a doppelganger, and the passage is now walled up. In addition, replenishment is among them. Paladin says doppelganger is still among them. His artifact still warns him that demonic energy is nearby. The knight says that it could be invisibility, because demons are good at magic. The mage raises the staff in the air and uses a spell to remove all invisibility charms. But nothing changes. There are only 6 of them here. The knight says that the doppelganger kills people and takes their appearance. During the collapse, someone was killed and a double took his place. Murdoch decides to summarize the information he knows. He needs to defeat the double and get out of here. Excluding him, the doppelganger impersonates one of the 5 people in front of him. The clue says that a search team should arrive, and until then you need to find the doppelganger and survive. But there is nothing in the conditions about the survival of other people. In other words, he can kill them and thus complete the level. However, he postpones this idea. He meets people for the first time as level characters. He decides to team up with them and try to finish the level peacefully. Suddenly he meets eyes with the magician, but the magician looks away, as if ashamed of Murdoch. The god of adventure watches the events with a smile. Murdoch doesn't understand why God likes to look for subtext where there isn't one. The mercenary says that they have to wait for rescue. Paladin says that they need to concentrate so that the doppelganger doesn't end up in the outside world. The knight says that it is not easy to detect a doppelganger. He not only steals appearances but also copies memories and habits. The mercenary asks in a hoarse voice how they can find out which one of them is a double. Hearing this question, everyone plunges into thought. No one seems to have any idea. Murdoch suggests they start attacking each other. The boy explains that if he attacks the doppelganger, he can give himself away. The knight says that is a valid point. The demon will most likely assume its true form. The magician says that he is against such a method. He is sure that no one here knows anything about doppelgangers. Murdoch says they can exchange ideas on who the doppelganger might be, then attack the person most point to. The adventurer says that the doppelganger is a very powerful demon, and he is not sure that their strength will be enough to defeat it. Murdoch assures them that he can defeat the doppelganger on his own, and they don't have to worry about their safety. The adventurer is not convinced by the boy's words. Murdoch says that he wanted to kill the demon himself from the beginning. If the demon is stronger than any of them, the player must find it with the least amount of casualties to defeat it in the end. But Murdoch is always an exception to the rule. The adventurer calls Murdoch crazy and tells him to tell everyone that he and the dragons are defeated every morning. Murdoch decides that it will be easier to prove his words with deeds. It activates a spread of magic to confuse enemies. Everyone in the cave panics and retreats, fear in their eyes and hands reaching for weapons. Murdoch warns them not to think of ducking anything. Murdoch says he just wanted to show how strong he is. They can find a doppelganger themselves and leave it to Murdoch. Paladin asks what he means. The guy says that even after copying thoughts and personality, it is possible to make a mistake, so they should just talk. Paladin asks Murdoch to tell about his identity, because everyone else already knows him. The boy expected to hear about their world and did not expect to be asked. He decides to quickly make something up and says that he came to the dungeon for the treasure, but he cannot tell in detail about himself. He thought he did a brilliant job of explaining, but the others disagreed. He was the one who hid his identity. The adventurer shouts that Murdoch started this conversation and he is the most suspicious of them all. They agree that Murdoch is the doppelganger because it makes the most sense. Given the change in his voice, They are sure he is a doppelganger. The group looked ready to fight at any moment. He needs to convince them. The adventurer is sure that he is trying to get information from them, despite being the prime suspect. The paladin says that it is unlikely that they will be able to overcome him, but if they attack together, there is a chance that he will show his true form. Murdoch raises his hands and asks to be given a chance to explain everything. However, he is not allowed to do this. The adventurer throws a dagger at him, starting the battle. Murdoch thinks about just beating them all. The boy does not dodge the dagger but catches it and then throws it back. A mercenary sneaks up on him from behind before he notices. He quickly dodges his axe. Instantly, he finds himself behind the group. There is no point in fighting them face to face. Murdoch decides to attack the mage first. The paladin tries to distract and detain the boy, but his determination helps him reach his goal. However, the paladin cuts his way again. The paladin swung his mace deftly, but Murdoch not only didn't back down, but rushed forward and grabbed the paladin by the wrist. He wears heavy armor, but the boy still hits him on the shoulder. He is sure that the paladin has a broken shoulder blade. He falls to the ground after the next hit. Instead of wasting time on the paladin, he turned his attention to the mage. He approached him, but at that moment he completed his fire strike spell. A giant ball of flame flies right into Murdoch's face. The guy activates combat concentration and notices that the paladin is in the zone affected by the flames. The magician doesn't think about his friends at all. If he teleports, the mage will be able to strike again. You can't give them time to recover. Murdoch has to keep attacking. It activates Talaria's wings. They have magic resistance. He covered himself with them and stopped the ball of fire flying at him. It was very hot and the attack itself was very powerful. The paladin lay on the ground, desperately gasping for air as if he was about to die. Immediately after blocking the attack, Murdoch rushes at the mage and punches him. The sorcerer didn't even have time to scream. He has lost consciousness and may now be on the verge of death. Too bad for Murdoch if he dies. As soon as the mage fell, the layer of light he had created faded away. The dungeon was engulfed in darkness. The mercenary asks the adventurer to retrieve the lantern. The boy, on the other hand, has an extraordinary perception and sense of energy. He slowly approaches the adventurer from behind. Murdoch activates magical sight, or seeing his next target. Something in the behavior of the adventurer alarmed the hero. He hopes that he will not think that he was treated unfairly. Suddenly, the adventurer jumps back and pulls out a necklace of some kind. He throws it at Murdoch, hoping to protect himself with them. He tears it apart before he touches it. Something gets on his skin. The adventurer says it was poison. If the demon does not show its true form, it will die. But he did not know that Murdoch had a highly developed resistance to poisoning. Even after drinking a bottle of this poison, he would survive. The adventurer noticed that the boy did not react to the poison and panicked. Murdoch was fast approaching him. The adventurer tried to get something out of his pocket, but Murdoch stopped his search with a swift kick to the stomach. The sound of the world sword being activated came from somewhere. The boy looked around and saw how the knight's sword was filled with magic. Murdoch noticed that he was using a lot of magic, enough to be able to illuminate the entire dungeon. 3 remained against Murdoch. The boy takes Cantus's orb and turns it into a sword. The clang of metal reflects off the cave walls. The attack was very powerful. Murdoch decides that he may be the strongest of the group. Magic collides with magic and knocks the knight back. The knight shouted and rushed forward again. Murdoch likes the elegant movements of the knight. For the first time, he could observe proper swordsmanship. Before that, the boy had only watched monsters with axes and Iddy's spear art. The knight's movements were very swift. While his moves were generally impressive, Murdoch noticed a lot of extra in between, as if the knight needed a rest after each combo. It looks good, but this style of fighting is only suitable for duels, where it is agreed before the start to let the opponent rest after striking. And under normal conditions, this will be his weak point, which can be used to win. Murdoch's fist flies into the knight's face. The knight fell to the ground and rolled over, then strained his muscles, gathered his strength and got up. He says that Murdoch acted dishonestly. Murdoch is sure that he did not do anything shameful, but simply used a little force to carry out what he intended. The knight once again assumed a fighting stance and increased his concentration. His sword glowed even brighter at this. He used a skill that required long concentration right in the middle of the battle. So Murdoch realized that he had no experience in real battles. To thank the knight for his display of excellent swordsmanship, Murdoch calmly waited for the knight to prepare his strike. The knight smiled and offers Murdoch to withstand his attack with the Alamas skill that the king gave him. No one has survived it yet. Murdoch notes that a normal opponent would not listen to this explanation, but dodge and attack right after. Even so, the boy could feel the immense amount of magic in the knight's sword. This must be a feature of the sword itself. Murdoch decides to use magic as well, and infuses the blade of his sword with energy. The knight rushes to the boy. Murdoch says he doesn't have to announce his next move. In response, he also raised his magic-covered sword to parry the knight's strike. The clash didn't sound like swords, it was more like an explosion of fireworks. As soon as their swords met, the knight was thrown back. Murdoch expected the vit to fall instantly, but the knight withstood the force of the blow without falling. Murdoch recognizes his power. The knight could barely stand on his feet after the attack. Like an adventurer, Murdoch knocks him out with a punch to the stomach. Now, only a paladin and a mercenary were left against him. But suddenly a rough voice tells the demon to say goodbye to his life. The boy turns and sees a mercenary, a mage, and a paladin. In front of them is something like a force field created by a magician. The mage continues to mutter something quietly while holding up the magic shield. Murdoch guesses that he was healed by a paladin, and while the knight distracted Murdoch, the magician created a magical shield. Murdoch approaches them and asks if this barrier is worthy of boasting like that. Earlier, the paladin almost died due to the attack of the mage. It is surprising that he helped him. A knight snaps him out of his thoughts. Murdoch is surprised that he begins to explain the situation in its current state. The knight says that the mage is Mardan, known for his martial arts. If he completes the spell, Murdoch will have no chance of victory. The mage creates the most powerful spell that takes an hour to create. Murdoch may be a demon, but even he cannot survive this power. The knight says the spell has a flaw, but the paladin interrupts him and asks him not to tell the enemy any more information. The knight says he will die with the demon. Although the spell requires constant concentration, it will kill the demon immediately when completed. Murdoch is surprised to hear. Casting a spell requires full concentration for an hour. He knows how easily it can be broken. It activates soul capture on the mage. He falls unconscious inside the barrier. The mercenary asks what happened to Murdoch. The guy approaches him and notices that there are only 2 of them left. The mercenary shouts that he is called to fight him first. After some time of fighting, Murdoch asks if they recognize his strength and are willing to surrender. Paladin and mercenary agree. Murdoch hands them a recovery potion. Now that Murdoch has shown them his power, they will not try to resist and interfere with him. The paladin turned out to be weaker than the boy thought, because he turned out to be a healer, and the mercenary simply did not evade attacks and therefore suffered, regardless of strength. Although Murdoch managed to defeat all of them, he never realized which one of them was a double. The demon never showed his true appearance. Although it would not be so interesting if the main thief was revealed so easily, Murdoch wants to hear as much information as possible from these people. The mercenary quarrels with the knight because he revealed all the secrets. The paladin reassures him that their plan has failed and there is nothing to regret. There are many reasons to be angry with a knight. He told all the information to the enemy. He is very talkative, and maybe it is because he was afraid of being killed as a hero. Murdoch suspects that the knight may be an idiot, a traitor, or a double, and acts as such. Now everyone suspects the knight. Everyone is watching him now. Murdoch doesn't see the difference whether he is a doppelganger or not. He is willing to share information, so he will be easy to talk to. The mage is still unconscious. He had passed out twice already, the last time due to a loss of concentration while casting the spell. The adventurer is still clutching his stomach in pain. That is why the boys suggested that they listen to him. Murdoch offers to look for a doppelganger among them again. He clapped his hands, attracting public attention. Paladin asks if he's going to offer to share stories from his life again. Murdoch admits that it was a ruse to get as much information out of them as possible and sees no further need for stories. Murdoch asks them to tell them everything they know about where they are from: magic, treasure, dungeons, geography, religion, politics, culture, past experiences. Group members do not know how to act. They still think the boy might be a doppelganger. Murdoch uses his skill on them again. Its effect was heightened because Murdoch had beaten them a few minutes ago. The pressure they will feel on themselves will be the same as they felt during the battle with him. Murdoch claps his hands again and tells them to start talking because there's a lot he wants to hear. If they continued to be silent, the boy would have no choice but to succumb to his anger. He advises the first volunteer to approach him. The knight says that his name is Cassis Arkan, and that is what his grandfather named him. He talks about his parents, childhood. The mercenary laughs at the way he raises his hand while talking. Paladin says there is nothing they can do. Murdoch is too strong for them. If he really is a doppelganger, he wouldn't waste time listening to their stories. Besides, the magician was still unconscious. Murdoch asks them to be quieter and not to disturb the knight telling the story. They apologize. The knight was a great storyteller. He was only 11 when they went to bed that night, but Murdoch had learned a lot about him. Everyone went to sleep around the fire except Murdoch. He wasn't going to sleep, but instead was thinking about what the knight had to say. His stories were full of details which the boy really liked. As they began to eat, he explained each item in front of them in detail, who made them, how much they cost, and what his family thought of them. Moreover, his stories were fascinating. He could hold the attention of listeners. He must have had a talent for stories. The only problem was that the knight often digressed from the subject but could talk for hours without stopping. Murdoch took the watch from the adventurer and sent everyone to bed, stopping the story. But it's time to wake up. Everyone behaved like normal people at night, regardless of Murdoch's hopes. The morning has come. Murdoch was unable to sleep due to insomnia and the feeling that he would be sleeping next to the enemy. The second day came. They gathered near the hearth and listened to the continuation of the night's story. Murdoch has breakfast and expects to learn more from these people today. He wants to learn more about wielding a sword from a knight, about dungeons from an adventurer, about religion from a paladin. Everyone asks for a moment of silence from the knight and asks him to eat in silence. He looks a little offended, but agrees. Sometime after breakfast, Murdoch approaches the paladin, interrupting his prayer, apologizing and asking to speak. The boy asks to tell about the god the paladin believes in. He is surprised that the boy does not know anything at all. Murdoch also asks to tell about other religions. Paladin says he believes in the goddess of balance. Everyone on the continent believes in polytheism, with the exception of the clerks, and worships many gods. People draw strength from the god they worship, and that is why there are many clerks who do not belong to any religion because of their belief in an individual connection with God. Therefore, those who believe can use holy power. The more he listens to the paladin, the more he understands the difference between local beliefs and earthly beliefs. Paladin says he feels holy power from Murdoch. The guy says he's not a clerk, but he's being tested for the rank of apostle, so he can use some skills. The paladin is very surprised that Murdoch can use the cardinal power of a god. He wants to hear more. A knight joins the conversation and says that he realized that Murdoch is so strong because he is an apostle. He tells about St. Aursoli. Murdoch decides that he will ask the knight more about Aursoli later. Meanwhile, the paladin asks what god Murdoch believes in. Murdoch does not know what to answer, because he has to choose which of the two patron gods to name him. The system reports because the gods of slowness and adventure are watching him carefully and impatiently. Everyone should know about the god of adventure. They will suspect him if he cannot tell a few details about his god. He says he serves the god of slowness. The paladin says he has never heard of such a god. The god of slowness looks pleased, and the god of adventure looks depressed. Murdoch says that the followers of the god of slowness live in temples in the mountains, and therefore few people know about them. They focus only on internal development. They ask how Murdoch got into the dungeon in such a case. The boy replies that this is part of his test. Murdoch mentions that he wanted to ask the knight to teach him how to use a sword and tell him about the magical skill he used yesterday. The knight says that he cannot teach the art of the sword to a stranger. Murdoch says he can beat him for refusing, and the knight agrees to teach him. The level of training from the knight was higher than the boy expected. It was not only theory, but also learning certain skills and when to use them better. Learning was easy, because the knight explained every detail in great detail. Compared to his incessant grumbling, it was much more helpful. The knight says that the skill he used yesterday absorbs a lot of magic. A mercenary and an adventurer try to stop him, but he won't listen. He explains that the level of concentration of magic in the sword is the core of this technique. It is necessary to spend as little energy as possible to successfully send it into the sword. First, the knight decides to tell about the circulation of magic in the body. This training is very different from what Murdoch has been through so far. After hearing the story, the boy takes out his sword and experiments with the theory. His magic instantly flows through the channels the knight said about. Also, the wastage of magic is greatly reduced. Controlling energy flows only works when you use small portions. The mercenary warns that this skill is passed down only in the royal family, and the heads of those present may fall off their shoulders if foreigners learn it. Murdoch promises to keep his mouth shut. The knight says that this technique is very effective in combat and weaker enemies will simply fall to their knees. That is why the knight does not use complex techniques with the sword, because this technique is much more effective. Even the position in the knightly order depends on its development. Murdoch guesses that this technique is used for show-off, not for real combat. This proved useful. Using unusual channels for magic is very beneficial compared to natural ones. He also learned a lot about the art of the sword. For him, the possession of a sword is the key to survival, and the theory from the knight helped him realize and develop this. The mercenary looks at the paladin tending to the mage and says that he has a good heart. During yesterday's battle, the mage put the paladin's life in danger, but the paladin takes care of the mage no matter what. But it looks strange. Murdoch agrees. The magician put all his friends in danger. If it weren't for the boy, the adventurer and the knight might all have perished together. Murdoch wonders if the mage could be a doppelganger. He was fighting the boy, but at the same time he was putting others in danger, although now even the knight seems suspicious. Adventurer, on the other hand, is just scum. You can't forget about the mercenary. After yesterday's battle, he is ready to tell anyone who does anything suspicious. Paladin can be eliminated. He is known to be rational and kind, although he has some strange character traits. 6 days remain until the end of the test. It is necessary to collect information about this world first of all, and only then to look for a doppelganger. Murdoch approaches the paladin and asks if he can offer an elixir to bring the mage back to consciousness. Paladin jumps up in surprise. Murdoch hadn't noticed it before, but the mage had long hair and fragile body curves. There was obviously a woman lying on the ground in front of the paladin. He didn't even tell the others about it, not letting anyone near him. Paladin admits that he was hiding it. Most likely, she used some kind of magic or artifact to pretend to be a man. Murdoch suspects the worst-case scenario, but the paladin says he doesn't deserve such suspicions and accusations. Murdoch notices that the mage looks very young. The knight says that she was a student of a past high mage, and that's why she was sent here undercover. The mercenary says that she is very beautiful and asks if the paladin took advantage of the situation. Even Murdoch, with the ability to understand all languages, does not know what words the paladin shouts back. The knight says that it is a very ancient language. The paladin continues to scold the mercenary, and the mercenary tries to apologize for the bad joke. The knight tells the paladin to limit contact with the mage, even if necessary for healing. It is dangerous to be alone with someone now. A doppelganger can do a lot of scary things. The knight is sure that only bright thoughts were in the paladin's head, but for the sake of safety, it is better to always be in a group. Murdoch asks what could have happened. The knight does not feel comfortable answering this question, but he tells that a doppelganger in human form can create life. No matter what gender he was at the time of conception, the newborn child will have the abilities of a doppelganger without the need to steal someone's appearance. This half-breed will try to survive and spread the influence of his species by seducing and breeding with others. Murdoch agrees that it would be dangerous. They decide not to be alone with the mage, even if it is to treat her. The next morning, the mage regains consciousness. This happened on the 3rd day of the test. Murdoch was preparing breakfast when she opened her eyes. She cried out in pain, and the paladin ran over to tend to her. Her magic damaged her internal organs when her concentration was interrupted. After the pain subsided, the mage panicked that her identity had been revealed. Murdoch asks why she pretended to be a high mage. The girl managed to say only a few short words in response, and took a pencil and paper and began to write. She writes that she hid her gender since childhood. She came to this dungeon to replace the high mage with her talent of pretending. Murdoch understands that conversations with her require a lot of patience and time. The knight, meanwhile, says that the magical community still oppresses women. An ancient tradition says that only men should be magicians, and some teachers still adhere to it. Murdoch is happy that the knight is explaining everything to him. This is why young female magicians are helped to hide her by sympathetic mentors. Mages aren't particularly interested in procreation, so they usually don't have the problem of hiding their gender. After explaining, Murdoch wanted her to teach him magic, but she needed more rest. On the same day, they organized a closed toilet near the far wall of the dungeon. When they were surrounded by men, no one thought about it. After dinner, it was time for the knight to continue his stories. This has become their tradition. They gathered around the fire. The knight's stories were more like a stage performance than idle talk. The story was quite interesting, so everyone listened carefully and asked questions. The knight described in detail the appearance of the princess at the coronation. At this time, Murdoch's gaze was riveted by a paladin and a mage. They sat next to each other. The atmosphere was strange. They seemed too close. According to the story, they just met. But during the duel, the mage did not think about the paladin, and he, on the contrary, was attentive to her. A paladin may act out of the ordinary to provoke a doppelganger. He was most worried about the appearance of the imposter, but now he is kind to everyone. Or he can be an imposter, or bring the mage out into the open. He decides to keep in mind that there may be several doppelgangers. Murdoch recalls when he made eye contact with the mage the first time they met. The god of adventure reacted to it. This could be a clue. The system reports that the god of adventure is rooting for Murdoch. The guy thinks he doesn't need it. On the fourth day before the end of the trial, Murdoch approached the magician and asked to teach him magic. Even if it took a long time due to her refusal to talk, he wanted to learn from her. But the magician only says that it is impossible and writes that she is forbidden to teach magic to foreigners. Mages train mages only in a special tower. She made him understand the refusal both verbally and in writing. Murdoch suspected it would. Murdoch clenches his fist in anger and asks why he always has to be reminded of how strong he is to get his requests fulfilled. The mage shuddered in fear. The knight reminds us of the bright side because Murdoch is an apostle of God, so he is unlikely to wish for evil. Moreover, his strength is enough to defeat their entire company, so it is better not to go against his will. Murdoch feels like a bully. Murdoch does not know the basics of magic, so it will be enough for him to learn only those to begin with. Murdoch changed his approach, and the mage agreed to teach him. The magician began with a theory about magic and energy. For such trifles, she may not worry about punishment from senior mages. They immediately faced several problems. She wrote what she wanted to say and sometimes used unknown symbols. Even understanding all languages did not help Murdoch. The girl says that it usually takes a year to understand what is written. After a failed first attempt, she decided to teach him theories about the elements and their enhancement with magic. Murdoch complains that he is having a hard time and asks how long it takes to learn magic. The girl writes about 5 years, but she needed only 6 months. To control the energy, you must first place a seal. Then you must say a spell to control the flow of magic. Murdoch concentrates on the streams of magic, disperses them through his heart, mouth, and hands. And when the magic reaches the required point, the air arrow spell is uttered. A clot of magical energy appears on his palm. Murdoch says nothing happened, and it may take him a while to master the elements. He notices that the girl is shaking and asks how she feels. The mage quickly writes that he must be a genius or a liar who studied magic before, because such progress usually takes several years. The girl smiles and invites him to study magic in their tower if he is interested in it. He can't find the strength to turn her down or tell her that they will forget about him when he leaves the game level. The 5th day of the test began. An adventurer tells how they see a hidden tunnel for the first time. A knight worries about the safety of others in his order due to the collapse. The paladin calms him down as he has seen them fall back enough distance. Murdoch is interested in hearing their stories. It's like he's reading a fantasy book. Sometimes they fight, sometimes they argue, but they continue to be together. Life is like a game. Murdoch wonders if whoever made the training game planned this. Their memories are very detailed and interesting to those created by the system. These characters will exist for 7 days. Murdoch doesn't see the point in creating such complex characters and stories for people like them. Murdoch apologizes for interrupting their idyll, but asks why everyone is so calm. There is still a doppelganger among them, and they must find and kill him. Suddenly, they began to look like students who forgot to prepare for the exam. They were sure that they would not give him up anyway, so they hid their anxiety inside. The mercenary asks how Murdoch proposes to find out who the doppelganger is. Murdoch says it was necessary to share information and verify it. Paladin says he's ready to share stories one last time. There is no guarantee that it will help, but they have no other choice. An hour has passed. Someone said that the mercenary was behaving suspiciously, and he got angry. The normally calm atmosphere of the dungeon turned into chaos. Paladin suggests that everyone calm down and assess the situation. The mercenary shouts that they don't play mind games with him and don't call him suspicious. He says May is the most suspicious because several of them almost died because of it. The girl says that this is just speculation on his part. She writes that he makes an elephant out of a fly. They were in the middle of a battle, and it was not very fair to assess a critical situation while being at peace. The knight says he suspects the mercenary because of his reaction to the comments. Sometimes such a strong denial means a hidden truth. The knight suspects both the mage and the paladin as well, but for different reasons. There were several situations where people acted like a typical doppelganger. Murdoch realizes that there is no progress in detection. He once again contemplates beating them all and dealing with it after that. Even if he finds a double, he has to check all the others in case there were two of them, each in turn. The only reason he hasn't done it now is because he doesn't want to. The mercenary rushes at the knight who provoked him, but is stopped by the paladin. They were very fired up, but interference here will not help. Murdoch decides to move away from them and practice magic. While they were arguing, he was practicing, but he suddenly felt someone approaching. He immediately opens his eyes and asks if they stopped fighting. The whole team is standing in front of him. Paladin asks if Murdoch heard their conversation. He says that he too has perfect concentration. Murdoch saw that the knight wanted to say something but hesitated. Murdoch asks him what he means. The knight says that they spent the last 2 hours debating and finally decided who was most worthy of the title of doppelganger. Murdoch asks who it is. The knight begins to be silent, but soon says that they consider him to be a doppelganger. It was completely unexpected for the boy. The members of the group looked away from him, not knowing how to share their findings. Murdoch activates soul capture and takes a battle stance. He wasn't panicking, but the conclusion they had reached tickled his nerves. He is sure that the knight will explain everything soon, but before that, he will knock all the stupid thoughts out of them. It activates Talaria's instant movement and wings. As always, the mage must be neutralized first. She already knew he would attack her first. She made a barrier in front of her. The boy focuses the magic in his fist and hits the barrier with all his might, causing a tremendous noise. He notices a crack in the barrier. He needs to aim at the same place with something heavy, and he creates a hammer from the ball. Unlike many others, he does not have a visiting move or kill. He focused the magic on his body and clenched the hammer in his hands. He managed to strike smoothly. A loud, angry sound was heard. Combining the instant movement and the hammer strike, he found himself next to the mage. The sound sounded more like an explosion than a weapon hitting the surface. Cracks covered the barrier like a spider's web. When the hammer and the barrier met, there was an explosion of magical energy. The explosion was so bright that the boy had to close his eyes. Several minutes passed before he opened his eyes and looked around. His back began to ache, and his shoulders tingled with tension. He hadn't felt this beat up in a long time. Murdoch realized that displacement attacks still had their drawbacks. If the opponent is able to withstand the blow, the shockwave is returned to him. He chooses not to use a move with a hit. He takes out his hammer and says it's time for the group to learn their lesson. The knight asks him to stop. He says they surrender. The mage was unconscious, but everyone else took their share of the beating. The adventurer cries non-stop, and it annoys Murdoch. He asks why he's being ordered so harshly. The guy gathered everyone around him and demands an explanation. The knight reminds that they explained everything to him before the attack. They consider him a doppelganger because he never once answered a question about himself. Murdoch can't tell them he's from another world. The knight says that the doppelganger is gradually taking control of the boy's body, forcing him to forget his memories and erasing him from existence. Murdoch finally has a better understanding of how the doppelganger works. He needs time to get everything under control. They suspect that a demon lives inside him, but he won't be able to find out until the end of the level, and he is not sure that he can reject such an opportunity.